The PAP Day was officially launched in 2021 to commemorate the inauguration of the first parliament on 18 March 2004.
Excellencies, honorable members, distinguished guests, on behalf of the Pan-African Parliament, I hereby declare 18th of March of every year as the Pan-African Parliament Day or the PAP Day.
The PAP was established as a platform for people from all African states to be involved in discussions and decision-making on the problems and challenges facing the continent. Its purpose, as set out in Article 17 of the AU Constitutive Act, is to ensure the full participation of African peoples in the development and economic integration of the continent. As it stands, the mandate of the Parliament extends to consultation and playing an advisory and oversight role for all AU organs pending the ratification of its protocol. The PAP Day commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversation about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The day further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 19 years after sanctioning its establishment. 14 AU member states have so far ratified the Malabo Protocol. 14 more are required. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004 with a mandate to ensure that the peoples of Africa are fully involved in the economic development and integration of the continent.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des plus techniques mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We should never lose sight of this one, that we are a platform for the full participation of African peoples on all issues affecting our citizens. And through our committees, we can achieve this.
The PAP Day was officially launched in 2021 to commemorate the inauguration of the first parliament on 18 March 2004.
Excellencies, honorable members, distinguished guests, on behalf of the Pan-African Parliament, I hereby declare 18th of March of every year as the Pan-African Parliament Day or the PAP Day.
The PAP was established as a platform for people from all African states to be involved in discussions and decision-making on the problems and challenges facing the continent. Its purpose, as set out in Article 17 of the AU Constitutive Act, is to ensure the full participation of African peoples in the development and economic integration of the continent. As it stands, the mandate of the Parliament extends to consultation and playing an advisory and oversight role for all AU organs pending the ratification of its protocol. The PAP Day commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The day further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 19 years after sanctioning its establishment. 14 AU member states have so far ratified the Malabo Protocol. 14 more are required. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004 with a mandate to ensure that the peoples of Africa are fully involved in the economic development and integration of the continent.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans retrait des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des plus techniques mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour cueillir le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We should never lose sight of this one, that we are a platform for the full participation of African peoples on all issues affecting our citizens. And through our committees, we can achieve this.
The PAP Day was officially launched in 2021 to commemorate the inauguration of the first parliament on 18 March 2004.
Excellencies, honorable members, distinguished guests, on behalf of the Pan-African Parliament, I hereby declare 18th of March of every year as the Pan-African Parliament Day or the PAP Day.
The PAP was established as a platform for people from all African states to be involved in discussions and decision-making on the problems and challenges facing the continent. Its purpose, as set out in Article 17 of the AU Constitutive Act, is to ensure the full participation of African peoples in the development and economic integration of the continent. As it stands, the mandate of the Parliament extends to consultation and playing an advisory and oversight role for all AU organs pending the ratification of its protocol. The PAP Day commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The day further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 19 years after sanctioning its establishment. 14 AU member states have so far ratified the Malabo Protocol. 14 more are required. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004 with a mandate to ensure that the peoples of Africa are fully involved in the economic development and integration of the continent.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans retrait des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des plus techniques mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We should never lose sight of this one, that we are a platform for the full participation of African peoples on all issues affecting our citizens. And through our committees, we can achieve this.
The PAP Day was officially launched in 2021 to commemorate the inauguration of the first parliament on 18 March 2004.
Excellencies, honorable members, distinguished guests, on behalf of the Pan-African Parliament, I hereby declare 18th of March of every year as the Pan-African Parliament Day or the PAP Day.
The PAP was established as a platform for people from all African states to be involved in discussions and decision-making on the problems and challenges facing the continent. Its purpose, as set out in Article 17 of the AU Constitutive Act, is to ensure the full participation of African peoples in the development and economic integration of the continent. As it stands, the mandate of the Parliament extends to consultation and playing an advisory and oversight role for all AU organs pending the ratification of its protocol. The PAP Day commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The day further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 19 years after sanctioning its establishment. 14 AU member states have so far ratified the Malabo Protocol. 14 more are required. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004 with a mandate to ensure that the peoples of Africa are fully involved in the economic development and integration of the continent.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans retrait des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des plus techniques mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires que nous sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We should never lose sight of this one, that we are a platform for the full participation of African peoples on all issues affecting our citizens. And through our committees, we can achieve this.
The PAP Day was officially launched in 2021 to commemorate the inauguration of the first parliament on 18 March 2004.
Excellencies, honorable members, distinguished guests, on behalf of the Pan-African Parliament, I hereby declare 18th of March of every year as the Pan-African Parliament Day or the PAP Day.
The PAP was established as a platform for people from all African states to be involved in discussions and decision-making on the problems and challenges facing the continent. Its purpose, as set out in Article 17 of the AU Constitutive Act, is to ensure the full participation of African peoples in the development and economic integration of the continent. As it stands, the mandate of the Parliament extends to consultation and playing an advisory and oversight role for all AU organs pending the ratification of its protocol. The PAP Day commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The day further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 19 years after sanctioning its establishment. 14 AU member states have so far ratified the Malabo Protocol. 14 more are required. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004 with a mandate to ensure that the peoples of Africa are fully involved in the economic development and integration of the continent.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans retrait des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des plus techniques, mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la sécurité de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We should never lose sight of this one, that we are a platform for the full participation of African peoples on all issues affecting our citizens. And through our committees, we can achieve this.
The PAP Day was officially launched in 2021 to commemorate the inauguration of the first parliament on 18 March 2004.
Excellencies, honorable members, distinguished guests, on behalf of the Pan-African Parliament, I hereby declare 18th of March of every year as the Pan-African Parliament Day or the PAP Day.
The PAP was established as a platform for people from all African states to be involved in discussions and decision-making on the problems and challenges facing the continent. Its purpose, as set out in Article 17 of the AU Constitutive Act, is to ensure the full participation of African peoples in the development and economic integration of the continent. As it stands, the mandate of the Parliament extends to consultation and playing an advisory and oversight role for all AU organs pending the ratification of its protocol. The PAP Day commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The day further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 19 years after sanctioning its establishment. 14 AU member states have so far ratified the Malabo Protocol. 14 more are required. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004 with a mandate to ensure that the peoples of Africa are fully involved in the economic development and integration of the continent.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans retrait des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des plus techniques, mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la sécurité de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We should never lose sight of this one, that we are a platform for the full participation of African peoples on all issues affecting our citizens. And through our committees, we can achieve this.
Honorable members, the Honorable Mr. President,
Good morning. May we observe a moment of silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. Now, order, honorable members, pursuant to the provision of Rule 38.1 of the Rules of Procedure, it's with great pleasure that I invite our guests to enter the chamber. Ambassador Marie Antoinette Rose Kwete, Chief Executive Officer of the African Peer Review Mechanism, popularly known as APRM. I'm now being advised that she's being represented by Mr. Jermaine Sinu, the country coordinator. Thank you. You are welcome.
Procedure, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Excellency President. My name is Kisterilo Hoboswang from Botswana. I would like to bring this House, the attention of this House, to the order paper.
Sorry?
I want to bring the attention of the House to the issue of the order paper.
The order paper is?
Yes, yesterday there was an item which was the first on the order paper about the presentation on the performance of PAP by His Excellency the President. That item was skipped without any explanation. Maybe I missed something. I didn't get the explanation. So now it appears under item 2 on the agenda. I hope it will not be skipped again, because this is a very, very critical item for us at PAP. Secondly, it is about this issue of receiving order papers late. I came early this morning, there was no order paper. Why can't we receive the order paper a day before the meeting for us to prepare, so that we have an efficient and informed? So that is the procedure that I had to put across, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kobotsang, Honorable. The report on the performance review of the Pan-African Parliament, as you may be aware, involves all departments and divisions in the Parliament, and was only concluded yesterday. As a result, it could not even be distributed. I personally looked at it. I have some amendments to it or improvements, but I've said to them, it's better we just proceed in the current form, because we may delay it further. So the intention is to bring it, yes, as the second order of the day. I'm aware also that you will then complain that that document We haven't even seen it. I will actually be seeking leave and permission from you to say, can we present, just read it, rather than delay that report. The report involves a lot of offices, different offices from finance to HR to procurement. We are ready to present it as a second item. But I know there's going to be a complaint about whether you had enough time to see it and read it. I was asking this morning, has it been translated? Told yes. So I said, let's not even make more amendments to it. So I apologize for that delay, but the document is ready, but I don't think we've even read it. But so we'll agree how to proceed. Then you rose, if you read the rules on Rule 37, sequence of proceedings and the order paper. Now, if you read Rule 37, sub-rule number 3, and if these rules are wrong, we can amend them. It says, by leave of the president, the order of business set out in the order paper may be altered during a sitting. And I want members of parliament to pay attention. It reads, by leave of the president, the order of business set out in the order paper may be altered during a sitting. So there is nothing in procedure for altering the order of the order paper during a sitting, which we have been doing. And it's not only this, my report. I think since we started, a lot of orders have been shifted to accommodate certain realities, including availability, translation. I remember yesterday the report by the Cooperation Committee delivered by Dr. Sharif. I was told the translation into English from French or Arabic was very poor. So we cannot even give it to members. And there was an adjustment because of that, because the reason was given as poor translation into English, and there was need for improvement. So, Honorable Kobotsana, Doctor, I think we are within the rules. Thank you. May I now invite sorry? Yeah, we start with business order of the day. I then advise the clerk, I call upon the clerk to read the first order of the day.
Honorable President, the first order of the day is presentation and debates on APRM country reports.
I now invite Ambassador Marie Antoinette Rose, or the representative to come to the podium here and present. And his name is Mr. Jermaine Chino, the country coordinator.
Honorable President, Chief Fortuna Charumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, and Ms. Lindiwe Kumalo, Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, on behalf of the APRM CEO, Madam Rose Antoinette, we are here to share with you the country review report of the Republic of Namibia, as well as the country review report of the Republic of South Africa. Those are the reports that were launched last year for South Africa, and in 2023, the report of Namibia was actually launched as well. And other reports will be accessed in our APRM website. So I'm just going to present these two, the findings of these two reports, which are available on the APRM website. And APRM stands for African Peer Review Mechanism. And my report is outlined, or the presentation is outlined as follows. I don't know if it is projected for you. I will start by explaining what APRM is, the guiding principles of the APRM member states. Then I'll go to the APRM structures. Then I will present the findings of the Namibia Country Review Report and also the findings of the South African Country Review Report. From there, I will present on the value added to governance by the APRM and also highlight the role of Parliament in APRM processes. Honorable members of Parliament, APRM was launched on the 9th of March 2003 by the NEPAD Head of State and Government Implementation Committee in Abuja. And APRM is a self-monitoring instrument voluntarily acceded to by member states of the African Union. APRM is an African-owned and African-led platform for self-assessment, peer learning, and experience sharing with the purpose of promoting democratic governance, high economic growth, sustainable development, and accelerated regional and continental economic integration. Since 2017, the AU Assembly has expanded the mission of the APRM to include tracking the implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of Agenda 2063 and the Sustainable Development Goals. It has also tasked APRM to develop Africa Governance Report every 2 years in collaboration with the African Governance Architecture, AGA, and the African Peace and Security Architecture. The APRM also supports member states in the field of credit ratings agencies. In terms of APRM guiding principles, it is important to note that the political commitment and national ownership are central for the effectiveness of the evaluation process at the APRM. There is also an issue of credibility where APRM governance assessment must meet all the requirements of high technical expertise, credible and free from political manipulation. There is also the issue of public participation in all country review processes to ensure that all the segments, all the stakeholders of the African population participate in the APRM review processes. There is also an issue of transparency, which is one of the guiding principles of the APRM to ensure that the process is conducted in a very transparent manner to allow for more open debate on governance issues and also economic development programs. Honorable members, APRM member states as of February 2024 are standing at 44 member states. So these countries, these African countries have acceded voluntarily to the APRM processes. And for North Africa, we have 4 countries that are part of the APRM processes. In West Africa, we have 12 countries that have acceded to the mechanism. And in Southern Africa, we have 9 countries that have acceded to the mechanism, as you can see. In East Africa, we have 11 of them. In Central Africa, we have 7. So the total membership stands at 44. And 26 countries have done or have completed the first generation peer reviews, while 6 countries have completed second generation peer reviews, and South Africa is one of them. And the report that I'll be sharing the findings with you is the second generation review report of South Africa. There are also 8 countries that have completed the targeted review report, and you can see those countries highlighted on the screens. Honorable members, in terms of the structures of the APRM, it is important to notice that the APRM is divided into 2 parts. There are national structures as well as continental structures. As you can see, on your left-hand side, you have the continental structures where you have actually the national structures. You have the APR Forum. The APR Forum is the forum that represents the head of state that conduct the peer review processes. And below this structure, you have APR panel members that, that lead the review processes to ensure that the process is transparent, is impartial, and the process is actually credible. There is also the APR focal point, which is made up of African ministers from different portfolios in their respective countries. You might find that in certain countries, our focal points are found in the Ministry of Justice. In other countries, they are found in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In other countries, they are found in the Ministry of Planning. So it depends on where the country decides to put their focal point. Then you have also the APR Continental Secretariat, which we are representing here, led by Madame Ambassador Marie Antoinette. You can see on the other side, we have the national structures, which are made actually of the focal point, and the focal point is at the ministerial level as an interface between the continental secretariats and the national structures. And the national structures, we have the National Governance Commission. In several countries, they call it National Governance Commission or councils. It depends on the countries, the name that they prefer. Then we also have the National Secretariat, APRM Secretariat, and we also have the technical research institutions that help to conduct the self-assessment exercises. Honorable members of parliament, I'm now going to share the key findings of the Namibia country review report. As you can see in the picture, this country review mission was undertaken from the 25th of October to the 10th of November 2021. And the team met several stakeholders in Namibia. As you can see, we met people from the public service, from the private sector, from the civil organizations, and so on. So APRM meets all the stakeholders or all the segments of the population in the society. So in terms of the findings, as you know, honorable members of parliament, the presentation of the findings that we outlined here are aligned to the African Union theme of the year, which is educate an African fit for the 21st century, to build resilient education systems in order to increase access to ensure that there is inclusivity, lifelong quality and relevant learning in Africa. And the key decision included a call for member states to increase investment in education. And the main objective was to develop human and social capital, which aligns with the African Union's Continental Education Strategy for Africa, 2016-2025. Based on this theme of the year from the African Union, the Namibia, in the country review report of Namibia that was launched last year, 2023, Namibia has demonstrated a strong commitment to enhancing its governance architecture, which includes the education sector. And for instance, you can see that there is an Article 20 of the Namibian Constitution, which provides that all persons shall have the right to education. And primary education is compulsory, and the state shall provide reasonable facilities to render effective this right for every resident within Namibia by establishing and maintaining state schools at which primary education will be provided for free of charge. So by the virtue of this constitutional provision, access to education in Namibia is like a bridge for socio-economic liberation of historically disadvantaged communities, as well as driver for inclusive socio-economic development through capacity building and empowerment. Namibia has signed the Basic Education Act, the sector policy on inclusive education, and the disability mainstreaming plan of 2020 to protect the rights of children, young persons, disabled and vulnerable persons in order to access education. Despite all these regulations, honorable members of parliament, the education system is particularly disadvantageous to disabled children. Vulnerable people and girls, apart from inadequate number of schools in the rural areas, the existing schools in Namibia are largely under-resourced with teachers. It was also gathered from the APRM report and this happened during our interactive meetings, that classrooms are generally overcrowded with a ratio of 50 to 70 students per teacher. The transition between secondary schools and tertiary education is considerably low, essentially because of the cost associated with university education and inadequate number of vocational schools to accommodate graduates from secondary schools that may not be able to access university education. Although notable strides have been achieved by the government of Namibia to ensure provision of quality, free, and accessible basic education across the country, it is important to note that the number of schools remain inadequate, as it was noted in the country review report. In addition, there is a substantial proportion of rural dwellers that have to travel many kilometers, sometimes through game reserves, that harbor dangerous animals to access education. Another findings in terms of the economic governance and management, which is one of the APRM thematic areas, indicates that the government of Namibia spending plays a critical role in the economy by stimulating aggregate demand with a high allocation to significant portion of its budget to education to drive socio-economic development. In line with the AU's Continental education strategy for Africa, which I just mentioned above, the education spending has accounted for about 20% of the national budget, reflecting the government commitment to improving educational infrastructure, teaching training, and student outcomes. The government increased spending in education is really commendable, as it paves the way for human capital development to boost productivity and economic growth, poverty reduction, social stability, employment opportunities, attraction of foreign direct investment. In terms of corporate governance, which is the third thematic area of the APRM, we found that Namibia has a good corporate governance, continued education across various sectors. And this means that the education system, in terms of corporate governance, emphasizes continuous professional development to ensure that individuals involved in corporate governance are up to date with best practices, regulatory changes, and evolving standards. This professional development is actually done in Namibia by certain institutes of public administration, which are listed here. And you have also to note that, honorable members of parliament, that the danger in this is that progression, even though there is these institutions in place, Namibia has not yet put in place a harmonized curriculum as a guide to continually provide applicable corporate governance trainings. And the danger of not harmonizing the curriculum regarding the corporate governance training is that the progression of directors will be difficult to track and apply. So the Namibia's new code of corporate governance will need to be accompanied by an approved persons regime and continued education pathways for directors. International and continental benchmarking are applicable practices that will be required to deepen the impact of corporate governance and nurture growth in corporate governance skills in Namibia. The last thematic area covered by the APRM is the broad socio-economic development. And in this regard, the APRM found that the education is one of the areas where the government has made a commendable achievement and strides to ensure provision of quality, free and accessible basic education across the country to correct actually the injustices of the past and ensure that people are taken out of poverty and their overall economic well-being enhanced. Despite these efforts, honorable members of parliament, school abandonment has tended to be on the rise in Namibia. And the transition between secondary schools and tertiary education is still very low. And this is happening because of the cost associated with university education and the inadequate number of vocational schools. The stakeholders also expressed their concerns over lack of schools and other facilities dedicated to children in their vicinity. Proper school sanitation and transports are also lacking. All these issues have affected education in some regions. And the example of the Kunene region was given by the community or the stakeholders, where they felt, or the people from this community felt marginalized and disadvantaged compared to other regions. It is also important to highlight that the access to higher and tertiary education was also a point of concern in the same community of Kunene region. It was pointed out that government provide funding for tertiary education, but learners in those communities, especially this one, are not even aware of these fundings or the availability of the funds. In terms of the commendable practices, honorable members of parliament, we highlighted or we outlined 2 commendable practices that are aligned to the AU Theme of the Year. The first one is to enable adolescent girls to continue their education in the case of pregnancy and motherhood. So we found that in Namibia, there is this policy where adolescent girls are allowed to continue with their studies in the case they fall pregnant. And this is a commendable practice that should be shared with other African countries, as APRM is also a mechanism that shares good practices or commendable practices with African countries. Another commendable practice is that there is an initiative such as the Rosing Foundation, which is a foundation and it plays a key role in the education system in order to provide, to ensure that there is skills development and training for the community, community in Namibia. So this Rosing Foundation is also contributing to this aspect of skills development and trainings in the Republic of Namibia, and it is one of the practices that we think should be shared with other countries so that the private sector can also play a role in the development of skills and the empowerment of our people on the African continent. In terms of the recommendation, honorable members of parliament, it is important to note that the government of Namibia should mobilize all relevant stakeholders to work together to sensitize communities about ceasing the practice of marrying young girls, but rather encourage them to attend their education by providing proper facilities and defending their rights. The government should also work hand in glove with marginalized communities to provide adequate infrastructure to raise the level of education of children in rural areas and remote regions. The government should also revamp the educational institutions that train public servants, especially the Namibian Institute of Public Administration, to enable them to provide the necessary upgrading of knowledge and skills in the public service to bridge the gap, the capacity gaps. The government should also encourage educational institutions to harmonize the curriculum for continued skills development in corporate governance. Those were the findings of the Namibia Country Review report in terms or in relation to the AU Theme of the Year. Honorable members of parliament, the APRM conducted another country review mission to the Republic of South Africa, which is our host, and this mission took place from the 7th to the 21st of December 2020. 2021, but the report was launched last year in December. In terms of the findings, I will indicate that the South African Country Review Report, as it was launched in December 2023, evaluates the country's progress and challenges since the first review in 2007. And this was focusing on the 5 thematic areas of the APRM. So for the Namibian Country Review Report, we focused on 4 thematic areas because the 5th one was still being worked on, and it was completed, and it was piloted in South Africa, and it is the state resilience to shocks and disasters. So in terms of the findings in South Africa, the Country Review Report of South Africa identified that the rights of children to education and access to food were protected in the Constitution and other mechanisms that the South African government has put in place. And one of those mechanisms is the school nutritional programs, which actually benefit 9 million children. And it is also important to note that since the transition to democracy in 1994, building both state and individual capacities to deliver basic services has been a priority of the South African government. And the Country Review Report of South Africa identified skills development as one of the key requirements to enable South Africa meet the socio-economic challenges facing the country. It is also important to note that so many initiatives were launched over the years to address issues of capacity to improve efficiencies in public services. This includes the establishment of the local government management improvement model, the Public Administration Leadership and Management Academy, which was launched in 2004, and different other initiatives. It is, however, important to note that despite all these initiatives and policies and strategies that the government has put in place for skills development, various issues related to skills development still persist in South Africa. And for example, there are challenges with access and affordability of quality education at various levels. Work-based learning such as internship, learnership, and other skills development programs are considered insufficient. Education funding seems to be inadequate, especially to assist previously disadvantaged students to access specialized training and apprenticeship. Although the education system is expected to generate and augment the required skills, it is also witnessing disturbing phases due to poor infrastructure and maladministration. The report explained that the high unemployment rate in the country was due to poor design of education system, which faces deteriorating infrastructure, high population density in classrooms, and low educational outcomes. In terms of the economic governance and management, which is the second thematic area of the APRM, the South African government has allocated approximately 20% of its total budget to education in the fiscal year 2023. This allocation includes funding for basic education, higher education, and skills development to contribute to broader socio-economic development. The government's specific interventions in the education system were made to alleviate poverty, especially intergenerational transmission of poverty that, affects South Africa. Despite some of these interventions, honorable members of parliament, the report emphasizes the need for substantial investment to improve educational infrastructure, teacher training, and access to quality education. These efforts are crucial for fostering a skilled workforce that can drive economic growth and enhance governance structures. In terms of corporate governance, honorable members of parliament, the report found that the government intervention in the area of corporate governance through education was key for human capital development to ensure that, or to able to upholding strong governance practices, thereby fostering economic growth and sustainability. Corporate governance education extends beyond primary and secondary schooling to include higher education and professional training programs. These initiatives are crucial for developing future leaders and managers who can implement effective corporate governance practices. The report highlights the importance of continuous professional development to keep up with global standards and practices in governance. The report also highlights the role of public-private partnerships in education, and such collaborations between the government and corporate sector can lead to improved educational infrastructure and programs tailored to the needs of the industry, further aligning educational outcomes with corporate governance requirements. The fourth thematic area is the broad-based sustainable socio-economic development. And the findings here highlight that South Africa has made significant strides in this thematic area. The most notable one is that the government capacity and political initiative to develop and implement innovative national public policy through the National Development Plan, the medium-term strategic framework, among others. Due to these initiatives, honorable members of parliament, access to basic education has also improved. The number of grade R in South Africa, or grade R learners in South Africa, aged 5 and 6, increased from 87.2% to 95.9%, respectively in 2014, to 88% and 96.6% in 2018. This was reaching near universal coverage that has been, advocated by the international organizations, with schools attendance by children aged 7 to 15 about 99%. There is also another program called the Funza Lushaka Program for Teacher Development, which has supported 120,511 beneficiary teachers at a cost of 7.2 billion rand. It is also important to highlight that the country review report of South Africa found that education is a powerful tool for reducing socio-economic inequalities. By providing equal educational opportunities, the government can help bridge the gap between different socio-economic groups, and this leads to more equitable economic outcomes and contribute to social cohesion and stability. Despite these achievements, the report identifies outgoing challenges in ensuring equitable access to quality education. These challenges include disparities between urban and rural areas, differences in educational outcomes among various socioeconomic groups, and the need for improved educational infrastructure and resources. The last thematic area on which we conducted the country review of the Republic of South Africa is the state resilience to shocks and disasters. And here the findings are that education is fundamental in preparing individuals and communities to respond effectively to shocks and natural disasters. By fostering critical thinking, problem-solving skills, and awareness, education helps build a knowledgeable and prepared population capable of adapting to and mitigating the impacts of disasters. The country's higher education system, the South African higher education system, it has the capacity to keep pace with societal change, since the focus on disaster risk reduction is very evident. Currently, the disaster risk reduction courses are available in so many South African universities. The report also notes challenges related to educational infrastructure and resources that affect the ability to deliver effective disaster risk education. In many areas, schools lack the necessary materials and facilities to teach these topics comprehensively to students and learners. Addressing these gaps is very important to improve resilience education. In terms of the commendable practices or best practices, it is important to note that South Africa's National Development Plan 2030 provides a unified vision of South Africa's national development goals and prioritized areas of action. In many sectors, such as education, this vision is premised on strong private-public partnerships to bridge funding gaps, provide practical training opportunities, and align education with countries' needs. Leading private sector companies in South Africa, including Anglo American, Seychelles, and Investec, are observed to align their corporate social programs with the National Development Plan and dedicate funds for community-based initiatives with a special focus on education. In terms of recommendation, honorable members, for the South African Country Review Report, it is important to note that South Africa has to tailor university and other tertiary education degrees to national needs. Aggressive implementation of related policies to facilitate knowledge population, skills development, and capacity building in order to augment efficiency of service delivery at municipal and local authorities. The Presidency, Department of Education and Training should really work on that. There is also another recommendation to reduce knowledge gap in the economy through the establishment of stabilized bodies, such as Training Institute for Civil Servants, Management Development Institute, National Government, Department of Public Service and Administration, and other departments, such as the Department of Higher Education. Another recommendation is to improve educational infrastructure to accommodate children with disability, including ECD centers for the disabled. Honorable members, those were the findings of the two country review reports of Namibia and South Africa. In terms of the value added to governance by APRM, honorable members, it is important to note that the ownership of the governance agenda on the African continent is one of the values that the APRM is really adding on these issues of governance. The APRM is also adding or ensuring that they uphold the fundamental principles of accountability and transparency between the government and the governed, particularly through the review processes. The APRM is also such a platform for sharing experiences to effectively address African common cross-cutting issues. And the APRM is also that tool or that early warning system tool in member states. And on this point, honorable members, you will note that APRM country review findings in some countries were able to predict future situations, in particular in cases where government did not or delayed acting on recommendation. The potential risk of post-election violence that took place in Kenya was predicted in APRM country review report. The upsurge in the crisis in Mali and Burkina Faso were also underlined or predicted in the APRM report. Honorable members of parliament, as we are here at the Pan-African Parliament, which represents our entire continent, it is also important for the APRM to seize this opportunity to draw your attention to the role that you as members, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament can play to advocate or to popularize the APRM processes in your respective countries. Honorable members of Parliament, I will quickly go to the role that we are expecting the members of the Pan-African Parliament to play in order to ensure that APRM processes or the APRM, the African Peer Review Mechanism, is well known in our member states and popularized. At the continental level, honorable members, we know that the role of the Pan-African Parliament is to advocate and raise awareness about the benefits of the APRM in promoting good governance, transparency, and accountability. We also hope that PAP can actively participate in the review and evaluation processes of the APRM, where members of the Pan-African Parliament can contribute to the assessment of governance practices in member states, providing insight, recommendation, and constructive feedback on areas that need improvement. Pan-African Parliament can promote transnational peer learning, share experiences among countries. Pan-African Parliament can also provide opportunities for tabling APRM report during PAP ordinary sessions, as we are busy doing it currently, with the view to generate debate on APRM findings and best practices in order to stimulate non-participating countries to join. Pan-African Parliament can also establish parliamentary committees to monitor the implementation of the National Plan of Action in the participating countries. The Pan-African Parliament can monitor the implementation of APRM recommendations over time by regularly reviewing progress reports and engaging with national government. We also hope that the Pan-African Parliament can contribute to ensuring that member states are committed to and making progress in addressing governance challenges. In conclusion, honorable members of Parliament, the above presentation focused on the two latest country review reports launched last year. Launched reports can be accessed from the APRM website, which is displayed on the screen. And the APRM is confident of strong commitment of Parliament at national, sub-regional, and continental levels in ensuring its success. The APRM also relies on the ability of Parliament to influence government decisions and policies by passing legislations and mobilizing support for the APRM process, as well as participating in sensitization and reviving political debate on APRM findings. APRM is also sure that the Parliament at all levels, at the continental level, at the national level, and regional level, will fulfill their mandate of implementing the National Program of Action in APRM member states. The APRM also believes that Pan-African Parliament's involvement can strengthen the mechanism's impact by ensuring that its outcomes translate into concrete actions and improvement in governance across the African continent. The APRM further hopes that partnership between Parliament and APRM will continue to foster respect for the rule of law and create a conducive environment to fulfill their legitimate aspirations for stability, sustainable economic and social development based on good governance. With those few words, I thank you, honorable members of Parliament.
Thank you very much. Our representative from the PRM, maybe we can have a second round of applause for him. As per procedure, we now move into debate. I have a list here of those that registered to debate and one additional name from Kenya. And I want to say your name is added to the list. The first to debate on this subject is Honorable Mahmoud Mohamed Saad of Egypt. Not in the chamber. Next is Honorable Samuel Koga, Liberia. Not in the chamber. Next, Honorable Fatoumata Njai, the Gambia. Next is Honorable Becha Lamali, Algeria.
شكرا على الكلمة. أود أن أشكر السيد رئيس اللجنة على تدخله القيم وعلى
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the presenter for the intervention this morning. I'd like to take up from where they left on participation in the second parliamentary summit to address family issues. I'm from the Pan-African Parliament, and I know that we have a global capitalist system in place that does promote their own vision as far as food security for our families. But our countries do not need food security, but rather we should take another approach. Every year there's a global summit on fighting malnutrition. Malnutrition is our problem. So the recommendation from the malnutrition conference highlighted on food security, but it's not food security we need. We do not need food security which would result in the fact that our markets have foodstuffs available, but rather what we need, because food security is based on different criteria, looking at monopolies and exploitation of our wealth. African wealth is being exploited. So as members of parliamentarians, it is necessary for us to ensure that we preserve our wealth, our African wealth, like water, like fertilizer, like wheat. Today, Africa really needs sovereignty. Food sovereignty is what we need, which fights against monopoly, which fights against hegemony and liberalism. The question that I would like to address to the chair of this committee is, what are the strategies put in place by your committee to promote food sovereignty on the African continent? That's what we need. I would like to emphasize that sovereignty is what we need, food sovereignty.
Yes, this side, Mr. President. This side on your left, on your left.
On my left is this side.
On your right, Mr. President.
On my right is this side.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I thank you for giving me the floor. Your Excellency, Mr. President, I rise on a point of order on relevance. We are debating the APRM review mechanism, but I'm hearing food security, food security, food security. Maybe the honorable member might want to wait for the intervention on food security, or maybe we need to be guided here, Mr. President, so that we can debate on the relevant issue. I thank you, Mr. President.
Honorable Baja, you heard the question?
Your Excellency,
Please stand up, please. Yes.
Yes, Honorable President. The item on our agenda today is what I'm addressing. The committee chair is dealing with the summit on the combating of malnutrition and family issues. This is what I'm speaking to. I am grateful to the chair of the committee for having presented this report, and this is what I'm reacting to. Thank you.
The presenter is not a chair of a committee. The presenter is a representative of APRM. Unless, and I can't claim that I heard everything, unless in the reports that he presented, there was reference to an issue of food security. If there was nothing like that, then I think food security would not be proper to be debated under APRM. Thank you. So we move to the next submission. Honorable Nishkaise Fagnon of Benin.
Okay. Merci.
Honorable President, thank you. Let me begin by thanking, through you, the Bureau for placing this item on our ordinary session, this aspect linked to the African peer review mechanism. Honorable President, it was my advantage during the self-evaluation process in my own country to be member of the government at the time. And so I would like to say that the APRM process requires political will to be implemented, because political will mobilizes the stakeholders to provide the appropriate human resources and financial resources for carrying out the APRM process in our country. So after 17 years of implementation, I think we started APRM in 2017 on the continent. I'm wondering if it's not necessary after all this time to consider or to set up even a financing mechanism. I say this because if new members come on board, it's not always easy for them to proceed to carry out the APRM exercise because they've not been sufficient countries who have volunteered for the second cohort of the exercise. In any case, this document, I believe, is very important that has been presented to us, and I have some proposals that I would like to make as a result of the presentation. The presenter is not the chief executive officer. However, he made mention to the life of our parliament, which is important. My first proposal, therefore, is that an awareness program be designed, a wide-ranging program which will be implemented in each region of our continent. I say this because between 2017 and today, many actors have become aware of the APRM, but they're no longer active. We have new actors, we have new challenges, for example, climate change, food security, and nutrition security issues more poignant. And we've heard about security all in all and an educational system as proposed by the Agenda 2063 of the African Union. And we now have the Year of Education. So now my second proposal, Chair, I would like to say that there needs to be institutionalization of this matter on sustainable development planning and assessment of public development policies, and also through voting framework laws that would support this. Honorable President, we as parliamentarians need to have better capacity, improved capacity. I would suggest that the request made by the presenter be used to improve collaboration between the APRM Secretariat and the Pan-African Parliament that you are guiding. So to be concrete, I believe we need to have a specific activity program so that we as representatives of national parliaments can implement this in our own countries. I would like to remind you of the need to put in place a funding mechanism that's required so that the APRM can be sustainable. We need to carry out self-evaluation, but without this, the APRM cannot move towards continental evaluation in the end. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Next on the list is Honorable Epmo Chidziva.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity. I don't have much to say, except to thank the presenter and the APRM team for the advocacy they are doing to promote the Africa we want. That will assure political stability, high economic growth, sustainable development, and regional and continental integration. My question to the presenter is, you've walked the length and breadth of Africa. I want to know, how far have you gone in lobbying other member states to volunteer to be assessed on this program? And what are the hindrances that you are meeting? And what are the possible solutions? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Swaboy Toure, the Gambia.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. Let me thank the presenter for giving us this very important information about two countries. I believe this practice is very important to Africa. Honorable President, the presenter spoke about best practices. But I believe that in order for us to have best practices, to be able to identify best practices, we would want to know, we want to have correct statistics and best analysis. And what I have seen, or what I have not seen, is that the presenter did not mention or did not differentiate the quality of education in, for example, in the north of Africa vis-a-vis the sub-Saharan Africa. Because if we lump all this together and give it a percentage, the percentage can go up. When in actual fact, in some countries, the percentage is very low, in some of our countries. So that is something that I want the presenter to put in mind, so that when they are analyzing, they'll be able to include that. Secondly, also, Honorable Speaker, President, if we are interested in an Africa that we want, and we want education to take us to that level, I'll have to come back to what I have said before, that the African children must begin to learn in their own languages at the early stage of their education. I cannot be speaking Mandinka and you take me to school at grade 1 or nursery school. I started learning English, started learning Portuguese. At the end of the day, I will be thinking in Portuguese, I'll be thinking in English. I'll not be able to think in my own language. And that's why you go to many of these countries, when you have people speaking in their own language, they will put more foreign language in the speaking than they do in their own language, because they are thinking in foreign languages. So I'm not so, during your intervention or during your discussions with countries, stakeholders, whether you come across certain countries, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, that are introducing our languages at the early stage of education in their pedagogy or in their curriculum. On that note, thank you very much, Honorable President.
Thank you, Honorable Mungatana.
I wanted to thank you, Your Excellency, for giving me the opportunity to make a small intervention. My name is Danson Mungatana. I am Senator elected from the Republic of Kenya. Mr. President, I want to thank the presenter for the very good report that he has given us today. And I would want to commend him for the work that they have done as APRM. But my small contribution, I don't know whether he will have an opportunity to respond, is to look at the process and to ask whether the people in Kunene area, where they said they went, the actual population are aware that Namibia has undergone APRM review. I also want him to tell us whether the people in Polokwane or here in Umtata in South Africa are aware whether the country has undergone APRM review. The problem with the process, Mr. President, that needs to be addressed, and I hope they will input our contribution, is that the mission, first of all, comes to the country. And when they come to the country, they meet top people in government, in civil society, in political parties, but they don't go down to the local, normal people who are selling vegetables in the market. They don't go to the level of the head teachers who are dealing with public schools. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the period of review is typically 2.5 to 3 weeks. They are reviewing a country, a whole country. So what they do is they speak to a select few. And then the second step is to develop a report. Now, Mr. Speaker, this draft report is taken to the APRM forum, which is headed by the heads of states. And when they go there, it is the heads of state who now discuss the strategies that need to be put to improve whatever the reports are presenting to them. This is good, but it ends there because the next and final step is what he has done here. He brings it to a regional body like the Pan-African Parliament for us to debate. But the local people are not aware that this review mechanism has taken place in their country. Local people are not aware that our nation has been told by all African continent that they need to improve on this, they need to improve on that, they need to do this about education, or is it about governance, whatever the pillars that the APRM review has come up with. So, Mr. Speaker, I propose that he takes from us here as a parliament, in Pan-African Parliament, that we are saying the review mechanism is not sufficient, is not reaching the people, people are not aware, and we are putting a lot of money. In fact, one of our honorable speakers here has said that we need, in fact, to create new mechanism for funding. Now, if we are increasing money, but our voters, those who brought us into positions, are not aware of what is happening, the question is, are we really achieving what we set out to do? So I propose that this report should not be an office affair, should not be an issue that is done within a bureau. The review mechanism should be launched. The report should be a public affair. It should be people-driven. It should be, presidents who are sitting in this APRM should come to, if they are reviewing Kenya, for example, they should come to a public function where the people are, and they say, our brother, your country is doing well here and there and there, but we need to improve here and there and there. Because the presence of another president in our country is highly respected. The president of another nation, the prime minister of another nation can speak as a brother to improve on us, and we would be more willing to listen to that person who is coming from the APRM review. So I am proposing, Mr. Speaker, that the honorable member who presented this report on behalf of the CEO to take it that we are saying if they can consider taking this recommendation, launching these reports to the people so that they can understand. Our brothers are saying, our brother countries, our sister countries are saying, we are lacking in this and we need to improve so that Africa can go forward as this review mechanism intended. I submit, Your Excellency, President. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Esther.
Señor, esta será el último. Gracias, señor presidente, por darme la oportunidad de contribuir. Señor presidente, creo que a veces complicamos los informes que presentamos y lo básico de cualquier informe debería mostrar de dónde ha venido y cuáles son las mejoras y dónde se ha fracasado, dónde están los fallos. Y evaluar un país para ver cómo ha desempeñado en relación con sus vecinos, en relación con los mejores desempeños, el continente y también los peores desempeños. ¿Y cuáles son las razones? Porque cuando hay una revisión, una evaluación, hay que entender cuál es el objetivo final. Si es el comercio integrado, si es el crecimiento económico o la migración de las personas libre o libre acceso a bienes y servicios, un alto estándar de educación integrado. Al final del día, la mayor parte de África se adhiere a los ODS y si miramos el MAEP, tenemos que mirarlo en relación con los ODS y la Agenda 2063. Si miramos solamente un aspecto y no miramos la integración de todos los indicadores de desempeño, no estamos entendiendo por dónde vamos en ese momento en el tiempo y dónde hemos fallado. Creo que muchos países africanos, si buscamos la integración como continente, tenemos que sincronizar nuestra educación, nuestras especialidades, para poder ver qué país tiene especialidad en este área, etcétera, y ver cómo podemos comprar los productos de ese país en lugar de importarlos de otro continente, fuera de África. Cuando planteamos mecanismos de evaluación entre pares, es como un examen y debería informar nuestro desempeño en el pasado y los pasos que debemos tomar como continente, como país, para mejorar. Y algo que he notado, hay mucha participación de sociedad civil, pero pocos parlamentarios que son los representantes de los pueblos y también los ciudadanos. Los ciudadanos, como decía mi colega y líder de nuestra delegación, las personas en las bases entienden cuáles son estos mecanismos y cómo funcionan y que es así como evaluamos el desempeño de un país o de un continente en su totalidad. Creo que hay necesidad de hacerlo más personal, más de base y con visión para poder tomar los pasos adecuados para mejorar. Está bien que nos evaluemos, pero estos informes están en realidad simplemente acumulando polvo en el estante, o estamos realmente mejorando nuestra salud, nuestros estándares de educación, el crecimiento de poblaciones, nuestra penetración en cuanto a vacunación, en términos de absorción o comercio con nuestros países vecinos, especialización. Creo que esas evaluaciones deberían poder impactar y tocar las vidas. No se trata simplemente de un informe, sino cuál es el impacto de ese informe sobre los ciudadanos del continente, y creo que no hemos llegado a ese punto. La sociedad civil es muy fuerte, sólida, pero como parlamentarios somos los representantes de los pueblos en estos procesos. Si no estamos, son nulos. Si no tenemos la participación de los ciudadanos que son representados por los parlamentarios, entonces estamos fallando a la hora de comprender cuáles son los puntos de dificultad de los ciudadanos. Y por eso la pobreza no es algo del pasado, está creciendo día a día. Gracias.
Very much.
Muchas gracias. Creo que hemos llegado al final de esta lista. El presentador nos dará una respuesta y yo quiero dar una respuesta desde donde estoy. No es simplemente una presentación secundaria. Con esos puntos clave que se han planteado, tenemos que ser eficaces con el tiempo, por favor. 5 minutos, por favor. Muchas gracias, honorable presidente, y gracias a los honorables miembros del Parlamento que han mostrado interés en esta presentación del MAEP. Y estamos muy agradecidos por sus comentarios, por sus observaciones y por las preguntas que han planteado. Y pueden estar seguros de que estos comentarios y preguntas que han planteado se van a tomar en consideración por el MAEP para asegurar que este proceso sea un proceso con un impacto muy positivo en las vidas de los pueblos africanos, porque el MAEP es un proceso que es de responsabilidad y titularidad africana y está al servicio de las poblaciones africanas. Hubo comentarios que se plantearon que estoy muy satisfecho con lo que se ha propuesto por el honorable miembro de Benín, de indicar que debemos, en el Parlamento Panafricano, tenemos que plantear un programa de actividades en colaboración con el MAEP. Y ese es uno de los puntos que yo también destaqué en la presentación que hice. Es decir, una colaboración y cooperación con el Parlamento Panafricano, no solamente el Parlamento Panafricano, sino también con los parlamentos a nivel nacional y el Parlamento a nivel regional, los parlamentos regionales. Como sabrán, honorables miembros, en el tema de compromiso con los parlamentos a otros niveles. Como saben, el MAEP, cuando es invitado, es un mecanismo voluntario al que se adhieren los Estados miembros, y cuando nos invita un país para realizar ya sea un informe de país o un informe objetivo o cualquier otro tipo de los informes que hace el MAEP, nos aseguramos de que todos los segmentos, todas las partes interesadas en ese país sean consultadas. Y eso significa que toda la población a nivel de base también son consultadas. También es consultada la población a nivel de base para recolectar datos importantes, información importante que puede informar el informe que elaboramos. Intentaremos hacer lo mejor para asegurar que vayamos aún más en profundidad, en mayor profundidad, porque cada vez que vamos a los países, vamos a las diferentes provincias, pero sí podríamos ir más allá para asegurarnos de que hacemos contacto con todas las poblaciones del continente africano y que tenemos sus perspectivas, sus opiniones sobre los asuntos de gobernanza en sus respectivos países. Honorables miembros, también hubo un punto que expresó el honorable miembro de Zimbabue, Afua Vivcon, de convencer a los Estados miembros para que se adhieran al MAEP, al proceso del MAEP. Como he indicado, estamos en 44 Estados miembros en el continente que ya son miembros del MAEP. En África tenemos hasta 54 o 55 Estados miembros, así que nos quedan unos 10 países que todavía no se han adherido al MAEP. Y les aseguramos que con la nueva directora ejecutiva que acaba de entrar en su posición el mes pasado, estamos embarcando en esa ruta de asegurarnos de que los miembros que faltan por adherirse, que aún no son miembros del MAEP, que se adhieran y que las acciones ya están encaminadas para que estos países se conviertan en estados partes y se adhieran al mecanismo africano de evaluación entre pares, porque este es nuestro instrumento, es nuestra herramienta africana que usamos para evaluar el nivel de gobernanza en nuestro continente. También hubo un comentario sobre los idiomas de la educación que deberían estudiar los alumnos africanos, las lenguas africanas. Esto es algo que se está promoviendo mucho en los diferentes países y es un punto que sí debemos tomar en cuenta el promover nuestros idiomas, nuestras lenguas y asegurarnos de que los niños, niñas estudien en los idiomas que entienden mejor para que puedan rendir también mejor en sus estudios. Se toma nota de este punto y en las recomendaciones del informe nos aseguraremos de que este asunto sea planteado y en las recomendaciones, cuando se plantee, honorables miembros, ustedes son, como decía durante mi presentación, el papel de los miembros del Parlamento es que se aseguren de que los puntos del informe sean bien implementados. Cuando venimos a los países, incluso para presentar el informe, tenemos que asegurarnos de que vamos un paso más allá para asegurarnos de que el informe sea lanzado, presentado a nivel del Parlamento Nacional para que miembros de ese Parlamento se hagan responsables de ese informe y que las recomendaciones sean implementadas y que puedan hacer seguimiento con el Ejecutivo. Si el Ejecutivo no está implementándolo, que vea cuáles son los desafíos que se enfrentan y que se asegure de que esas recomendaciones sean implementadas. Por eso también venimos aquí al Parlamento Panafricano para hablar con ustedes y también iremos a los parlamentos nacionales para hacer el mismo ejercicio. Así como en los parlamentos regionales, vamos a comunicarnos con ustedes, con sus diferentes comunidades regionales. También hubo un asunto sobre las estadísticas correctas. Se toma nota de este punto también. Haremos como han sugerido. Y Kenia planteó una cuestión sobre presentar el informe a las poblaciones a todos los niveles para asegurarse de que los informes, incluso con las poblaciones a nivel de base, sean conscientes de estos informes de revisión de MAEP. Es un área donde sí deberíamos trabajar fuerte y trabajar con nuestro equipo de comunicación y también con nuestras estructuras nacionales. Saben que el MAEP tiene estructuras nacionales en todos los países que se han adherido al MAEP y todas las estructuras nacionales, el rol de las estructuras nacionales es sensibilizar a las comunidades nacionales de los procesos del MAEP y sean conscientes de este proceso y este mecanismo. Entonces, seguiremos trabajando más para asegurarnos de que este proceso se ha llevado a nivel de base también en Polokwane, Limpopo y otras áreas remotas de Sudáfrica como Cunene, Namibia también, y que sean conscientes del informe que estamos elaborando. Y esto ocurre normalmente cuando vamos hacia la presentación del informe en el país, como aquí en Sudáfrica. Nos aseguramos de que todas las provincias sean invitadas a esa presentación. Y todavía creo que no deberíamos quedarnos a ese nivel en una sola presentación. Deberíamos ir más allá. Después de hacer la gran presentación, deberíamos ir a las sedes provinciales, hacer lo mismo ahí, y al Parlamento Nacional e incluso a las legislaturas provinciales para hacer lo mismo y asegurarnos de que los informes, que las poblaciones tomen responsabilidad de ese informe. Esos son algunos de los comentarios que quería hacer sobre las observaciones que se han expresado. Muchas gracias, honorable presidente. Muchas gracias. Un aplauso para el presentador del informe del MAEP. Llamo a la secretaria general, por favor, para leer el siguiente punto del orden del día. Honorable presidente, el segundo punto es la presentación y debate sobre el informe de revisión del desempeño del Parlamento Panafricano. Quisiera anunciar que este informe tal vez no lo tengan todos ustedes porque solo se puso a disposición anoche y creo que vamos a ponernos de acuerdo si podemos proceder de presentarlo. Creemos que no deberíamos posponer más la presentación, pero los miembros pueden decidir cómo proceder, cómo vamos a proceder. Quisiera llamar al vicepresidente primero para que venga a presidir. La vicepresidenta primera, que es Honorable Masouda. Para que presida.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me the floor.
Gracias por darme.
I am going to be chairing the session. So, Mr. President, Chief Charumbira is going to present his report on the performance review report of the Pan-African Parliament after considering the decision of the Executive Council of the African Union. We will hear from the report what activities have been undertaken with the national parliaments, and other issues will be raised by the President. Mr. President, you have the floor.
You come over here.
Est-ce que la liste est déjà préétablie?
الآن أدعو السيد الرئيس إلى المنصة لتقديم.
I invite the President to take his place on the podium to present his report. Thank you.
Madam President, I know in different countries, people would salute you as Deputy President. Where I come from, once you sit in where you are, we address you as President in that seat. So I will say, thank you, Madam President. Madam President, to present the performance report of Pan-African Parliament. Honorable members of the Bureau, honorable members, as I say, I want to repeat, this report may not have been received by all of you in good time, but I'll be very slow and try to make issues well understood, And the purpose of this report is to tell us where we are as a parliament and where we are likely to go. First of all, I stand here as president, my first report after the elections in March 2024. And those elections were conducted following an Executive Council decision in February this year during the summit in February of the AU. And Spanish translation. the APRM, you have to excused. You have to excused.
الرجاء من الإخوة الفنيين حل مشكل الترجمة باللغة الإسبانية. شكرا.
Technicians are kindly requested to sort out the problem of translation into Spanish. Thank you.
An Executive Council decision on the 15th of February 2024, and I'll have to read what that decision carried. It said, A, the PAP plenary shall be convened at the PAP headquarters before the end of March to fill the vacancies in the Bureau. B, pending the finalization of the election, the third vice president should immediately act as president in line with Article 12.7 of the protocol, which specifies that rotation within the Bureau should occur in the absence of a president. C, the clerk of the Secretariat of the Pan-African Parliament should be immediately reinstated. D, the suspended rules of procedure of the Pan-African Parliament should be reconsidered by the PAP plenary, taking into consideration the inconsistencies outlined in the legal opinion issued by the Office of the Legal Counsel. E, any decision made based on the suspended revised rules of procedure of the PAP dated 4 November 2022 should be considered null and void. F, administrative decisions by the former or the current leadership of PAP without following established rules and due process, including recruitment, promotions, and suspensions, should be reviewed and nullified. Then it says 8, expresses its satisfaction with the lack of accountability in the PAP and strongly urges the PAP plenary to ensure that its members are held accountable for any legal, financial, or reputational damage caused or that will be caused to the union. This includes holding accountable members of the current and former PAP Bureau leadership who have been or will be found responsible for posing legal, financial, or reputational risks to the union. Number 9, request the Commission to conduct an independent and comprehensive forensic audit of the PAP's overall administration, finances, and operations through the Board of External Auditors and submit an audit report to the 46th Ordinary Session of the Executive Council in July 2024. Number 10, further request the Commission to submit a clear operational framework outlining the roles of the PAP Bureau, the President, and the clerk at the next session of the Executive Council in June or July 2024. I would like to report that we are in the process of implementing the decisions. So the elections have been held. That is one of them. The clerk has been reinstated. The review of the rules of procedure, I need to say something on this one. You listened to the decision which says the rules will be considered by the plenary, but the Office of the Legal Counsel in Addis will give us a draft of the rules as reviewed. They are the ones who raised issues in their opinion. So what we need now to wait for is their draft in their opinion. We are all aware that the protocol says PAP shall make or amend its own rules. So at the end of the day, it's PAP to adopt the rules. So in the meantime, we are waiting for the Office of the Legal Counsel to submit that draft which addresses their concerns in the rules that we had passed. So far, the Bureau has engaged the Office of the Legal Counsel. On the 26th of March, when we got into office, on the 29th, we immediately requested for a meeting with the Office of the Legal Counsel to impress upon them the need to have that draft presented to this plenary. Actually, we had said, can we do it in May or June, so that by the time the summit, AU summit is held, the mid-year summit in July, we'll be ready and say we've already finished the review of the rules. But the legal counsel said, unfortunately, they are so busy, and they said the whole of April, they will not be in Addis, and they would only maybe be ready after July. We, of course, expressed a bit of disappointment that we wanted this part of the resolution considered quickly so that we go back to the AU and say, we have finished, it's okay, everything has been done. But they were adamant that they were pessimistic that it would be possible to do before this session. 2 weeks ago, I think now 3 weeks ago, the legal counsel team was here in these premises. They spent a week, Monday to Friday. They had promised that by Friday, 3 weeks ago, they would be having something. And we were hopeful that by now, we would have presented that document here. But unfortunately, they appear to have not finalized. So we are missing this target of May, June, July, which means we will miss the target of the mid-year review summit in Accra, Ghana, third week of July. Because once we close on Friday, it means we have not been able to consider that review, the draft of the rules. But it's beyond us, and we'll wait for the legal counsel to finalize. And I hope that will be understood well, that it's not the PAP that is delaying the process. It is the legal counsel. Then there's the issue of nullification of unprocedural administrative decisions. I can only report that that one has been implemented. There are 1 or 2 aspects that are yet to be implemented, but we are on course. Independent forensic audit. This one, as a bureau, we are waiting with eagerness and enthusiasm because we want this to be conducted, to be done. And I want to say, happily, they will come, but they will not see any financial misappropriation at PAP. That whatever you may have heard is false. There has been no financial misappropriation. There is currently ask in the banks or in PAP where someone is saying $1,500,100 is missing in the PAP. As we speak, there's no such thing that we have heard of. So they are very much welcome because we want to clear the image that had been created of financial misappropriation at Pan-African Parliament. Implementation of the AGA project. We all know that is this Africa Governance Architecture project funded by the European Union. In summary, we have not done very well as PAP in the implementation or usage of the money. We had 3 million at the beginning. I think we have now about 1.6 million, 1.3 million remaining. This project was supposed to close, Townfield is closed already in May. We even attended a meeting where the EU was saying we've closed this project, they will start a new project beginning next year. Then there were institutions like PAP and another of the 4 or 5 organs of the AU which were being funded. PAP has not used that, they utilized all that money. As a result, we asked for a special dispensation to allow us to use the 1.3 million euro, which has not been used, so that we, by December, we promised we would have utilized that money or executed. And that's when Finance Committee presented here, they mentioned a few of those committees where such monies were allocated, but the committees have not utilized the monies. And it's good that you check if your committee is one that's contributing to the non-usage of these monies. But we have a deadline. So committees, please, let's move fast and ensure that before December, we have utilized the monies. And then they will do an audit of everything that we have done and move forward. But officially, the AGA project closed down. Another successor project will then start next year. I move on to the budget issue for PAP. The Finance Committee made a very good presentation on the budget. I want to say we attended together with Finance Committee a retreat on the 2025 budget. It was a 10-day retreat on the budget of the AU, of course, with its organs. The highlights are that the PAP budget remains depressed. You heard from the finance chair that consistently they are reducing our budget. But in simple, you'll find that our budget up to 2019 was above 16 million. But 2020 came COVID. The budget was drastically reduced because they argued, there is COVID. What do you need the money for? You won't meet in chamber like this because of COVID. So all the money for the budget for convening statutory meetings was drastically cut. And I should say for March, statutory meeting, committee meetings, instead of 800,000, we were given 250, just for the translation during virtual meetings. So they took it that every meeting will be virtual. So they reduced. And then the May, June, like this one, our usual budget is 1.3, they reduced to 450, again arguing that this is only money for interpreters. There will be no other services, there will be no people to receive at the airport or whatever. So look, it's enough. And they again repeated for August back to 250, for November back to 450, instead of 1.3. That was 2020, 2021, that's the budget, 2022, 23, 24, and they are still what I may call the virtual COVID budget. We have reminded them, we have challenged them, but it has not taken place. You are all aware that in this particular session, the money allocated is 450. 450 for May, 450 for October, 900. And I'm repeating what Honorable Muntaka said. So we have 900 for the whole year instead of 1.3 per plenary session. So there were two options. One were to meet on the 24th, 25th, 26th. We go back on the 27th. So we should have gone back closed last Wednesday after 3 days because of the budget. I think meeting with the chairpersons and bureaus of committees, it was unanimously agreed that no, let's use the 900 for the 454 for October, November, so that we have a session at least. And if we don't receive any money, just like last year, it was the same situation. We used money for November and May in May, and it was not even enough. We are faced with a similar situation this year, that if there's no more money, we can't even come back again this year. So we did the push and appeared in Addis, and the first chairperson's office, we did director of finance, audit, everyone said, no, we can't be like this. So we are aware now that after that lobbying, because we wouldn't wait for the supplementary budget. The supplementary budget of the AU comes, if you get anything, you get it around October, November. So it means we would have killed all this work. But we got something last week, not yet finalized, that they've said, no, I think let's give PAP a special consideration. Their situation is too critical. So I think unless they reduce it again, but we're aware of there's some 2.6 million that the office of the chairperson has asked the ambassadors to support Pan-African Parliament. And I believe we are getting that money. That means we are okay. If we get a 2.6 million, we are okay. We'll come back for committee session, and then we'll come back for the other session called the plenary session for the end of the year. And I want to comment on that one. When is the next committee session? When is the plenary session? We have not sat yet to agree on the appropriate, but I know you are keen, even before you leave, just to have an indication so that you also plan accordingly. If you look at what has been the trend, we usually hold the plenary session in May and finish in May. This time, we have encroached into July to ask member states that to come back again next month for committee. There will be 5 people in this chamber from experience. For most of them will argue that the time was too short for their own budgetary processes. Because once they release money now, they give you, they wait for another inflow from Treasury. So they don't think that is too close. So it's better, and although the dates will come later, but that we should hold our committee sessions in September. Somewhere there, between mid-September to probably the 3rd week of September, to allow for inflows in our member states. And there's another argument which we have not quite respected previously. When we hold committee sessions in August, we invite, as yesterday members were complaining, that we invite this commissioner, they don't come. We've actually discovered that in August, all the ambassadors, commissioners are on leave. It's a culture in Addis. When they go for what they call mid-year retreat in July, once from there, 90% of ambassadors, close to 100, the way they put it, and our commissioners, because the ambassadors are on leave, the commissioners also say it's time to take leave. Because when the ambassadors are in Addis, it becomes very difficult to take leave. So the commissioners also tend to take leave. So August is a month that we only speak to ourselves. And they've always advised, they only come back beginning of September. So holding committee in September makes more sense in terms of attracting maybe high-level presentations from the African Union. And that would push, of course, our plenary session, the final one, to maybe October, somewhere last week, into maybe first week of November. but the specific dates will be coming. But just say roughly, I think September, after mid-September, we can then have the committees. And then sometime end October, beginning of November, we do our plenary session. Sorry, I won't go into other figures. The Finance Committee has done very well. But just to say, current budget and next year's budget, which they are already working on, we've tried to push, but they are resisting. They say because of COVID, the economies of member states have collapsed generally. They don't have money. 93% of our budget currently, and tell your own ambassadors and foreign ministers, is what is called operational budget. Operational budget does not include committee business, does not include activities that are to do with our core business. And because of COVID, again, the budget reflects zero on committee activities. They put zero from 2020 up to now. There is no money for committees to conduct business. The money that we get is EU money, which is not coming from the AU. The European Union money under AGA is the one which committees can utilize. Otherwise, the EU, from AU, nothing. And what is called the missions, which are the activities of committees, is zero. The Bureau itself, as we speak, has already run out of money for them to undertake work as the Bureau, as we speak. So we are in a very dire situation regarding budget. But at the retreat of 10 days where we went, Finance Committee was there, the clerk was there, I want to share this with you. When we put our case figures and show them it's 93%, well, yet the international best practice says at least 55 or so % should go to program, not operational. They will then say, right, you PAP, you want money for what? Just like that. By the way, what did you do? What has PAP done? In a big meeting like this, with the other organs, we asked, PAP, what can you show? Okay, we show them, we tell them we've done this, we've done this, we've done this. But no. After all, you are not legislative. You are only a consultative body. So some of these things that you are claiming that the health committee does this, the education committee will do this, the trade committee, no. Those you do when you are legislative. I just want to share with you that there's a problem, two problems. One, when we say health committee will do this, or agriculture committee will do this, there was a lot of resistance. When the women's caucus, because in the AU, there is a commissioner who is responsible what gender and others. So now to give PAP money, a budget on agriculture committee, and yet there is a commissioner for agriculture in the AU. To them, there's duplication. I want to be honest, even there they know us, we were not shy. We then asked, to which schools did you go? To which schools did you go? The role of a parliament and the role of the executive are different. We may talk agriculture, but what we do as a parliament on agriculture and what a ministry does is different. Then I would tell them, all of you come from which country? In all your national parliaments, you have a ministry and a portfolio committee oversighting that ministry. In our countries there. Why should we come to Addis and find something totally different? So when you say PAP is simply oversighting, and it is in the rules. It is in the rules. We oversight. I don't want to, but these are fundamental issues which we want you to talk to your own foreign ministers and ambassadors and say, but what is the problem? Because Pan-African Parliament, its functions, can go to the protocol, they assess the protocol and the rules. Facilitate the implementation of the policies, objectives, and programs of the Union, and oversee their effective implementation by the various organs of the Union. I'm just reading one of them. And then promote human and people's rights, consolidating democratic institutions and democratic culture, good governance, and human rights. Now, when we put a budget for the Justice and Human Rights Committee under our honorable brother from Burundi, they said, no. The Human Rights, Peace and Security, this is for Commissioner Bankole. That's what we face now in Addis. This is not yours. No, we are a parliament. We don't do what Bankole does. It's just exactly like my brother, Honorable Patrick, said yesterday from Uganda. Our role, as he said, is to say, you, Bankole, we gave you 40 million in your budget, and you wanted to do the following. This parliament is to see that, was that money applied properly? Was that 40 million applied as they requested? What activities to solve conflict, what have they been doing? Those reports, and you put it correctly, and I liked it what you said yesterday. Those are the reports we see that then we debate their approach to Sudan, for example. As a representative of the people say, no, your approach to the way you are trying to address the issue of Sudan is wrong. Why don't we do this? And you are aware now that 76% of the AU budget goes to peace and security, 76%. Peace and security. But despite that increase in the budget, the conflicts on the continent are worsening. We have more countries today under unconstitutional rule and suspended than we had 15 years ago. And the point is, these people are implementing whatever they are doing without the popular view. Again, it came out this morning that when you do APRM reports, do you really talk to the people? The problem is they are prescribing solutions from Addis. They are not coming like in this chamber. And the honorable members, I belong to this parliament. And when I sit in that chair, I've seen any presentation by experts from UN, from wherever. When we debate, I've always seen, you bring out 3, 4, 5 new dimensions which the presenters did not know. I've seen, and on any debate, on any subject, any expert, when you debate yourselves, you bring in totally new dimensions, which those people did not know. So the failure of what they are doing is because they are not coming to us. They are not coming to the representative of the people and the people. So, but we have a problem in our budget. They said there's duplication. This is duplication. Why Papa should talk about peace and security, yet it is in this book. Why Papa should talk about even agriculture, yet we are mandated. So on a budget issue, we have either deliberate sabotage, or you want to call it lack of knowledge about a parliament. Then they will say, because you are consultative and advisory. Again, they don't know. When you are in your parliament, any parliament in the world makes law, we can even say it's consultative, it's advisory. When you do oversight on ministries in your country, that role is advisory. You don't make laws when you oversight a ministry on agriculture and they say you didn't spend the money accordingly, that project, that clinic was never completed. You are not making laws. You are only telling government, advising government, that the way you are spending, money was misused. That's advisory. There's no parliament, even your own parliaments here, which sits for the whole year, all the every day making laws. I will argue that unless you are a new state making laws, if you are an old state, not more than 40% of your sittings are dedicated to making laws. So more than 60, you are oversighting. Ministry, come here. You minister, come here. Or we are going out to see that road that dam, that clinic, that is what we do. That is basically, we're advising. We make recommendations to government in our reports in Parliament. But when you do this, they say, no. Only advisory, it's like you are sitting at home and consulted, just sitting in home, like an old 85-year lady, and say, then you go and visit them and ask, what do you say on this subject? But I'm saying these are challenges that we faced. I have to be detailed because I want you to be the ambassadors of these issues. Then there's something they call, and Muntaka mentioned it, moonshots. The whole budget of AU now is based on what they call moonshots. They fund moonshots. Money goes to moonshots. What are moonshots? In simple, these are just strategic or kids out areas. I would put them like that. These are the areas that they want to see it. For AU to succeed, it has to see results in these 7 areas. And one, Africa is more integrated and connected. Public institutions are more responsive. Africa resolves conflicts amicably. Africa values are explicit and promoted. Africa's citizens are more empowered and more productive. Africa is a strong and influential global player. Now, see again the problem that you are facing. They then say, you have to say which moonshot, when you are doing a budget and even the committees, which moonshot are you promoting? Are you supporting of the 7? Of the 7. And again, the 7, look, think of your committee. When you do your work, is more integrated and connected, public institution responsive or conflicts, or promoting African values, or empowering, or being an influential global player. That's what they fund. So whatever you do as a committee, you have to say, speak to these 7. Right, then they said, PAP, you belong to moonshot number 2. Only out of the 7, which means, no, it's just number 1. There's one called, every AU member state attains at least middle income status. So, the PAP, you belong, yours, in everything, all committees, what you are doing, you belong to Africa, is more integrated and connected. That's where you belong. And the budget that we give you is only for those activities that you, PAP, undertake, which integrate and connect Africa. And then we say, no ways. We are a parliament. If you want, these 7 are ministries. If we were in a government, you see, these areas that you've told us, 7, are ministries. And the parliament oversees all the ministries. So we belong to all the 7. Look, they don't understand that. We can't oversight one ministry or one area of delivery and we leave out others. Because it's our role to see that are we performing. But again, right. Then they'll come back to this one. Then when they see that we've argued our case, they say, no, but PAP should put his house in order. No, but PAP should put his house in order. No. The image is too bad. Give us the money, fine, and we perform, we repair the image. Yeah, no, now you are asking for legislative powers. How can we give legislative powers to such a parliament whose image is that bad? We taught such things in the budget committee. Your image is too bad. You can't putting more money there and making the legislative. And some of the ways you use, I'm even uncomfortable to use one of them because there is media here. But we are doing the work anyway since we started. And when we were in the EU, we met the European Union and the ambassador, His Excellency Paris, as PAP. We said, EU, let's work together. I won't go into detail on this one, but we seem to be doing well. The EU wants to work with PAP the MPs from the European Union wanted to come this session, but as you're aware, they've just gone through an election in the EU Parliament. And this July, they are now starting to form committees now, and they haven't even elected their president of the EU Parliament. So a very good and promising future. The whole of last week, some of you may have noticed we had someone from the EU Parliament the whole week here, even attending committees to see how we can work together. As I talk budget, I need to mention something. The budget is approved by the executive, the PRC, Permanent Business Council, the ambassadors, all our ambassadors. They are the ones who approve our budget. And then it goes to the Executive Council, the foreign ministers, and it ends there. Once foreign minister says it's okay, it's okay. But the key people is the PRC, and then there's something, a committee called the Budget Committee of the PRC. Very, very powerful. Once they decide, the PRC rarely changes anything. And then there's something called the F-15. And these countries, F-15 are civil servants who are in the Ministry of Finance, who are deployed occasionally to the AU on the issues of budget. Because they're coming from the Ministry of Finance, they say they are experts on finance matters. So they assist the AU. 15 from 15 countries, each region is 3 who are in that committee. Currently chaired by Chad, and the other members are Egypt, Algeria, Morocco, South Africa, Namibia, Botswana, Nigeria, Ghana, and Cameroon. No, not the end. I should continue. Republic of Congo, Chad, Rwanda, Ethiopia, Kenya, Cote d'Ivoire. Your ambassadors in Addis belong to the budget committee. And those are key. Generally, what they decide, those are PRC endorses. So you have 2 people from Cote d'Ivoire. There is your ambassador in Addis, and there's someone in the Ministry of Finance, even the names we have, and the contact numbers we have. We collected them, we had to meet them. So people coming from these countries, our MPs, if they could also engage their ambassadors, foreign minister, and they are one in the Ministry of Finance, we could win. If we all engaged, we could win. You heard the names of the countries. We met them, but when they are in Addis, they also talk of duplication. Say, but in your country, you have a portfolio committee on agriculture. You come to Addis, you say it's duplication. So maybe you may have to work with these people to, right. In addition to all this, I want to say there was a meeting in Cameroon, and I need to report on the Francophone parliamentarians. Unfortunately, I couldn't attend that meeting, but we were represented by about 3 MPs, and they did well. Then I should talk of the United Arab Emirates meeting, the ambassador we met. The United Arab Emirates have committed to revamping the IT technology in this chamber. They've provided $500,000 US. But because of the wrong break, they said, can our IT section try and take into consideration the changes in technology since we last submitted our proposal? Because certain things have changed. There have been a lot of new technology. So can they resubmit to take account of the changes? So we expect that to happen. Honorable Lucia attended in Qatar only last week a meeting on women organized by the United Nations on women parliamentarians on issues of development, implementation, oversight of counter-terrorism, and the prevention of violent extremism. We have legislation, there's laws, policies, and strategies. And then we had the election missions observer missions, which are led by the AU. And currently we have Madagascar, we had Madagascar, South Africa, and Mauritania. Then public consultations on the model law on gender, which took place in Kenya, Nairobi, 22, 25 April. And just report that a model law should expect is being designed to ensure gender equality. That one should be coming. Then the issue of result-based management. This one we need, as we come to the September committee session, I think we need to organize robust, more training for all MPs on this one. Because when we present your work plan and budget to the AU, they are now killing us. They have their own way, Ahmed and all these things, very strict on output, outcome, impact, the actual results. Then they hammer you. The money, when you request the money in your budget, workshop in Dakar, Senegal, they say, no. We can't fund the workshops. For what? Workshop to achieve what? Just people going to workshops and workshops? No. Oh, you want to undertake a mission? Yes. But for what? We want what results, outcomes, and whatever we want from them. And the committees, we need to emphasize this one. We are losing it in that system which is computerized. It's just to pick the outcomes. If it doesn't pick those things, it like degrades that there's nothing to fund. And as a result, we are losing. So we should hold a workshop where everybody understands what is expected in the next budget submission. Otherwise, they take advantage of poor presentation in terms of what they want. We may not agree with what they are doing, but unfortunately, we are victims if we don't do it properly. So let's go for these workshops. Then I want to report that there are vacancies in PAP. There used to be 22, now they've even increased to 24. Recruitment has been, in English we say in Archer's Hill, quite problematic because the AU has basically taken over almost 70% of the recruitment process, and they don't move. I don't want to go into detail, but just know that we have a serious gap of vacancies in PAP, 24. I want to talk of financial administration. And again, I want to say on this one, we have some audit queries which we need to clear. They are not only about finances. No, there are sometimes just some procedures here and there. We need to work on those and clear them so that we work on a very clean slate. As I say this, I want to make an appeal to you that your bureau, you may raise questions about the bureau and high expectations. But I think sometimes also think of the working environment of your own bureau members. It's only fair that we don't only look at things that we can attack the bureau for, but also look at things that can make the bureau work more effectively. And I know we have a lot of fighting over staff, especially support staff, but I will not hesitate to say this is the only organ of all the AU organs, this is the only organ where the leadership do not have full-time staff. In the office of the bureau, currently, in terms of administration secretary work. I have one secretary who is still temporary. The other bureau members only get secretaries or support during a session. When we leave over the weekend, the offices are basically locked. And there's no such organ in the whole AU that works under those conditions. And I agree you should have a lot of expectations from the Bureau, but this is an absent Bureau. We operate from our countries. So the clerk will say, there is this letter, there is this thing, this decision. You operate from your own phone and whatever, WhatsApp and Wi-Fi from your country. Yes, and I think these issues, even members should also say, no, surely there's no organ in the, each organ. So you got the head of organ in the AU. They have a whole staff, permanent, with benefits, car loans, education, in the office of the head of the organ. We don't have such things here at PAP. So whilst, yes, PAP, the Bureau should improve, and we want to improve, but I also took it what may be weakening your own Bureau in terms of performing. We want to hear MPs saying, no, at least the Vice President should have one or two permanent in the office. The President should have such structure around him, permanent, from yourselves, because it's a reality that apart from being looked upon as if we are not important by others, we are also denigrating ourselves by even not saying, but let's demand for this. We should also be treated like other organs and have such stuff. So with vacancies of 24, and I don't want to go into other details, it will come later again, but we are aware that there have been falsifying of some financial support staff figures, basically maybe to just raise. And sometimes people add permanent staff, 50-something, with support staff and give you a figure and say, look at the number. We have that evidence now where people add the permanent and the support and then present it as the number is for such things. But ultimately, let's all be a bit restrained in projecting a picture of PAP that creates a negative image, but at the end of the day, the facts are not even correct. But the PAP is tarnished. The image is gone. Yet we'll have no opportunity to go back to the people and say, no, this was incorrect, this was not correct. So let's be jealous in also protecting our image. Not that you should conceal the truth, but let's make sure that before we tarnish the image, are we sure that such things happen? I want to move to the entitlements for MPs and the way forward. In the protocol, Article 10 of the PAP protocol, it says you should be paid allowances. It's in the protocol. And then you see the double standards in the EU. They will say, oh, you violated the protocol. You violate here, so we are punishing you, you violate the protocol. Then in some cases, the same protocol is violated, they keep quiet. Even the legal counsel does not raise those issues. For example, I want to say Article 10. This is the protocol that I'm holding. Article 10 says allowance. This is a protocol for PAP. The Pan-African parliamentarians shall be paid in allowance to meet expenses in their discharge of their duties. So we have to be paid allowance in the protocol. But this has been violated. We are not being paid the allowance. So double standards in application of the same protocol. Sometimes when it's violated, they become violent. In this case, nobody says a thing. And they are making some decisions which violate the protocol. And then they leave it like that. And even the legal counsel expect them to be writing these issues to say no. But let's learn from the court. The court, African court, was in a similar situation. They challenged these issues, and now they've allowances. I want to talk of another issue, special allowance. Okay, when I said entitlements, I just said allowance. But I know there is the issue of medical benefit to MPs when they are in Midrand or South Africa. Very, very, very important. Since I came, I've seen 2 or 3 MPs saying, I have to go to the hospital to see a medical doctor. Then you wonder, so who is paying the medical fees? You are sick because you flew here to perform your duties. If maybe you remained in your country, it would have been okay. But then who pays? And I think, again, all of us, this message should go also to our own countries. Our own people making these decisions are our own people. There are 3 people. There is your PRC member, there is the foreign minister, and of course the head of state. So, wherever you have chance, please raise these issues to them. That we have no medical, we have lost it. We have no sitting allowance. It used to be there long back, it was taken out. I won't go into major details, but again, those are challenges. The other is we have a high turnover at PAP of MPs. In every session, other MPs have left. Some have left for good cause, like Majodina, Pemi Majodina being now a minister in South Africa. That's okay. It's not negative. And you can actually clap for her. Say congratulations to Majodina and all others. And all others that have become ministers or whatever other positions. So the turnover is very high. And that also affects us. Then the issue of course, staff. I mentioned it. Slow pace of recruitment. Of course, the image. And one issue which is most of, or some of you, quite a number, of chairpersons of committees, vice or what you call the bureaucracies, do not attend the meetings. And I think this is a serious issue for PAP. You can't say you want to be a PAP president, and then each time you meet, you are not in this seat, you are not even there. You have no time for PAP. And you only want to be a chair or a vice chair or a bureau member of a committee. I think in all fairness, tell your committee, say, look, I have these responsibilities back home. I don't think I will be available when you did me. Are we together? Are we together? Yes. Don't take these positions if you have no time for them. It's unfair to the institution. We meet as bureaucrats, you find if several people are not even there. And they are not where the workshop on the South Best, they were not there. No, I think we need to consider that as a very serious issue that we've encountered. I think I'm getting to almost now concluding. Let me take this opportunity to talk about the issue of the swearing in of members from DRC. And I want to thank you that you debated this issue among yourselves. And the chair of rules, I'm happy is now here. We have also interacted a lot on this issue about the DRC swearing in. I want to start by saying, yesterday I listened a number of you talking of rule of law, rule of law, rule of law. Yeah, it should also apply to us. Not rule of law when you are criticizing heads of state in the other governments. Human rights, rule of law. But when you come to PAP, you forget yourself that we also have rules that govern PAP. And rule of law goes that far. There are 2 issues about DRC. One, the legal counsel, those who suspended, who said no, suspend the rules. Usually what they say in the AU is like written in the Bible. It may be wrong, but seems to be followed. So they said, you people, are you aware that there are some countries, it was here, not in Addis, here, we were in a meeting, say, are you aware that there are some countries that have not signed nor ratified the PAP protocol, who are members, and that is again the violation of the protocol itself or the Constitutive Act. They're not supposed to be members. And they mentioned some countries, but I'm not going to mention, DRC is one of them. For DRC, they said they have not signed nor ratified. Oh, what a serious issue. The next issue was, or is, whether the DRC, in designating 3 people to PAP, was in compliance with the rules. The first one, I want to say the legal counsel misdirected themselves and ourselves. We've established that the legal counsel was wrong. Although at the AU they are taken as if whatever they say is correct. And I've always said that's not correct. Even some legal opinions are not correct. But here is a very simple matter of documents. They advise that DRC is not supposed to be a member of PAP. It's there, we're in a bureau meeting, and it's minuted. But when we raised it with the DRC, they've brought evidence. They've since brought the evidence to show that we actually ratified. So that matter is over and closed. So that consideration that they do not ratify, they produce evidence, and that is done. No problem. DRC are okay. Bring your MPs. The next issue which arose was they designated the 3 members and not 5. They argued that the other 2 will follow because they are not yet appointed. And the Rules Committee wrote to us and said, in terms of the protocol, they reminded the Bureau that each country delegation for a member state must satisfy the following criteria for its delegates to be sworn in. And they said all countries represented by Equal number 5. Madam Chair, President, I think there is a bit of disruption from that corner, and maybe that corner. I also need to be protected from the noise. Then says each country, and you should pay attention because next time it will be your country. Each country must have 5 MPs designated by the national parliament or other deliberative organ. At least 1 of the elected members shall be a woman. Number 4, listen carefully. That's the Rules Committee writing to the Bureau. Also, there must be 1 member from an opposition party. First of all, the Rules Committee did not read the rules properly. Rules Committee, the protocol does not say there must be 1 member from an opposition party. No. If that was the contention, the rules say, and I'm reading the protocol itself, the representative of each member state must reflect the diversity of political opinions in each national parliament or other deliberative. But that's very important. Because if you have 5 political parties in a parliament, according to what you have written as Rules Committee, it means I can bring 4 from the ruling party and 1 opposition. Even if the ruling party or the majority party in this case has a 40%. you designate the 5 based on the percentage of number of seats that each party has in a parliament. And then we have to be clear on that one. You designate the 5, not the 3. The 5 have to be shared proportionally depending on the strength of each party in the parliament. And I want to say Malawi, where the chairman comes from, they have 5 members and 5 political parties. Each party is one, because that reflects what it is in their country. Then the 1, 2, 3, 4 join together, make a coalition and form a government. So when you come here, we ask the question, of the 5, what is the percentage of your membership in your parliament? Of the 5, you say 50%, you take half of 5, which means there is some problem somewhere. You then have to divide yourselves, whatever. But when the rules committee sit to vet, they should have 5 names and their political parties, not 3 names, because you get it wrong. We had a problem in this chamber of Kenya. Kenya at one time, 3 members, I think 3, 4 came and were sworn in. Later, another 2 came. No, actually 5 were sworn in. Then the Senate brought another to the now 7. And there was an argument in this chamber. Say, no, these people, why did you swear them in? It's because we had not respected the issue of 5 diversity. We should have waited for 5 names. So unless you submit 5 names at the beginning, you cannot swear them in because they don't comply. And these things, I want to be, because sometimes you criticize us in corridors without doing research. So I have to be very clear. It says the representation of each member state must, that. And this other one, each member state shall be represented in the Pan-African Parliament by 5 members. It says it shall. It's not optional, which means if this thing had said, each country shall have at least 5, that's not a problem. You can bring 1. You can bring 2, swear them in, because at least 5. No, up to a maximum of 5, not at least. If the law says up to a maximum of 5, then we can take 2 or 3 or 4, but not more than 5. But this say shall be 5. It's a shall, it's the word is shall be 5. So you cannot bring 3. This is rule of law. We are a law-based organization. So those say, oh, wait, no, read the law. The law said there shall be 5. And those 5, we have to make sure they represent the diversity of political parties in the parliament. So when you bring 3, how do we determine that the diversity is okay? Please, we had Kenya here thrown out. We ended up saying, even those who are, who were sworn in out in this chamber, we threw out even those that we sworn in and say, please, in Kenya, give us a proper list. And so we cannot do something that we know sometimes. I know there was an issue in Cote d'Ivoire sometime, a smaller issue, but we did have a Cote d'Ivoire issue again about this issue of Senate. And so we are within the law. There is nothing. If they bring 5 now, this afternoon, we will swear the DRC today here. We are ready to swear them in. But don't say, we saw them swearing in 2 members from this country. Yesterday, we saw in, was it yesterday or the other day, 1 member from Zambia, for example. But we refused the 3 from DRC. Is it not confusing? Is it because Zambia has given us 5? If we see the names 5, we are okay. Then even if 2 come, but we're 5 already, and they are divided according to their parties. So if one of the 5 cannot travel, maybe they fall sick at the airport, they go back. The other 4 came. We cannot say, no, you go back. No, they've satisfied the requirements. Whoever is delaying to come, no business with us. We share in the 2 who are available. There's no problem. We have a list of 5, vetted 5. So I just want to say, please, This matter now is clarified, and I want to say, as I finish, we now want to pray. We should pray for the improvement of the image of PAP. We should all pray. And let's all conduct ourselves in a manner that is consistent with the decorum of a parliament. I told you in Addis, some people watch the way we do business in this parliament, live sometimes, and they pick it. These things are not taking, the cameras are not for nothing. These things end up somewhere. And people are saying, is this the Continental Parliament really? Right. Can we prove to everybody that we are a reformed parliament and we try to reposition and make sure we do things well? Please, let's not go back to previous politics. We know things that divide us. We know things that have divided us. We should remind each other that no, I see you are still fighting old wars. You know what? Someone supported me or did not support me. You can tell by the way they debate from January to December that they will always praise Chief Chalumbira because they supported him. Then there were those who probably don't support me from January to December. You can tell that each time he speaks is to attack. He just attacks. It means we are failing. We are failing to come together to unite. Let's forget what happened and we move according to law. We all boast about democracy and let's respect that democracy, which we are always preaching on others. Heads of state, they are not democratic, they do this, they don't respect the law. So in our case also, please, can we rebuild our image? Please, I appeal to you. I know there is Quran, there is this, and the Muslim, and the Christianity, Hindu, and all this. We pray in different ways, but the heaven is one. I think we need to pray for this parliament, to pray for peace, Going forward, even the way we debate, please, let's be objective. Let's not make it clear that you are debating because you hate him. So I want to register my name because I hate her speak. I want just to differ with her. That type of politics, grandstanding politics, let's forget about it. I'll be a different chair this time. When I see that what you are talking about is simply politics, I'll say no comment, let's move on. Yeah, when I say no comment, I'm simply saying I don't see objectivity. It's just simply trying to attack that person because you don't like him. I just say let's move on. Because we don't want to go backwards. Please, we don't want. Or we've lost image and let's restrain ourselves. For the first time, let's have united the parliament. We can't allow, in anything that we see that is dividing us, we should say, this is, can you clap? He's clapping, why are you not clapping others? Join. As if you don't like peace. It's as if you don't like peace. You like peace, please, and I appeal to you. And my chair will have to ensure that we don't debate in acrimonious ways of just trying to fight. No. And these cliques of this belong to this one belongs to this one. Please, we all belong to God only and to no one else, to Muhammad, God, and this issue of being owned by someone should end. I rest my case. Thank you very much.
شكرا لكم سيد الرئيس على هذا العرض القيم.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for this very exhaustive presentation. We will now open the floor for questions, observations, and after that the President will respond. I have before me a long list of speakers. This is why I should like to ask you, dear colleagues, to adhere to the time, 3 minutes per speaker. The first speaker on my list is Honorable Abdu Katunta from Uganda. You have the floor.
هو معنا في القاعة.
Mrs. Katunda, Mr. Katunda.
To thank His Excellency, the President of Pan-African Parliament, for his presentation. I am honored and privileged to have been a member of the first Pan-African Parliament in 2004. I always repeat myself. Why do I do this? It's because of institutional memory. Mr. President, I was a member of the first ad hoc committee of this parliament, which drafted the first rules of procedure. At that time, a colleague from Uganda, the Honorable Dr. Miriam Matembe, was our chairperson. These rules were never drafted by the Legal Council of the African Union. They were drafted by an ad hoc committee of this House. I have been looking at the Constitutive Act. I have been looking at the protocol. I have been looking at the rules. Nowhere is it stated that the rules of procedure will be drafted by the Legal Council of the African Union. Why are we absconding from our own responsibility and ceding space? And thereafter we are clamoring for independence and say the African Union Secretariat is usurping our work. Yes. I can't understand this. Under what law is the Legal Council drafting the rules of procedure of Parliament? I need an explanation. We have the Rules of Procedure Committee. This institution has a Legal Council. There is no superiority in terms of professional competence. These are all lawyers. We have a Legal Council here. We have a Legal Council at the African Union. I think we are absconding from our responsibility. The Chairman Rules Committee, this is your job. If you made a mistake and they have brought your attention, you correct it. But then you don't say, now let the African Union take up the business of drafting rules for us. A parliament? I can't understand this. This is not what the dream we had. Having said that, Madam President, we had a dream in 2004. And that dream was a prosperous, democratic Africa.
أعتذر منكم السيد النائب الموقر لكن الأجهزة الفنية.
Thank you very much. I apologize, Honorable. 3 minutes per speaker. The second speaker is Yusuf Mohammed from Libya. You have the floor, sir. It seems that our brother Yusuf is not in the chamber, so we go to the third speaker, Honorable Maburkatu Yvonne from Lesotho. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable President. And I also thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak in this August House. I want to start by appreciating the performance report of PAP that is presented to us by the Honorable President. The report is structured around the 4 strategic objectives, but I would like to talk about the 2 strategic objectives. The number 1 is strengthening parliamentary functions of the PAP, sorry, especially the implementation of AU Executive Council decisions. I would like to acknowledge that most of the decisions were implemented, and to that, I want to congratulate Bureau for allowing an independent and comprehensive forensic audit to take place because of the allegations of misappropriation of funds and corruption within PAP. The results or the audit report will help for the stability of PAP among its members. On that note, I would like to call upon the Bureau to make a follow-up to the response of the AU Executive Commission to their request. The other one under the same strategic objective is the nullification of unprocedural administrative decisions by the Office of the Clerk. In this regard, I would like to ask the Bureau to make a follow-up again to the Office of the Clerk for the results, so that the results-focused approach that we are introducing should be seen immediately instead of activity-based approach. Number two, the strengthening research, learning and sharing knowledge, management, communication, and advocacy of the PAP. Under this strategic objective, I would like to go straight to the vacancies within the PAP. In the report is mentioned that
عفوا سيدتي النائب، إذا ننتقل إلى
Sorry for having interrupted you. I'll go to the next speaker, the fourth speaker, Madame Maria Sandra Molya-Mayot from Mauritius. She is not in the chamber. Thank you very much. Fifth speaker, Honorable Senator Danson Mungatana from Kenya. You have the floor, sir.
President, I want to appreciate the report that was given by the President. I will go straight to suggestions, and I want to focus more on the questions of finance. The first one, I would want to convince this plenary to make a recommendation that we need to have a lobbying mechanism stationed in Addis Ababa. We have come to discover that smaller organizations, smaller than PAP, are getting more money in the budget, and yet they are not doing as important function as PAP. And the reason is they have permanent lobbyists within Addis Ababa to help us with that budget. So let us make this recommendation and the Bureau to see how they can make it happen. Number two, Your Excellency, I am glad to hear that the EU Parliament and ourselves from your report have forged a new friendship. I want to suggest, Your Excellency, Chair, that we move very fast because the Parliament is new in EU. We should be the first people to congratulate, the first people to visit. The Bureau should make a point of visiting, go and cement our relationship, and find a way in which we can tap into what has begun so that we don't lose the momentum that has been created. Number three, Your Excellency, there are people and states that have stood with this Parliament before. And God bless the late President Muammar Gaddafi, who was known to support African Union and to support us. I would request the Bureau to find a way, maybe a special team that can look, because there are presidents, there are other Gaddafis, but they must be approached to see if maybe African states, some of the leaders, can come in and support this parliament as a way of raising new revenues for this parliament. Madam Speaker, the president has told us there are countries that have their ambassadors as members of the budget committee. And one of them mentioned was Kenya and other countries. We would request that a proper letter or information on what we should.
Point of procedure, Madam Chair. Procedure, Madam Chair.
Oui, vous avez une motion d'ordre.
Do you have a point of order?
We are debating matters relating to our parliament. These are matters that are very true to us. The president took almost an hour trying to explain to us. Now you're giving members only 3 minutes. Are we true to ourselves? Do we want to talk about these things? Can we give more time to members so that at least they can push forward? Because every member cannot even raise more than 3 points. Madam Chair, kindly reconsider that position.
شكرا جزيلا على مقترحكم المهم.
Thank you very much for your motion. It is a relevant motion, but because the list of speakers is very long, we have limited time. And I think that there are issues that can be raised again, and you can interact with the president directly. Next speaker is Lucia Passos from the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to give a small advice to our MPs. Take into account that after the presentation of this report and the message given by our guest of honor in the celebration of our 20th anniversary of the PAP, I think that we do have a challenge. This report shows that we need to work hardly to raise this parliament, and I believe that we all have this noble mission of having a continental parliament that is strong and is respected and fulfills its mission. And my call is that we could advocate on the ratification of Malabo Protocol so that we can have autonomy as a continental parliament to do our work and do the supervision of the commissions, and also to be able to develop model laws that can be used by our national parliaments. So the challenge of the fund presented in this report is something that we cannot hide from it. We depend on the goodwill of the F-15, who are technicians from the Ministry of Finance of our member states, and we depend on the ambassadors that work in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of our member states, and we, in our countries, we are the ones who approve the budget. And here we are being subjected to this situation by staff that are in a lower category. So I think that we have to start a new era today and bringing important inputs that will lead to the growth of our parliament so that we can be respected by all. We are the voice of African people, and we cannot be here presenting a report and we don't have activities. In our reports, we should present activities that we are doing in our countries, and for that we need resources. That's why I call on all MPs to advocate together with your parliaments so that this budget is approved.
شكرا سيدة الرئيسة. المتدخل.
Thank you, Madam. Next speaker is Mamelo Foko from Lesotho. You have the floor.
هل الموقرة ماميلو موجودة معنا؟
Please skip me. Is Honorable Mamelo in the chamber? Very well. We'll go to the next speaker on the list. It is Honorable Ecludes George Varela from Cape Verde. You have the floor.
Obrigado, senhor.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to bring 3 points that I think that are very important to understand our role here as Pan-African Parliament. Chair, the dictators in all parts of the world do not like parliaments. Why? Because the parliament is the house of democracy and diversity. And what we have noticed is the relationship between African Union and the Parliament, which shows degradation of institutional democracy in the African Union. If the Parliament is an organ of the African Union created by the treaties, only the treaties can review the power of the Parliament in terms of the rules. The colleague from Uganda told us that the MPs were the ones drafting the rules. So why are we taking this role to African Union Commission? And during negotiations, we have to be firm and tell them that our legitimacy doesn't come from African Union, but from direct elections by the people we are here representing. That's why we should not allow interference of the Commission and asking us why, what parliamentarians are doing. So we should not allow this type of interference. And second, when they say that it's not a legislative body, we all agree that the biggest organ of any democratic country is the government. The parliament, the government takes the legislation and allow the parliament to approve because they are the ones who have the legitimacy to implement these reforms in their countries. That's why if the union has this competence that can be shared in terms of youth, agriculture, sports, that doesn't say that the parliament cannot have the same type of initiatives. In our national parliament, we do have these committees, but the parliaments are not executive. We supervise all the decisions. That's why we cannot agree with this decision. If we look at the treaties that provide this competence to the parliament, only the treaties through the summit and through its
شكرا لكم سيد النائب. المتدخل الموجود.
Thank you very much, Honorable. The next speaker is Honorable Nkumo Lalisi from Lesotho. You have the floor, Honorable.
For giving me the opportunity to talk about the report from the President. In actual fact, I had a lot of things, but the fact that the President, when he was presenting his report, he elaborated on a lot of issues where I had questions. But in actual fact, I will say a little bit here, whereby AU is having a problem of increasing the budget for PAP. My learned friend here from Kenya, he said maybe after the parliament, new parliament for European Union has been raised, maybe as PAP, we should go and congratulate. I really support that issue, so that maybe European Union will help PAP to grow, so that a PEP will have to maybe increase its overseer policy like it's doing now, so that maybe by 2063 the goals will be achieved, even though we won't be alive, all of us in here. Thank you very much.
شكرا لكم النائب الموقر على احترام.
Thank you, Honorable, for having adhered to the time. I go to the next speaker, Honorable Kocha Minikez Fago from Benin. Honorable, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. President, Madam Chair. Unfortunately, we only have 3 minutes, but I would like to start by thanking the Bureau of our Parliament through technical services that have presented a very structured report. However, I should like to suggest that in future, before the introduction, we should have a table of contents to help the reader in better understanding the document. I would like to say that we are within an institution that is based on official documents. I would like to know what exactly is are our functions. And some organs of the African Union seem to think that we do repetitive work. What activities are shared with the African Union? We have to develop parliamentary democracy. You don't say that heads of state don't adhere to laws. Our advocacy is not enough if we cannot reach heads of state. We should have a mission to handle everything, to address everything. Everything should be submitted to heads of state. Mr. President, to ask for an audit report every single month should be what is done, and integrate in there the issue of human resources. Thank you.
النائب الموقر على احترامكم.
Thank you, Honorable, for having adhered to the time. Next speaker, Honorable Esther Mutuni Pasarisa from Kenya. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, for giving me this opportunity. I'd like to thank the President for his elaborate report. Because of the limited time, I would like to advise the President to look at the study of General Daudi Tonje, who served in Kenya in 1996 to 2000. and he is known to have professionalized and brought the most reforms in the military in Kenya. And the reason why I say that is because when you have set rules for any organization, as long as you deliver on those rules and you work with your team in a good manner, I don't think that the institution will have any issues. It will grow from strength to strength. As an institution like we are, sometimes you hear of things that have been put in place. For instance, our sittings, we're not having the required number of sittings because we overspend in sittings and then we miss certain sittings. I think we need to cut our expenses or really fight for money for more sittings. On the other aspect that I'd really like to appeal to you is that we should always honor the principle of rotation, because the people before us understood that this was the right way to go, and as we're hearing right now that this is something that might not happen. The divisions we saw between the leadership and the bureau should never happen again, because it actually threw us into disarray. We would like to see a stronger Pan-African Parliament, and the only way that we can have strength is if the leadership itself, which is in your hands right now, actually leads us and steers us in the right direction. And for that, teamwork always works. Thank you.
I thank you, Madam Honorable. And now we would like to invite the next speaker, Fatima Tanchai from the Republic of Gambia. Thank you.
Very much, Madam Speaker. I will join my colleagues to applaud the President for a brilliant presentation. I think he's been quite persistent, and that is why we are here today having this session, actually. Congratulations, Mr. President. But I think we still have to go a long way. Looking at page 6, it's quite sad to see the AU Commission asking the Parliament what impact PAP has done. I think PAP has done a great impact, and a greater impact would have been done had they been given more resources to do the work. Because if you look at the composition of the Pan-African Parliament, we represent every corner in Africa. We don't only sit as executive in a little corner in Addis and get paid millions of dollars for nothing. I think we should ask ourselves, why not? Why don't we have what we deserve from the African Union? I think it's our fault. Irrespective of how much they give us, we should insist. We should send them a budget, send them the plans that we plan to do, insist that this is what we have to do, and demand for the resources to be given so we can serve our continent better. Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I would like to invite the next speaker, Honorable Saturnino Osono from the Republic of Equatorial Guinea. You have the floor. Is he present with us in the chamber? So we move to the next speaker. That is Honorable Mariam Daou Gabala from Côte d'Ivoire. I thank you, Madam Vice President. Madam President, I would like to thank and congratulate the President on his report, which is a very detailed one. However, Madam President, while reading this report, which is a performance report, I have not found an answer to the question which was asked by the African Union, that is the use and the impact of PAP. There were crises, there were activities which were mentioned, but I think that we as PAP should adopt a performance-based attitude. So, Madam President, we should not only blame the African Union, and I would like to bring the reflection at our level and ask ourselves as parliamentarians whether we ourselves take ourselves seriously. Because if we take ourselves seriously, others will take us seriously. And we were even compelled yesterday to adjourn yesterday plenary, and I see the rate of presence in the committee proceedings. So as far as this report is concerned, I would like to make the following proposal. The President has referred in his conclusion about a brainstorming on the performance-based culture. I would suggest that we have a retreat, not only including the Bureau, but also the members, in order to ask ourselves what are the concrete results that we in PAP can bring up to this priority of the African Union. It's a way of paving the way for listening, for tuning. In order to strengthen democracy, I think that as a parliament, we should invite once a year either the chairperson of the European Union or the chairperson of the African Union in order to have an update on the status of this continent, which will enable us to get closer. The third proposal, Madam President, is that we could reorganize our session, that the plenary be organized before, and then the committee sessions will take on after, will take place later. The fourth proposal, we should supplement, complete our status, at least for the work of the committees and that of this chamber. And in order to have a better impact, I wanted to make a proposal that the Bureau could give a formal mandate to members of PAP in order to have a mandate of advocacy, to make an advocacy on some very particular points. Thank you. I thank you, Honorable. And now I would like to invite the next speaker, that is Honorable Patrick Nsambe from Uganda. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you very much, Mr. President, for the performance review. I often hear you, Mr. President, and I often pity you as a president of this institution, because most of the time you end up crying and lamenting about the poor finances of this institution. How I wish we change strategy. As Pan-African Parliament, instead of crying about the low finances that we have, we can change strategy to always speak to these people and tell them about the concerns of the African people. And every time we meet them, we show them how the people of Africa have been neglected from the perspective of the African Parliament. How I wish we can, under this report, we could raise and say, when we met the AU, when we met the heads of governments, these are the issues that we raised before them. But all we hear, we met them, we told them about poor financing, and the story ends there. Mr. President, yes, we appreciate that this is the predicament of where we are as a parliament, but let us focus on those things that make a parliament a parliament. Let us improve on our governance structures, and when we report here, we come and report about how we have improved on the governance of this institution. The auditing matters that were addressed, which are those ones? The strategic plan issues that were raised for strategic planning for this institution, which are those issues that were raised, and how far have we gone in achieving them? Mr. President, when we start talking about the impact that we create on this continent, everyone will listen to us. If we continue the way we are continuing, they will say we are useless. They will say, what do you do? They don't know what we do, because we always forget to advocate for the people of Africa every time we get an opportunity. in the smallest possible, with the smallest funds we have, yes, we can do something with the resources available. Mr. President, yesterday said we can review the reports of African Union. We can evaluate the activities and how they are impacting the people of Africa. We can push this.
I thank you, Honorable, and now I would like to invite the next speaker, Honorable Patrick Doa from Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci beaucoup.
I thank you, Madam President. Since I have the chance of taking the floor at this point in time, there are points which I will not like to repeat. Madam President, I would like to congratulate the President of the Pan-African Parliament, His Excellency Chief, for the clarity of his presentation and his commitment. I would like to touch on, as the first point, concerning challenges, especially that there are many challenges, and since others have already tackled these points, I will get back to the issue of the budget. And having been part of the audit committee, I know that one of the hurdles is the request on the audit items. You know that before the new president be elected, there were items, audit items, which are still pending, and these items are important. The president has the power to draw up a schedule, and together with the chairman of the CAPA, we have made an inventory of the audit item, and in September, the president should impose on the financial directorate that this audit items be lifted, because when the management of an institution is good, those who give the money will not be motivated to continue to provide the money. So there are audit items which have not been lifted for years. And in addition of collecting these audit items, we must also recruit personnel. And if we have operating without the personnel, and I think that if this is not possible, then we can use these financial lines on other posts. And also, even if these are not funds from the African Union, these budgets allocated to the COMETs should be exhausted. See, the last item, to stick to time, is to congratulate the President Chief. You know that several things have happened in this chamber, and particularly when he went to election, things which do not give a good image of what we are doing. So, and the fact that he's expressing himself on this issue. No microphone. I do apologize for the interruption. You have exhausted your time, and now we give the floor to the next honorable, that is Honorable Kesi Teji Kobotsua, and I do really apologize for mispronouncing the name. Honorable from Botswana. Dr. Kisi Teji from Botswana. He does not seem to be in the chamber, and we move now to the next honorable, that is Honorable Menyani Zulu from Zambia.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I hear you. Your words have been very important, and I would like to contribute a few words. Mr. President, I agree with you, Pan-Africa is not well respected, and respect is not given its end. So if we are going to expect people to respect us as a continent, we have to earn it. Then they are going to respect us. If we don't earn that, if we don't earn it, they will never give us that respect. In addition to that, to the Bureau, action speaks louder than words. Whatever we speak here might not be as much, they might not as being much as the impact, but the action we do here, the impact is so much that it leaves the trail other than the words, because words can be forgotten. The action cannot be forgotten. Mr. President, you agree with me that during elections, we had the issue of audit issues. Today was the best day, or this session was supposed to be the best day for us to present the budget. I mean, the audit report from your committee, which you head, the committee of CAPA. This was supposed to be presented so that we deal away with these other issues of suspicion on financial problems and recruitment problems. The sittings, Mr. President, we cry every day about money. We need to look at the way also we are managing our parliament. Every day we've expanded committees. We are adding up a good number of expanding parliament sittings. We need to look at the budget. How much do we have there? Then let's budget our programs or restructure our programs to fit the budget. Sometimes it's important. We need to fight for the budget because there's no organization. I'll repeat this. There's no organization, there's no country which is going to run without parliament. And parliament is important. My wish, Mr. President, is that we build the image of this parliament by earning it ourselves. We need to earn the respect out there. It's what we do is going to make us important as an organization. Madam, Mr. President, you may agree with me that the issue of rotation, especially from our own caucus, Southern Caucus, we've never respected this. And I wish that this should not come into the main plenary or the entire Africa where we stop respecting rotation. It is important, even at the caucus level, we need to respect rotation. At any level, we need to respect this issue of rotation. Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity.
Shukran.
I thank you, Honorable, and give the floor to the next speaker, Honorable Newton Samakai from Zambia.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you, President Chief Charumbira, for the report. The leadership, in my view, requires to be assertive on demanding meaningful allocation, a budgetary allocation, because the objectives for which PAP was created have not changed. And I think questions like, what do you do, is an indictment on the Bureau. And that's where we're talking about the image. As far as I'm concerned, the image is a function of the Bureau and the AU that should be able to help you not to veer off from the radar of good image. Forensic audit is important. It's a governance issue, and it will bring comfort to the members. Contrary views, I've heard the President lamenting, and I think he took me aback when he was complaining about contrary views as opposition in his thinking. I think herein lies the weakness of our leadership. I think everywhere you go, you don't expect all of us to be to follow one way of thinking. There will be contrary views, and I think we need to lend our ears to the contrary views because they reshape us. If we continue with the, how we want things to be run without listening to contrary views or divergent views, then we have a problem. The last thing is, I think it is demeaning to say that there are some MPs that have cliques some MPs that have been bought. I want to tell you that like minds will flock together. That is the principle of human living. So we need to listen to each other. We need to listen to each other. What I heard in the last lamentations of the president really does not bring reformation to the fore as far as I am concerned. I think we need to change. And change is bringing or accepting divergent views so that we can come up with what is acceptable to all of us. We love the president. We love
Shukran.
I thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable. And now we move to Honorable Tony Sibansi from Eswatini.
Thank you, Presiding President, for giving me the floor. The detailed, well-articulated report by the President is highly appreciated. Firstly, just want to congratulate the President because it's the first session after the elections and the fourth vice for being put into power. And secondly, congratulate the clerk for having resumed her position. And secondly, we know that the budget for this session was not warranting the holding of this session, but here we are meeting, and I'll say congratulations on that one. I want to refer, Madam President, to page number 4, section 2.2.4 of the report, the nullification of and procedural administrative decisions, Madam President. Here, this is very, very worrying, and we are very grateful to the Executive Council for having raised this issue and sorted it on our behalf. And I must admit that our country leaders within the continent, even ourselves, were extremely embarrassed about what happened during the transition process. But my question then, Mr. President, is that, yes, those decisions were nullified. The clerk has been put back into position. And so my main concern is, what about the financial decisions that were taken during that time? And who will be held accountable for those decisions that have been financial decisions that have been nullified through the Executive Council decision? What will happen there? Yes, I understand that as a Pan-African Parliament, we are progressive, we are moving forward, but the past cannot be deleted in our minds. So I just want to find out, other things have been done, but what about the financial decisions that were taken at that time? I then want to suggest, Mr. President, that we have a code of conduct. The last time I checked, the PAB rules of procedure says a code of conduct will be developed, and I want to believe that there is one that has, when I was oriented here, I was given that code of conduct, and that applies to the Bureau, it applies to the members of Parliament. Those people who have done disrepute to the Pan-African Parliament, such that we cannot even lobby adequately now for funding of the budget of the Pan-African Parliament. When are those code of conducts going to be implemented? And secondly, what disciplinary measures are there for any member of Parliament of this Parliament if decides to bring the name of this legislative, or rather maybe this Pan-African Parliament, into disrepute? The second one, Mr. President, is the issue of vacancies within the institution. We need to fill up these vacancies, Madam President, and I would like to urge my fellow colleagues.
I thank you, Honorable. And now the next speaker is Honorable Ayman Basalah from Tunisia. I thank you, Madam President. I have requested the floor on the youth, on the item of the youth. I thank you and move to the next speaker, that is Honorable Majimbo from Kenya.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I would wish also, Madam President, to give my comments on this very honorable and good speech of the President, Madam President. And this is what I mean. Madam President, to be brief because time is limited. You know, image is everything, Madam President. And for one to go somewhere and earn something very good, Madam President, we must have a good image. And what is image, Madam President? Image is what we say, what we do, and what others think about us. And Madam President, as PAP, I want to thank the President because this is not the PAP I knew when I was in Kenya before I was elected. I was told if you have to join PAP, you must be masculine. It was a parliament of war and fights. Madam President, if we carry on this image for a little bit higher, we are making our parliament reasonable. And Madam President, when someone asks, when AU asks this PAP, that what have you done? That person asking in that seat must first know that he's enjoying the peace in Africa because of PAP. When you see a country like Kenya and a country like Uganda at peace, it's because of this PAP. So whoever asks that question should be thrown the same question back to him. That actually we are peaceful in Africa because of this very good parliament. Madam President, I've listened to this. And also as Parliament PAP, we must know one thing, that power is taken, is not given. We must demand our Parliament back from AU. We must demand our Parliament back in this form. That what we deserve that is ours. We are not going to beg for what is given to us constitutionally. So if this is the case, Madam President, we must tell AU clearly in the eyes, today and now, that what belongs to us is legislation and oversight and is ours. We cannot be given on spoons of what we deserve personally to us. Madam Speaker, again, finally, you know, image also is on our leaders, the President and the 4 Vice Presidents. Madam President, the world watches the 4 or the 5. If something small is picked on us all ahead of them, when they are working together and united, Madam President, that's how the image of PAP looks like. It's very dangerous and worse. If we can play good cards.
I do apologize for the interruption of this important statement, but we are compelled to stick to time. And now we move to Honorable Rahab Bushira from Kenya.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I want to applaud our President, Honorable Charubira, for a well-articulated report. Honorable Speaker, I've been listening to what has been going on in this House, and I want to tell members here that we must know that we are here to serve our people, and we must have unity of purpose. We are not here because of love relationships or where we come from. We are here to serve our people. So I feel so bad when I hear people talking about the past. We need to move forward as PAP. I want to urge this House to facilitate the members of Parliament from the 15 countries. Maybe we can pick two members or 3 members to go to the AU and try and negotiate and lobby for the budget of PAP. Because it is our light, and I know it is we normally contribute as countries. It is our light, and we must get our money back. And I want to support all the members who have talked about the image. Image means everything. Whenever we are seen fighting here, we create a very bad picture outside there. The other thing, when Honorable Mutaka was doing the presentation for budget, I remember they had suggested that they want to come to Kenya and see our President, William Samoei Ruto, Two, because he's now the person who is dealing with the reforms in AU. I want to tell this House, when we talked with the President, I talked to the President, our President William Samoei Ruto, and he's ready. When you are ready, you just do a letter, and you are welcome in our country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I thank you, Sister. We move now to the next speaker, Honorable Nyong Ivarshiris from the Republic of Cameroon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to appreciate the report from the President of Pan-African Parliament. And I have one or two things to talk about. I'm a member of the Finance Committee. I remember that before that report was written here, we read out here, we spent time to reconcile, to talk, and I believe that it is in that spirit that the President presented that report. Because we were to start digging into so many things. If we go down to the report of the AU, we look at point number 8 and point number 9. Those points are not yet dealt with. The forensic report is still to come. And one of the things that we condemn very strongly in the Finance Committee was the fact that some PAP members, they would like to use their offices, to abuse their offices for whatever reason, which is not proper. I say it because a member here spoke of Kappa. When we hear of Kappa, I think about what happened in Chad, in my own area. In that particular meeting, where I had to talk, and I was very, very firm on that, was the Kappa president presenting a negative picture about PAP. I don't want to say that we're presenting a picture against the president, because the president is all of us here seated. Before we broke here last year, and we didn't have any other sitting, we got a finance report. And that finance report, I was not a member. And there was nothing challenging the governance of the Bureau. But when I got to Chad, in our own committee, in our own caucus, I got a nasty report from the president of Kappa, who eventually became the contestant for the position of president. And I now started understanding too many things. I just want to plead with this House. Let the forensic report come. Let us know who is who and who did what. Point number 1. Point number 2. We mentioned here and it stated that whosoever did whatsoever thing before and during the crisis period, we cannot impute it on PAP. Because we may be forced to pay in so much money to individuals who have been aggrieved and many others. I'm sure since the issue of Kappa came up, and people are like challenging what the president right here, or what we did in finance. Every individual was going wrong.
عفوا سيد النائب. شكرا لكم. شكرا.
Beg your pardon for interrupting you, Honourable Member of Parliament. Unfortunately, the time has expired. The last speaker is Madam Amin Ali Idris from Chad. You have the floor, Madam. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honourable President, for your brilliant presentation. The two essential points that drew my attention was with regard to the challenges of PAP. Firstly, the role of PAP to date. We are a consultative organ, and we've discussed this point in plenary and in our caucuses or in the past. What is preventing us from becoming a legislative organ? Well, if the strategies adopted have not worked, why not change our strategies? And why not organize or set up a committee that will will carry out monitoring and evaluation of member countries that have not yet ratified the Malabo Protocol. Unless we become a legislative organ, we will not be able to fully play our role. And we will be able to vote laws and monitor the actions of the executive. But up until now, this is not the case. We cannot even monitor the activities of the African Union, supervise the activities of the African Union. How can we have our African citizens being massacred? We know that 16% of the budget was allocated to the Department of Peace and Security of the African Union. And you know that over the past 15 years, more conflicts have arisen than in the past. And it is a travesty that we are allowing our African peoples to continue to massacre themselves, to be subject to natural disasters, or to face armed conflict. To date, we've spoken of terrorism in Africa. We have seen the deteriorating situation in the Sudan. We have discussed these crises in different parts of Africa. And as the women's group, we have talked about involving more women in the missions to monitor elections. We've talked about a ceasefire, silencing the guns so that African peoples do not continue to be massacred, to massacre each other. And we've said that we do not want external involvement. We, however, continue to go around with begging bowls in our hands. Forgive me for saying this. And then coming to the budget. Obviously, if we do not have a budget, and you as a bureau, I know that you are fighting to ensure that we have the appropriate budget for the operations of the Pan-African Parliament, but to date, this has not happened, and we hope that the next budget year, the situation will change.
عفوا أختي أمينة على
I beg your pardon, my sister Amina, but we had to interrupt. The time has expired. So I would like to give the floor now to the second Vice President, Dr. Ashbel Gayo, who will be the last speaker for today. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
I would like to congratulate our President for his brilliant activity report. Excellencies, it's been said, AU ambassadors, they are working with impunity. They even don't like to listen to Pan-African Parliament. They don't even give us floor to defend our positions. They also deny freedom of expression. When they take decision, without listening to us, they are taking decision. For me, personally, it's very subjective, the decisions which are coming out of it. Excellencies, the budget issue is a very serious concern for Pan-African Parliament. This bureau is capable to raise funds. We can do it. In millions we can bring. The problem is they are instructing us that money should go to AU, to one basket, and it should be redistributed. How can we do that? They don't want to give us money. They don't allow us to raise funds. It's a problem. When we are moving in that direction, also they are challenging us. Lobby, million times we can lobby. Nothing can come out of it. Because they already take the power of Pan-African Parliament. They are oversighting budget of the Union. They are controlling, oversighting all the staff of activities of Pan-African Parliament. They don't want us to move. It's a conflict of interest. They think if PAP Bureau will be there or PAP will be there, they will not have activities. So that's why they are blocking us. That's why they don't support us. Not because we don't make lobbies. It's not about lobby, I think. We can send millions of people, but nothing will come out. That's the major challenge. Excellencies, in the Bureau, we are very united. After all that problem, we are working together. We support each other. It's when the president said we are working together, it's true. We are working together. We should leave our difference apart and work together. It's not a choice. I fully support the president. I should be guided by him because he's our president. He's elected by Pan-African Parliament. Excellencies, you can count on us. You can instruct us how to move. Excellent. You can also task us what to do, how to move. Excellencies, there is no other choice. Let's be united. Let's work together. Let's move forward. I thank you.
شكرا لكم الموقر.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gayo, for your intervention, which is very important and encourages cooperation and solidarity within the Pan-African Parliament. We've come to the end of the list of those wishing to take the floor, so I would like to request His Excellency Chief Charumbira, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, to take the floor to respond to the interventions of our brothers and sisters, members of Parliament, who have not really raised issues but made comments and proposed some solutions. So over to you, Honorable President, to respond to the members.
Thank you, Madam President. It was quite a long list, and I think appropriately so. First of all, I want to say the spirit in this chamber has improved a lot. The type of debate and the quality, the cordialness has improved, if you really observed. In the past, there would have been pointing of fingers on such an issue. But today we try to be objective. I want to thank all of you for debating objectively. Can we thank you? Yes, I'm very, and the ending, of course, by Honorable Vice President, closing the debate. The spirit is that of civilized way of doing things, unity. Now, I'll try to be very fast. It's lunchtime. The issue of the Office of the Legal Counsel, doing writing the rules for PAP, indeed, you don't find that in any protocol. It's not in any protocol. But the same people who say you violated, they also violate again. So then it's more of power. Otherwise, indeed, that procedure is not supported by any claimant is sitting there. It's not supported by any. In any parliament, if parliament passes a law, sometimes which violates the constitution in any country, the president of the country or chairman of the Public Service Commission is not the one to correct the situation. It's only that Parliament, on your own, go back. Maybe you didn't see this aspect. Then you did it on your own. But that's where we are. I want to repeat, no to activities reported at the EU, European Union relationship, please, fantastic. Let's do it. We are all encouraged. We need to work because they are senior to us. The issue of having somebody, Honorable Mgatana, in Addis to be our lobbyist, in effect, you have raised an issue that has been the subject of discussion in the past 2 months or since March, that unless we have some office in Addis, a PAP office, some even say, let's look for an ambassador who is best a former ambassador based in the AU in Addis, we may not succeed. And I think we've been getting that advice many times. So let's move in that direction. Right, the AU thing. Then the issue of leaders to support like Gaddafi did, again endorsed. And I believe the clerk is here. She's taking note that these are now actions, areas for action. We just not debate, but take note of these things. Information of 15 countries. Again, the clerk is here. We'll share this information to all the MPs. You need to know which countries are key. Although at the end of the day, all the ambassadors from your countries that are based in Addis are all contributing to denying us a better budget, all the ambassadors. But because of structure, there are those who belong to the budget committee and the F-15. They tend to have finalized everything. And others, in a diplomatic way, they just say, okay, I think it's a good report. Then they proceed. So all of us, led by F-15, and we'll give you the list of F-15. Yes, Cape Verde, and it is true. Strange, when you go to the AU, they'll talk as if PAP is some strange thing which doesn't exist. Yet there is a protocol. Whoever is in the AU in Addis today is a result of some protocol. But and they respect those other protocols. But when it comes to PAP protocol, they are like, what are your functions? But the protocol is there. So it's an issue of attitude also killing us. Then there are issues of duplication of functions. I've explained very well that what they call duplication is actually when you oversight them, they say you are duplicating, which is not correct. I think the strategy is to see how we can educate and give a good report. And Madam Clerk, we've discussed this. We need to write an expose, some paper, not too long, short, 2-3 pages, shared by all MPs when they go back to be. Then it's also share with the ambassadors and say, you people, why are you saying when the PAP oversights agriculture is duplication? Where on earth? I think they will start agreeing with us. There is this general in Kenya who said, when you set your rules, work as a team, we agree. I mentioned it, we're a rule-based organization, rule of law. And when I talked about the DRC, I think I took a lead and say, look, let's be a rule-based organization. And we are like, and wherever we're out of the rules, please remind us. And remind us also nicely. There is some author who has written several books. You know what he says? I don't know if I want to apply it on. He says, when you criticize lowly. When you praise loudly. It's much better that way. Don't praise lowly and criticize highly. It's the other way around. So help us also to do what is good, and we will not. We have good intentions. The principle of rotation, I don't know in what context, and it was raised again. Let's respect rotation. I don't know which rotation, of course, whether we're talking of CIS. But also, let's understand the rotation principle, how it works. Please, if someone in a region has been, Zambia in this case, have been chair of a caucus, and now we are looking for a vice president, you can't say rotation. Zambia has never been vice president. So you cannot say, no, because you have chaired the caucus. If Zambia has been a vice president, and indeed in the bureau, for example, the second vice president, he's been a vice president, and when the presidency was in West Africa, he's right, and of course, the door is open for him to become a president. So you can't say because you're a vice president, you can't be a president, for example. I don't think That's what we mean by rotation. A division in the Bureau, please never again. Thank you, Honorable Basaris. Please, please never again. And I think we mean it. And even the way we conduct ourselves, let's also, as you said, let's be serious. You spoke of the required number of sittings, and I think people again were rule-based. Our own rules say we sit for 1 month in plenary, this one, 1 month. But we have reduced to half. And when we reduce to quarter, better we close. We have no business. I want to be honest. If the current criticism of PAP and in go to the Malabo Protocol is that, you see, we have no time at PAP because also we are national parliaments, members of parliament in our national parliaments. Some then argue that, no, release them from there so that they concentrate here and spend more time. Some people are out because they have been summoned to their national parliaments again. So the spirit of the Malabo is to have you in South Africa for a month, for example, 1.5 months, discussing issues, debating issues of the continent. So it's a contradiction when the Malabo intends to say, let's release energy, and then you say, no, let's sit for 2 days, for example. You are saying so because you are so busy in other parliaments. That's why you are saying, leave the national parliaments and be full time here and spend more time. So the argument of reducing from 2 weeks, I think, would simply make us redundant as a parliament. Thank you, Sam, congratulating us for the sitting. And I want to emphasize that we are sitting, and let me repeat this, we did not have money for this session. But I told you it's 450 instead of 1.3. We have taken the money for November to now, which we did last year. That means currently after this session, there is no money for November. There is no money for September. This is what happened even last year. And some confuse and say, well, the president ate the money. I'm using the street language. Ate the money. Why did we not sit in August and in October? Charambira stole 3 million, which was supposed to be for, no, I've never stolen in my life. And I'll never steal. It's just the same situation we are today. That's what happened last year. The money is finished. Now, for August and for, there's no more money. Now, that's what we did last year, the same thing. There was no money to steal for August and for November because it was not there. That's why we didn't meet last year. There was no money because the money was insufficient. So, but luckily this time we bombarded the AUs. I know they are losing 2.6 million. Fine. Last year they did not release that money. There was no extra money given to us. Despite the foreign minister saying, give them, they did not release. That's a very important point, because it also tarnished our image a lot. We did not sit in August and November because, no. Even now, if no money comes, there will be no other sitting. But we are confident that we have already got some information that we've been allocated 2.6 million. Because of the fighting we did in Addis, ultimately they had to say now, if you don't give PAP, because we said if you don't give us, we are going to do a press conference and address the citizens of this continent. And we say, look, you gave us this mandate, but it's not working. There's no money, we cannot operate. And then they thought, this is going to be too bad. I want to go. What is the views of PAP? The recommendation, Madam Mariam, Chair of the Gender Committee. Thank you very much. And I like the style, because rather than just talking about issues, you actually went into recommendations. And you recommend retreat for all members. Yes, I hinted to that when you come in September, we want to have at least 2 days with all parliamentarians, but we don't want to eat into committees' times. What that may mean, which some of you have problems with, please, if you are too busy, let another member from your parliament join PAP. Because if we are going to, the committees should run from Monday, Tuesday up to Friday. But before that, we need a 2-day workshop. If you see, you will make 2 days workshop. So before Monday, we should structure a workshop, whether Friday and Saturday. So we should have arrived here Thursday. Monday, Friday, Saturday, we are in workshop. Sunday, Monday, we start the full week of the committees. That should be the structure. Expect something like that. That's the work that we should be doing. So we agree. Let's have this retreat. Good. Invite chairperson of AUEU. Yes, thank you. I salute you. But there's no session that the PAP has not written to the chairperson of the AU to come and deliver a State of the Union address. Not even one. Every session we invite the chairperson of the union. But we are told he's busy. The EU have said during September we may have one or few of them with us, but they are targeting more the end of October session. They say they want to come in a bigger delegation to interact with our MPs. So yes, happening. A plenary first, the committee. Honorable Mariam, I don't know what you mean. Plenary is the occasion for committees to present to the plenary what their outputs are. So we cannot start with plenary. Plenary is the end result of the committees. Thank you. Advocacy to MPs. Again, this has been mentioned. Please, yes, I think our strategy should now be deliberate teams to lobby. But the problem we have no budget for that. Unless we look for money from elsewhere. We have no money to sponsor people to go in the lobby. But the best lobby starts in your country. We will lobby your foreign minister first. So before you even travel to another country to lobby other people, the question is, have you lobbied your own government? Before you lobby my government. Have you lobbied your own government first, your own foreign minister, your own ambassador in Addis? Have you spoken to them? You can even have a virtual meeting between the 5 members of PAP sitting in Cote d'Ivoire and their ambassador in Addis. Say, please, we need time with you. You spend an hour. Tell, is this correct? Why are people doing this to PAP? Well, your own ambassador. Let's have reports and also go back to your own parliament. Then, in the issue of the language was used, lament poor low finance. No, you know what? You deserve to hear the truth, in-depth truth about the situation. So when I come here, I'm giving you the state of affairs of everything. So when I say we have low finance, I'm telling you the truth. I should not pretend. So don't say you are lamenting. I'm not lamenting. It's not lamenting. I'm giving a report. Just to show that, please, let's all unite and work hard. That's the only reason. Governance structures, yes. PAP, the AU is undergoing reforms right now, led by Professor Mukoko from Cameroon. Very good relationship with PAP. He supports us a lot. We're working with him very well. But of course, there are other structures, PRC there, who still say, no, don't recommend this for PAP. But Mukoko, we have to keep in touch with him. And of course, the President of Kenya in charge of reforms. Now, the little resources, yes, we have been doing something. We are not laughing even without money. PAP is doing something. We are being seen, but it's too little. I'm happy Honorable Bettini said, we have a lot of audit queries. They have nothing to do with this bureau. These audit queries, if you look at them, some of them are 10, 15 years old in this organization. And I was head of this CAPA, it was CAPA for more than 5-6 years before I became vice president. I know about this area also very well and what has happened in PAP. But there have been so much improvement also if you knew what was there before. But we need to clear everything and move on. Honorable Manyani Zulu, respect is earned. Fantastic. Fantastic. Respect is earned. True. It is the way we conduct ourselves here and outside, that will earn us respect. We have to be different from national parliaments. When people watch us debating, it should be quality debate, proper decorum, not pointing fingers and that and that. And there's a certain noise that you make sometimes, which does not show that you are a senior parliament. The way we conduct ourselves, and I want to repeat that, counts a lot. So even the bureau itself, and I hope this time we are all telling the truth that we are united. I'm saying, I'm saying, yes, we are very united now in the bureau. I want to say that also, like honorable. But I hope we are telling the truth. Chief Charambila, after this, should not then go and hide in his office and call one of you and say, come. Okay, what if we, no, that's not, it won't work. And you people are not down. No. You are all very intelligent. I may pretend here to say, you know what, I love you, and I'm for you, and I'm going to be this. But you're not down. You know what I do once I get out of this chamber. So it's about action speaks louder than words. And I support that. So let's, yes, action speaks louder than words. And let's move on. The issue of expanding sittings, more committees. Look, the issue of more committees should not scare anyone. We need to be more focused. Some of our committees don't make sense in terms of focus. You see, I think PAP is going to trim. You take out all the branches from yourself. And in the end, you'll have no branches to produce any fruits. You're so determined of saying you want to cut yourself and cut yourself to the extent that you are so thin that even the wind will blow you away as a person, and throw you to the dustbin. There's a minimum level. We can't say committees. No, we need the committees and ask for money. Yes. Issue of rotation, no. Question, what do you do? Forensic audit, we are waiting for it. Very much, very, 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 very much. We don't fear them. There's nothing that they will find that will incriminate the president, for example. Nothing. I can challenge you. Nothing. Who is to account for? Okay, code of conduct and accounting for monies. I think that process is ongoing. I think the reports will come to this. What monies, if by I was called the former president. But the problem is, there are pictures of former presidents in that building. And I'll be asking very soon that, Madam Chair, put me also on the former presidents, because I'm a former president. And now I came back, I'm a new president. This is what you've said. I'm a former president also, who came back. So I should be on the list of former presidents also. And then you put me as current. So the issue of code of conduct, I think this audit, forensic audit comes in also, and the other implementation of executive constitution, I think all these will be implemented. And you are right to evoke code of conduct. Why did we pass a code of conduct that we never even look at? Image is everything, yes. Whenever Majimbo, image. Debates should now be dignified. Let's have dignified debates. Dignified debates, not political posturing. Go up to lobby budget, yes, agree, lobbying budget. Trip to Kenya, agreed. Amina, change strategy to raise money, agreed. And then the issue of the honorable guy that they don't listen to us, it is true. We can raise funds, but the AU, yes, the AU say raise, but take it to them. One of the most atrocious things that they have done. We've been given money by the AU for as PAP money. But they say no, there should be a ceiling of 600,000 euro. When we've been given 1.3. And it's in our bench, it's in our account. 1.3 million for PAP. But here you know, say, we are giving a ceiling of 600,000. So say, should we return the 700,000 to the EU? Why? It's our money. So some of the strange things happening in Addis. Lastly, yes, the PRC taking the role of PAP, very true. And I want to end and say again, please let's change the way we've been doing. Let's stop saying, this one I don't like, I like this one. If you are really worth being continental, let's avoid behaviors. Even in this chamber, let's not degenerate backwards. Let's go forwards. I thank you, Madam President.
شكرا لكم سيد الرئيس على هذه الردود.
I didn't work into English. Okay. Switch off if there were.
التقرير المقدم من طرف الرئيس، لذا سأطلب من 2 من الإخوة البرلمانيين رفع أيديهم أو 3 لدعم هذا المقترح. أرى إذن لكم
the adoption. Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of Algeria, I suggest and ask for the report of the President of the Parliament to be adopted.
الرجاء الترجمة بالإنجليزية.
So we are going to, I repeat, on behalf of Algeria, I propose the adoption of the President's report.
Mayam Gabala.
Mayam Gabala. I approve the, I second the motion for adoption.
جماعة اعتماد التقرير التصفيق لو سمحتوا.
So the report is adopted unanimously. The report is adopted now. I will call on the President, Chief Charumbia, to return to his seat, and we thank him very much. Your report is adopted. Thank you, Mr. President. You can retake your seat.
Thank you, First Vice President. Any announcements before we...
Thank you, Madam First Vice President.
Any announcements? No announcements. So we break for lunch. It's now 2:06. Let's try and be back by 2:45. Sorry, I'll do it. 3 o'clock, fine. We come, but please, members. Yesterday, most of you never came back after lunch. Today, please come back. We meet at 3. Thank you.
Honorable members, the Honorable Mr. President,
Right, we can sit. Good afternoon. Now, where is our... Sorry, honorable members, we are trying to locate a document that we have to use now. I see. Yes. Thank you, honorable members, and good afternoon. May I announce that there is a motion on the funding of regional caucuses. Now, in terms of the rules, the president can decide whether it is vetted now or tomorrow or after 3 days. My decision is that we place it on the order paper tomorrow, Thursday, as the first item for 1 hour as per the rules to be debated for. It's a motion on the funding of regional caucuses of PAP, and will be debated tomorrow first thing. Thank you. The clerk We'll read the third order of the day.
Honorable President, the third order for the day is presentation and debates on the draft report of the 14th Conference on Women's Rights held on the 28th and 29th of December 2023 in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia.
I shall now invite Honorable Amina Tijani Yahya, chairperson of the Women's Caucus, to make her presentation.
مساء الخير. في البداية
Bonsoir.
لإعطائي هذه الفرصة وأعيد
Thank the President for giving me this opportunity. Given to present the report of the 14th Pan-African Parliament Conference on Women's Rights, which took place in Egypt under the presidency of the interim president, Hasbi Gawar. To start, I would like to thank the Republic of Ethiopia, the Ethiopian government, and the Ethiopian government who gave us the opportunity to organize this conference on the 28th and 29th December 2023. So this meeting took place in the in Addis Ababa on women's rights. The conference was organized by the Pan-African Parliament under the supervision of the acting president, as well as many other African institutions that participated in the gathering. The aim of the conference was to empower women's parliamentarians on women's issues, and also to guarantee measures that further strengthen women's rights, and also to help women to participate more in leadership roles as well as in financial activities. So the meeting gave us the opportunity to look at protocols on women's rights. And also there was a focus on the Maputo Protocol, which also is linked to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. The conference called on member states to respect their obligations in terms of regional and international laws on women's rights, notably the protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, on women's rights in Africa, the Maputo Protocol, as well as other documents, the Declaration on Human Rights in Africa, especially where it's relative to men and women's rights, the decision of the Assemblies of African Union, and the African Union's call to eliminate all violence against women and the girl child. Mr. President, the conference also facilitated the integration of various perspectives on women's and girls issues in the development and implementation of policies at all levels of governance, especially initiatives linked to peace and security. The participants were informed of the important role that African parliamentarians are called upon to play in society. For example, their role in reducing the legal gaps and policies on women's rights and effective implementation in Africa. Mr. President, the meeting gave us the opportunity to strengthen partnerships and exchanges of knowledge between parliamentarians of member states of the African Union. The representations of the various African Union organs as well as other bodies of the United Nations, UN Women, representatives of development institutions, and other international bodies. The opening ceremony started with the anthem of Ethiopia as well as the African Union. And after that, we had a certain number of speeches, including Excellency Aminata Tijani, Aissata Hajara Sise. And there's also the speech by His Excellency Dr. Ashebi Gayo, the interim president of the Pan-African Parliament. There was also the opening speech by the guest speaker, Honorable Agnereu Teshage, and then there were other eminent personalities who covered different aspects on gender equality, women's rights, and other human rights issues. So, presentations and debates. So it is important to underscore the fact that women were empowered to play a stronger role in their political context, to be more forthcoming when it comes to leadership roles. His Excellency Gayo also spoke about the necessity to make concrete examples to combat gender-based violence. He spoke about collaboration between civil society and parliamentarians in order to have common advocacy for the implementation of the Maputo Protocol. He also spoke about strengthening the African legal frameworks for the prevention of violence against women. In his opening speech, Moshe Chesege underscored the urgent need for collective action for gender equality. Now, regarding the presentation and debates, the first session covered various strategies for the implementation of women's rights with regards to the Maputo Protocol, with special focus on violence, gender-based violence, and difficulty in translating protections in legal frameworks and activism in Africa. During this first session, Madam Maureen Shonge, regional policy specialist and women's policies, as well as Ambassador Mariam Mahamat No, the chairperson of the National Council for Women of Chad and former minister, as well as Mr. Alves Vieira Felisberto from Cape Island, all presented studies that underscore the importance of ratification and of the Malabo Protocol. They spoke about the low levels of implementation and ratification, and called on the African countries to do that. Several points were presented. They recommended the strengthening of the role of the African Union as well as the Pan-African Parliament in the fight for the protection of women's rights. Madam No also spoke about capacity building for women, and she underscored the fact that to make progress, we need to involve religious leaders, traditional authorities, at all levels, so that together we can protect women's rights. The second session was a presentation on recommendations and resolutions adopted by PAP plenary on the realization of commitments on gender equality and empowerment, especially those dealing with the protection and promotion of women's rights and empowerment of women towards sustainable development. So a number of speakers presented a number of different topics. For example, the theme of the African Union, the African Union decade, the resource mobilization, women and ICT, and the theme of the African Union for 2022, strengthening and nutritional resilience in Africa. And this section was concluded with essential recommendations, not only for refreshing our memories regarding commitments that we have made in the past, but also about facilitating the implementation of work done by the Women's Caucus, and which is considered essential to ensuring our continued dedication to advancing women's rights on the African continent. Concerning the third and last session, that focused on women's strategic plans for 2019-2023, as well as an analysis of this strategic plan, followed by the 2024 to 2028 plan. In this regard, the fourth session, I'll pass immediately to the fourth session, which is on support control mechanisms for PAP in relation to Agenda 2063. There was a presentation on the role of women in parliament and political violence against women, the challenges, and also the way forward.
In the end, participants agreed that the fight against gender violence and the right of women were objectives that were required for better gender management and development in Africa. Women parliamentarians, through the action carried out, were able to propose additional changes. They highlighted the following key findings, including the participation of women to political life to realize the objectives of Agenda 2063. With regard to the presentation and the adoption of recommendations, Honorable Yaya, representative of a women group in the Pan-African Parliament, proposed the following recommendations. The 14th conference on the rights of women organized by the African Union at the instigation of Egypt, considering Article 67 of the African Union, where the Pan-African Parliament was initially launched to guarantee the participation of African people to development and economic integration of the continent, and including Article 3 of the protocol and the treaty that created the economic community of the Pan-African Parliament. I think all these give the required tools to the Pan-African Parliament to ensure that policies and the various programs are properly implemented. Well, with regard to international treaties designed to help protect human rights, Article 4 of the Peoples and Human Rights and Article 22 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, together with the rights of women in Africa and the various matters inspired by the Agenda 2023 and other programs, together with the Solemn Declaration on Equal Rights in Africa and the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, and the Declaration of Beijing, and the Platform of Action and Objective of Sustainable Development of the United Nations, and the Strategy of the African Union designed to empower women. And noting that this declaration, and considering the economic situation and the political security situation in the Sahel countries, which are putting their populations in extremely precarious situations, and noting with regret that the political and individual sanctions imposed on countries in transition and some of their leaders, considering that the Pan-African Parliament Women's Caucus lacks adequate financial means to implement its action plan, and would require, therefore, the various items contained in the Maputo Protocol so that these be adopted by member countries and put into motion. The Parliament and the government should encourage women to change rules and laws that would include and incite greater involvement of women, and also create favorable conditions to women. The Pan-African Parliament creates a Pan-African Observatory on Women for the monitoring and the implementation of an index to measure the level of compliance. And encourage the Pan-African Parliament to continue working to make sure that we are able to eliminate violence against women and girls, analyzes statistical data, implements legal instruments, and reports on progress and challenges on gender, and sharing good practices. Decisions and recommendations, as mentioned by Dr. Gaia, would be a reflection of the various measures being taken. We also have a number of measures which were actually proposed by civil society. And I would like to end my statement here and thank you for your kind attention.
Yeah, thank you very much. We now move to the list of speakers. And the first is Honorable Baja Lamari of Algeria.
شكرا.
Thank you, Madam Amina Tijani, for this informative presentation about the African Women Conference convened in Addis Ababa for supporting women's rights and women's integrity in the community. As a woman from Algeria and the Islamic faith, woman has a special status that has rights have been protected. And here I have I want to praise some of the recommendations come out of that conference regarding the rights of education and rights of health for women. I have a question to Madam Amina Tijani. It is about what are the strategies to be adopted to reduce or to eliminate the violence against women? Thank you.
The next speaker is Honorable Nikosa Faglon, Benin.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Honorable President, honorable colleagues. My statement is going to be extremely short because this year is the year of the importance of the education system, and I would like to draw the attention of the meeting that before speaking about the right of women, we have to take care of young girls and make sure that all our countries make education of young girls free of charge from primary school, at least including secondary education. That would involve the fact that MPs, each time we look at our budget and adopt it, that we check whether we have included matters that relate to the education of young girls and young children, because they represent 50% of our population. And if we are able to concentrate our activities on investment and appropriate investment in this regard, I think we would have built a human capital for a strong and vibrant Africa. Thank you very much.
Next is Honorable Fantomata Njai, the Gambia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we applaud the Women Caucus for this great initiative. But Mr. President, this was since December 2023. It's been over 7 months now. On the second page, it was very good that they had this, that they convened this meeting with UN specialized agents, AU specialized agents, as well as other UN agencies. What follow-up was made in these 7 months to ensure that something fruitful comes out of it? I think we'll need to know. And second, we are talking about women empowerment and the youth. Mr. Speaker, there is this portion of women, the physically challenged women. They are double jeopardy. They are women and they are physically challenged. What do we have to support them to make sure that we also have them representing themselves? I think my intervention is going to be very short. That's one thing that I wanted to say, and also to give us an update. The recommendations says that the parliamentarians call on their respective governments to speed up the process of signing and ratifying, implementing. We are our respective countries. We should make sure we talk to our respective countries, give them a time frame to make sure that this is what we need at PAP. Because without them ratifying this, our powers are restricted. And I think we shouldn't allow our respective governments to restrain our powers. I think we should give them a time frame, give each country a time frame, member country a time frame, and tell them that before you come to PAP, you should at least tell us why your countries haven't ratified this and this and this, so that we can continue with our work. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Next is Honorable Esther Mtoni Pasaris. Not in the chamber. Next is Honorable Samuel Koga, Liberia.
Mr. Presiding, fellow colleagues, let me firstly extend my thanks and appreciation to the presenter of this all-important communication which has to do with women's rights. Mr. Presiding, first of all, the issue of human rights is very significant to our existence, not only women. If we check in this chamber, if I'm not mistaken, the number of representatives or senators of women in this parliament, I think they are overwhelming, which I want to appreciate the citizens and the constituents that elected them. When it comes to the women's rights, I believe the issue of early marriage that she talked about is somehow read, R-A-R-E, in this modern Iraq, on grounds that there are health centers in every locality in Africa as I speak, that people no more have giving birth to child in the butchers. And birthdays are all calculated and well cataloged. So people are cognizant of the fact that whenever you are below 17 or 18, you are a child, except when you reach the age of 18. So in that light, for any country at this time to be having earliest child married, I think it sounds ridiculous. We need to actually push into and see how we can mitigate that problems. The one that has to do with women participation in politics, that they always say they are violent in politics. One way or another, we were all born equal in the sight of God. And I believe to elect an individual is based on your competency and your moral conduct within the locality where you base. So for women to advocate particularly that a particular segment should be given to them, then the Bible that says that all human beings are born equally, we are trying to challenge it. So I believe that women are doing well and they are competent. There is a reason why they are among us today. And we must applaud them to encourage them that they also should encourage their colleagues, sisters and daughters, that they should be far-sighted and ensure that they go to school and they have good moral conduct. They will join them as well to increase their population. So I think that the aspect that had to do with politics, even though in my country, the National Election Commission has timeline and limitation given to all political parties, that 30% should be preserved for women. But notwithstanding, we believe that people should be elected based on competency and based on their moral conduct in their various locality. So we believe that that aspect actually need to be looked at critically. If women also want to be respected, the moral conduct, the value system, if we go, for example, to Johannesburg, the dress code of women of current and the dress code of boys or youth of current, do comparative analysis and see how does it look and how does it reflect on women. The women have serious challenges. They need to talk to their friends, relatives about the moral conduct, because women have value, they have substance, and we must respect them. But equally so, their moral conduct and comportment in public places should also be considered. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. The next presenter is Honorable Mamelo Mpoko of Lesotho.
Good afternoon, and thank you, His Excellency. I don't really have much to say. I would like to applaud PAP for making sure that women are well presented in Parliament. And as a woman from the Mountain Kingdom, Lesotho, I also applaud my government for making sure that women are well presented in most spheres. Talking about gender equality, I think as women we have to remember that gender equality is about all of us. It's about men, it's about boys, it's about girls, and all minority population of disability, equities, and all others. We are only in crisis as women of men who does not respect women and continue to undermine and kill them. We are only under attack, I can say, by men who have decided that because they are masculine, they will continue abusing women. Otherwise, I think every country is moving towards the right direction of making sure that women are not being abused or there is no discrimination of any sort. If we still have that in Africa, we as Women Caucus of this Parliament, we must work harder. We must do advocacy so that we are all free from discrimination and we are able to protect our children from being discriminated in any sort. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable. Next is Honorable Hadia Mohammed Hosni Al Said, Egypt.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Honorable Amina, for the Great Women's Right 14th Conference report. And your recommendations were really to the point. They will help, I think, African women so much. And as an Egyptian, I'm ensuring the full participation of Egyptian women and unlocking their potential is crucial to build our new Republic of Egypt and achieving sustainable development across all sectors. In recent years, Egypt has made notable advancements in women's empowerment and gender equality, marked by the issuance of the Egyptian Constitution. This constitution includes numerous provisions guaranteeing equal opportunities and preventing discrimination, thereby offering protection to women. These progressive measures underscore Egypt's long-standing commitment to enlightenment and progress. Under a supportive political framework, which I believe that it's now starting in all African countries to be the same, Egyptian women have secured a central role in national development. Acknowledging their vital contributions to the nation's past, present, and future, this era is rightly considered the golden age of Egyptian women. The implementation of the Constitution has led to unprecedented representation of women in the House of Representatives, which I'm one of those parliamentarians in the House of Representatives. It reached 27%, the highest since the Parliament's establishment. Women's also representation in the Senate increased so much, with appointed seats doubling from 10 to 20, resulting in about 14% female representation. Additionally, Egyptian women have reached new milestones, such as holding the position of governor for the first time. We have a number of Egyptian women as ministers as well, and like we heard this week also, our colleague here from the parliament was also appointed as minister in South Africa. So it's the era of women. I think women are not standing still. They are moving forward, also, of course, with the support of men. They are the ones pushing them. And as an Egyptian, I think we have a president pushing women forward. I hope that all presidents in all of the African countries will be the same like ours. And I will thank very much also Amina for her recommendations in the past report in the 14th conference report, which was held in Addis Ababa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Adia. Next is Honorable Marie Sandra Monia Mayot of Mauritius.
Mr. President, members of Parliament, please allow me to congratulate the Honorable Chair of Gender Caucus, Mrs. Aminati Jani Yaya. It is with a profound sense of hope and determination that I speak today after having had the opportunity to participate in the 14th Pan-African Parliament Conference on Women's Rights held in Addis Ababa. As a representative of the voices of millions of African women, it is crucial for us to highlight the importance of these recommendations and explore how we, as Parliament, can effectively integrate them into our national and regional policies. One of the key recommendations is the acceleration of the ratification and implementation of the Maputo Protocol. This protocol is a fundamental pillar for the protection of our rights. It not only guarantees equality before the law, but also essential rights such as reproductive health. It is imperative that every African nation takes concrete steps to integrate the provision of this protocol into their national legislation. We must commit to transforming these promises into tangible realities, which to this day represents one of the greatest challenges on the continent. Mr. Speaker, what strategy to encourage the ratification and implementation of the Maputo Protocol is, first of all, to inform the public and policymakers about the benefits and implication of the Maputo Protocol for women's rights and the fight against gender-based violence. Engage in an open and inclusive dialogue with all stakeholders, including religious groups, community leaders, and civil society organizers, to discuss the implication and necessity to adopt and ratify this protocol, to support countries in the ratification process by providing technical and financial assistance, as well as facilitating the sharing of experiences and best practices among countries that have already ratified this protocol. Encourage political leaders to make clear commitments to the ratification and effective implementation of the protocol, highlighting the benefits for sustainable development and social stability. By combining these approaches, it is possible to overcome the obstacles to the ratification of the Maputo Protocol and progress towards better protection of women's rights and the promotion of gender equality. I would also like to draw the attention of Madam Chairperson of the Women's Caucus to the need for a better communication network within the caucus. We are still waiting for the creation of a WhatsApp network to share our views and information that may assist us. Mr. President, the recommendations of the 14th Pan-African Parliament Conference on Women's Rights represent crucial steps to improve the lives of African women. As Parliament, we have the power and responsibility to transform these recommendations into concrete actions. We can ensure a safer, more equitable and more prosperous future for all the women on the continent. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Next is Honorable Rahab Mukami. Not in the chamber? Okay. Honorable Professor Margaret Kama. Next, Honorable Yosri Bao, Tunisia.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank Ms. Amina Tijani, Chairperson of the Women's Caucus, for this formative presentation of the report. I would like to highlight the Tunisian experience in this field. Shortly, Tunisian laws and the Constitution of 15 July 2024 contains all these recommendations mentioned here. Chapter 51 of the Constitution speaks about guaranteeing the protection of the rights of women and granting also the equality between women and men in the community, and particularly in the elected positions, as well as protecting the women from the violence. Article 23 of the Constitution is specifically mentioned of the equality between the two genders and the right of work for all the citizens. Many of the chapters and provisions of the Constitution of Tunisia guaranteeing the rights of women. So Tunisia is among the few countries where the woman has assumed the highest position, being the head of the government. Women is also the judges, doctors, and all other positions in the community, in the society. Mr. President, the content is very good. However, we have to think about woman as a mother, as a backbone of the family. Most of the issues that we have highlighted in this session, we have to go back to the role of the woman as a mother. That role is very important in the balance of the community and the society, and protecting the children from crimes, abuse, and all the negative aspects. Woman is also where the basic responsibilities are initiated, and therefore we have to guarantee that woman is having the education, economically empowered and enlightened to have a comprehensive and integrated community which we needed in our African continent. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I now invite the chairperson of the Women's Caucus to respond. You can respond.
شكرا سعادة.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me the floor once again. And this time I'm coming to respond to the questions and comments of the parliamentarians. The majority of the interventions were comments or further contributions to what we spoke about, the rights of women, or how to guarantee these rights of women and girls at the levels of the member states. The first intervener, Ms. Naila Bahjat from Algeria, which spoke about the guarantee of the educational and health rights of women. And she has a question about the strategy. What is the strategy that we have to adopt in order to confront the violence against women? For us, as a Women Caucus, we have a policy here, or a plan, and this plan will be considered by the Women Caucus and aligning 16 days for confronting violence against women. This is an international initiative for combating violence against women by raising the awareness and convening debates and television and radio conferences for 16 days to and to make use of the African Conference for the Rights of Women, which is one of the tools and activities of the Women Caucus in the Pan-African Parliament. We have also other strategies and initiatives that are going to the same end, which is combating the gender-based violence. As for the second intervener, Mr. Tekis from the state of Benin, in which he focused on the issue of education and the rights to education for young girls, and his appeal to all member states that education should be free and a reality. And also he called upon the national parliaments to contribute and to intervene for getting solutions to the issues of education and financing of education. My sister Fatimata from Gambia spoke about this conference, and she said that the conference was convened on December 2023, and now we have 7 months elapsed since the convening of the conference. So the question is, what are the activities and what are the initiatives that were taken by the Women Caucus to realize these recommendations? My answer is that since that time, we have never convened any event or organized any program for the Women Caucus. And also another question from Hayes about the follow-up. That means how to follow up this recommendation of the event. Because during the conference we spoke about organize a specific committee to assess the recommendations and to look on how to implement them. God willing, we'll establish this committee very soon, so that the committee will follow up on the decisions or recommendations of the conference, the 14th conference. The second question is about what do we have to provide for women with special needs? For us as parliamentarians, we have many strategies and initiatives as well as means of supporting women with disabilities, whether at the level of the community or at the level of national parliaments. As women parliamentarians, we really have these means to support our sisters with the special needs. As for the question of the fourth intervener, who spoke about the rights of women and how important it is, and the issue of the representation, women representation in the parliament. And he also raised an observation here about that the issue of the representation of women has not been in reality what is being stated in the documents. Then he went on to speak about the productive rights of the woman as well as the political violence against women. So his focus or stress is that we are all equal and all have the same duties and responsibilities. Then the presence of women in all fields and all aspects of life is very important, particularly in the decision-making positions. So, according to him, the presence of women in the decision-making is one of the means of her representation in different aspects of lives. For the fifth intervener, Mamilo from Lesotho, Mamilo commented on
on that theme or topic of the conference. So, whereas Hadia from Egypt, we would like to thank you and thank Egypt in particular for guaranteeing the rights of women as well as the achievements realized in Egypt with regard to the gender equality, the political level, and at the social level. Also, we praise the women's representation at the Congress as well as the House of Representatives. We praise these efforts and we confirm to our sister that there are other countries in the continent that have good percentages and might be even higher with regard to the representation of women in the parliaments and in the governments and the government portfolios. Whether in the diplomatic arena or other areas. We also call for more equality between women and men in the political arena. Our sister Sandra from Mauritius, we would like to thank her for the intervention and the comment on what has been stated in the report, which is a work for all women parliamentarians in order to achieve the sustainable development for women. My sisters also speak about how to expedite the realization of the provisions of Maputo Protocol. She's also calling the Women Caucus to continue improving our means of communication, such as establishing a means of platform for women's contribution. And here I would like to confirm to my sister that a platform has been established for the women parliamentarians. 2 days ago, we communicated with the majority of the women parliamentarians. However, we are missing some of the members because of lack of having their phone numbers. We'll do our best to strengthen the communication with all the women, and we will share with you all the plans and activities that we are intending to do in the Women Caucus at the Pan-African Parliament. Mr. Yusri from Tunisia, who the last intervener, would like to thank you as well and the government of Tunisia for what they did in terms of protecting the rights of women and young girls, whether in the constitution, stipulated in the constitutions as rights, or the laws. And there is a very important issue here that I would like to mention here, that there is the woman who assumed the position of the head of the government, of Prime Minister of Tunisia. And here I'd like to take this opportunity to call on our other states to keep on pushing, giving the women the highest position, as that sister in Tunisia became the head of the state. So why should we continue on the other states to take Tunisia as a model and to give the opportunity for women to assume these political positions? And thank you very much, Mr. President and my colleagues.
سيد الرئيس سيد الرئيس سمح.
Mr. President, could you give me the floor, please? Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you, Madam Amina Tijani, and my excuses to all of you, my colleagues. I requested the floor a long time ago, and I am a Tunisian, and in Tunisia we say rights are to be taken and not to be waited to be given. So my request is that for the presentations, The presentations are very long, Mr. President. We are representing the people of the African continent. We have the capacities and we have the knowledge to speak about. So here, my request is to call upon all the experts who make the presentations to reduce the time they are using for making their presentations. Mr. President, unfortunately, just feel aggrieved that I was not given the opportunity to speak at the beginning. So it is true that in Tunisia we have a very good experience, more than 70%.
You say order in parliament means you take your seat. Thank you. I listened patiently. It was a bit strange that after we are closing the presentation and debate, you rose. And I was not sure exactly what you wanted, so I wanted to give you the democracy that we all deserve and listen to you. You are heard that the presenters are taking too long. I think that I accepted. But you cannot depend the debate a matter that has gone to closure now. We can't reopen the debate. I think it's procedure. Even in Tunisia, parliament, you cannot start reopening the debate that we are now closing. If you missed the boat, it's not forever missed. No, you are interrupting the chair, unfortunately. You don't say no to the chair. And these are the things we are saying. We are a continental parliament, and our discipline should show that we are better than national parliaments. We cannot bring disorder. You are bringing disorder, my honorable. I gave you the space, but you want to debate. If you want to debate, it's not possible. Okay.
Mr. President, in the morning, I requested the floor. I want to intervene in the morning. And I submitted the paper in the morning. Even before my colleague Yusri, I came here at 9 in the morning.
You want to take the floor in the morning, but I think it is some, those ushers, those ushers all over. That's why we place them all over. If you give them a piece of paper, they bring it to the secretariat. And if it lands here, we don't exclude anyone. So it only means the letter did not land on this desk. And they want to apologize that it happened like that. But usually, although not encouraged, usually but not encouraged, when I say the last debate, the submission is from, you quickly say, but you can't say last because my name has not been called out. At least not now when we went for lunch, we are back and then you say my name in the morning. I think let's be fair to the process. We hear you, mistakes will be rectified. Everybody's listening that you were omitted in the morning. But can you allow us to proceed with the business? We are sorry for disappointing you for now, but I assure you you'll be happy in the future. I shall now put the report for adoption. Maybe my chair can propose, move for adoption. Chair of the committee, can you move for adoption?
Je n'ai pas bien saisi.
I didn't quite follow, Mr. President.
For the adoption. I didn't get you.
No.
Oh, this is not for adoption.
No, you move to move. You moved it a second.
I think I didn't hear you.
نعم شكرا شكرا سعادة الرئيس. أطلب من البرلمانيين اعتماد تقرير المؤتمر الرابع عشر من حول حقوق المرأة.
Was there interpretation? There was no interpretation.
أعيد. مشروع التقرير الخاص بالمؤتمر الرابع عشر حول حقوق المرأة.
There's no interpretation.
Our apologies, we're just trying to get the right channel.
Je demande l'adoption de
I call for the adoption of the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I, in terms of the provision of Rule 38(1) of the Rules of Procedure, it is my great pleasure that I invite our guest to enter the chamber, Dr. Olubusayo Akinola, Head of Social Welfare, Drug Control and Crime Prevention Division, Department of Health, Humanitarian Affairs and Social Development. We expect an usher to at least guide in terms of sit there, no, they come here, they get lost. No, you get into the chamber first and sit. Yes, take a seat somewhere. But look, I'm disappointed. So many ushers, a person just comes in, nobody's accompanying them. The clerk shall read the fourth order of the day.
Honorable President, the fourth order for the day is presentation and debates on the scourge of drug and substance abuse as an impediment to inclusive, lifelong, quality, and relevant learning in Africa. That's all. Relevant learning in Africa.
Thank you. I shall now invite Honorable Dali Laila, Chairperson of the Caucus on Youth, to make her presentation.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. شكرا أيضا للسيدة الكاتبة العامة. أحيي السيدين النائبين للرئيس سيدة مسعودة وسيد غايو.
Madam, I would like to thank also all the members of the Pan-African Parliament present here. I would like to thank the President for giving the opportunity to us to present this paper on the youth. Permit me to underscore the report on the caucus of the youth. Yesterday, my friend was ready to read the report, but the President called for an adjournment because there was no quorum. Mr. President, I would like to propose that our colleagues should read the report so that everyone here would be aware of all the issues raised. I would also like to extend greetings to the lady who is with us, the clerk, and we should be given statistics concerning the scourge of this drug and substance abuse in Africa. And it is indeed harmful to the public health and to the economy and social life of our societies, women, children, and education. I would like to insist that this presentation be made on the presentation of on drugs and how it affects our society. And this scourge of drug abuse affects children and also the quality of education in Africa. As I said, the scourge of drugs in Africa is very common in the 5 different regions of the continent. And there's also drug trafficking. So we're going to talk about the drug abuse and how it affects youth education. Africa is not only a transit area for drugs, but unfortunately it represents an area which also consumes drugs, and it's also a source of drugs. The continent has become a center for trafficking of cocaine, heroin, and drug consumption, and at the same time, there is an increasing number of people who are addicted to drugs, and this increases the number of problems in this area, and this has harmful effects on education. And so most of these children are not aware, and they can no longer contribute to the development of Africa. And what's even more, the number of students, in addition to those who are unemployed, are subject to drug abuse. And they make recourse to drug addiction. And there's the non-medical use of drugs such as heroin, methadone, and morphine. This is indeed a cause of concern for public health, and according to statistics, there's indeed an increase in drug consumption. And this UN report of 26 June 2024, that is last month, on drug abuse in Africa, reveals that by 26th of June 2024, there has been a propagation of drug abuse in Africa because it constitutes a harmful effect for the youth in Africa. And in most cases, the UN Bureau on Drugs, in its annual report on drugs across the world, according to this report, drugs constitute components of very dangerous substances. And this UN report underscored the problems. The state of Sierra Leone in April declared that the consumption of drugs, of all these different substances, will be prohibited. They include tramadol, marijuana, alcohol. Cote d'Ivoire also followed suit in prohibiting the exportation of all these substances. The UN committee stated that states should carry out experiments in a bid to help agencies which are in charge of the implementation of the law to take into consideration all these drugs which are greatly used in the African continent. And there's also the trafficking of substances such as cocaine, which come from Latin America and Southeast Asia. Africa, unfortunately, is used as a corridor for the trafficking and transporting of these drugs to Europe. I would also talk about the effects of drugs. That is, from the point of view of the education of the youth. There's a specialized body that has carried out a study on the effects of drug abuse on education, on the youth and children. This group have the possibility of carrying out their studies, and in the report of 2021-2022, it emerges that drug abuse affects these children, and they are no longer able to follow their education normally. So the result is indeed negative, and emphasis was laid on the harmful effects. More than 500 children have undergone a study in Nigeria, and it emerged from the study that the level of education of these children dropped. For instance, students who are in universities who underwent this study had their levels drop. And Germany also carried out a study which revealed that hashish is one of the consumption of hashish is one of the main causes of the drop in the level of education and among students. There are some students who were not able to continue with their studies because of the effects of drugs, which affected their education. And there are similar results in many other areas which reveal the harmful effects of drug consumption in Iran, Saudi Arabia, the United States, etc. Studies have been carried out in other countries, and all the results confirmed these negative effects. And that has to do with drug consumption. Drugs have secondary harmful effects in our societies. Other research in other areas have revealed that this affects individuals as a result of its effects on the youth. And this youth are not able to continue with their education, and they become a burden for their families. And this has harmful effects on the society. And this, of course, contributes to the deterioration of families, the society, and the propagation of drug consumption amongst the youth and students in schools.
التصوير الحديث والمتقدم لمسح الدماغ البشري أثبت أن الدماغ لا يتطور.
Have proven that the brains cannot function appropriately, and the capacity of reflection reduces right up to the age of 24, according to the study on drugs and the dangers inherent in it. Even reflection by an individual is reduced as a lot of drug consumption. So continuous drug consumption amongst the youth and adults has a negative effect on school results as well as performances of university students because of drug consumption. After having dealt with this negative phenomenon, there are figures which show the serious nature of the situation and which would require a rapid intervention to eradicate this phenomenon of the use of drugs, especially in school milieu where we have the youth, and as well as the repercussions in the families and the society in general. First of all, we have to lay emphasis on the youths and students, and we have to talk to them about the negative effects of drugs in the society. And we could achieve this through sensitization campaigns in schools, in universities, in the society, and local councils. Secondly, we have to provide psychological aid. And there's also consultation and medical treatment of those who are drug consumers. Thirdly, we have to apply rules and measures to eradicate drug abuse in our society. And also, we have to punish those who are involved in drug trafficking. Fourthly, we have to promote international cooperation amongst countries in regions to deal with drug trafficking. We also have to create work opportunities for the youth, because quite often unemployment encourages the youth to take to drugs. So by giving them work, we could reduce their recourse to drug abuse. Also, we could also fight drug abuse in school establishments, because we could do so through continuous sensitization, and it should be included in the curriculum in schools through workshops, through conversations and dialogue with students. And we should let them know about the dangers of drug abuse. We could also ensure that schools are an environment which encourage sincere consultation and provide support to students who need it. And we could also establish contact with parents and students and their families to make them aware of the dangers of drug abuse. Now, let me talk about the harmful effects of drugs and on the youth in Africa, these youth who constitute a major part of Africa's population.
Unfortunately, the impact of the youth in Africa is very, very serious. It has a negative effect on their physical health, their mental and emotional well-being, as well as their relationships. And this can lead to addiction. And this addiction can lead to further degradation of their health and mental well-being, and even death. This is why we need to support families, schools, and society to fight drug abuse amongst the youth. There are several measures that can be taken. First, we need to sensitize and educate the population about the use of drugs by the youth, and obviously educate the youth on the dangers of drug use and drug abuse. We could have programs in schools to educate and sensitize the youth to the dangers of drugs, but also to educate their parents on the dangers of drugs. We need to establish a dialogue between family members, between children and their parents, so that the issue of drugs can be discussed. We need to get the youth involved in sport, in theatre, and in other activities so that they are not tempted to get involved in drugs. We need to provide support to our African families so that families have people to turn to and advice when confronted by the problem of drugs. There are many studies that show that in Africa, when a young person uses and abuses drugs, families have a tendency to reject the youth and kick them out of the family. We need to help families to resist this temptation and for the family to be able to fight this together. We need to look at innovative ways to combat drug use among the youth, and we need to fight also the types of environments that lead the youth to be tempted into drug use and drug abuse. The African Union has put in place several measures to fight against drug use in Africa, and I believe that the next speaker, Dr. Akinola, will be speaking about these in her presentation. Many of these programs need to be more focused on the actual realities on the ground, but there are some very valuable programs that have begun. Programs by the African Union. And we need to take these programs to our various countries, begin with sensitization, education on drug abuse, and also providing the necessary medical, emotional, and psychological support to youths and their families who are affected by drug use and drug abuse. The programs that have been developed by the African Union are also to help us to better understand the gravity of the situation in Africa with regards to drug abuse by the youth. There are several challenges, though, in terms of the running of these programs. Firstly and foremost is the issue of resources, financial resources. And then there is the challenge of specific structures within the African Union to assist the various African countries in combating drug abuse by the youth. Corruption, unfortunately, also prevents certain funds from reaching these important programs to fight drug abuse, and very often social programs are affected by corruption. So we need to keep an eye on that to make sure that these programs are able to continue. We need regional and continental cooperation as well as international cooperation to fight drug abuse. So I think that I have provided enough information and enough statistics to convince you all of the seriousness of the problem that we have on the African continent, and we look forward to your comments and your input on what we can do to fight this scourge in Africa. We want our youth to be in school. We want them to play their role in society and in the development of Africa. We want them to reject drugs, and we pray to God the Merciful that He will support us in our fight against drug abuse in Africa. Thank you very much for your attention.
Call upon the next presenter, Mrs. Dr. Akinola. The first presentation took quite long. Maybe you can do well just to get us now to issues that were left out.
Okay. Thank you, Excellency. Honorable members of the Parliament, good afternoon, everyone. And it's a very great opportunity to be here today to make this presentation. And I'm sincerely sorry, not so used to the rules of procedure here. And this is my first time to be here, and I'm greatly honored. My name is Olubusaya Akinola, the head of Drug Control, Crime Prevention Division for the African Union Commission. I work from the Health, Humanitarian Affairs and Social Affairs Division. And I'll just be alluding to what has been presented, which is very, very elaborate and comprehensive by Honorable Leila. So just to give a brief overview of this presentation, I'll be talking about the statistics and trends on illicit drug trafficking, the current situation in member states, the African Union responses, our key achievements and challenges, which I would not be dwelling so much on, again, because it has already been presented, and also the policy implication. So for the statistics and trends, briefly, we have what is called the Pan-African Epidemiology Network on Drug Use report that annually collects data from member states. And the PAENDU is made up of 2 focal points from every member state. So they forward their report to us. After validation, we also forward this report to the United Nations Office on Drug and Crime. This PAENDU report has 2 sections. There's one for illicit drug trafficking and the other one for drug demand reduction. And we have used the report that has come in based on the weight of drugs that have been trafficked in the country and number of individuals for the illicit drug section of this report. So the first one to talk about is the illicit drug trafficking in Africa from 2016 to 2021. And it would interest you to note, honorable members of the Parliament, that over 500,000 individuals were arrested for drug-related disorders in Africa. And these drugs were actually meant for other places. It's also important to note that 1 in 10 persons arrested for these drug-related disorder issues are women, and we have about 0.1% which are children. That means we have children peddlers amongst these drug trafficking offenders. And the other the graph by the side is just showing the trends. We had an increase, and then it also declined in terms of trafficking of illicit drug just because of the COVID-19 pandemic. We had this decline. The next one is talking about the cumulative total quantities of illicit drugs that were seized on the continent of Africa. Honorable members of parliament, it will interest you to know that over 200,000 tons of drugs were reportedly seized on the continent from 2016 to 2021. Overall, we have cannabis. Over 50% of cannabis were seized on the region, and this is because cannabis is homegrown, so it grows quickly, and we have fertile grounds in Africa, so this cannabis is also being trafficked. We have what is called Captagon. It contains a chemical which is called phenacetine, and it was actually scheduled under the United Nations Convention. We also have codeine. We have CAT, which contains cation and cathinone, and also other precursor chemicals for methamphetamine. The next one is the drug demand reduction, and this one captures the data for individuals that assess treatment for drug-related issues. So these are just people that were able to assess treatment on the continent, and we were able to use the data collected about these people as proxy indicators to show and reflect what is actually happening on the continent. Just to give us a perspective, that we have this population pyramid, and as at 2021, we have about 1.3 billion people in Africa, and about 475 million people are aged 15 to 35 years. These are known as, they are categorized as youth according to the African Youth Charter. And also to note that 60% of these individuals are aged below 25 years. And there's this projection by the United Nations that over 40% of increase of drug use is expected in 2030. Now the next slide briefly just shows the age disaggregated data, and we can see these are the people that actually attended, that went for treatment. They already developed the disorders, so they've been using the drugs and then they end up having this disorder. And we can see the age is from 10 to 65 years, and then from 15 to 34 years, which is the youth of our population that are supposed to be in school, they are actually the ones in treatment. Honorable members of the parliament, it may also interest you to note that 2 countries actually reported 9 years being in treatment for substance use disorders. So I've already discussed that, so I would not waste our time. The educational status, 1 of 2 persons who assess treatment for substance use disorders had either only completed primary or secondary school education, and that is being alluded to by what was presented by Honorable Leila. It's also important to note the occupation of these people that assess treatment. The majority of them do not have good jobs. They are actually maybe working, they are out of job, they are not employed, and they are more likely to use drugs and also to access treatment. And then the sources of referral, this is just showing us that people are being referred to treatment by their family members, by friends. Now we have referral to treatment, which is very, very important, from the criminal justice system. So now people from the criminal justice system refer individuals with substance use disorder into treatment rather than them being incarcerated. Now, this slide shows a particular location somewhere where I have gone to do an education sensitization advocacy. And let me give it a country A and a country B. So we have a country A and a country B. They share the border. So drugs coming from country A, because country B has effective law enforcement activities going on, the drugs are not able to cross the border from country A to country B. So these drugs remain in the border between country A and country B. And what do we find? Because these drugs are expensive, the peddlers want to sell their drugs. They are selling the drugs to students. I went to this school, somewhere along this border. I showed them these two powders on the screen. And I assume that as secondary school students, when I show you two white substance, you should tell me, oh, this is a powder, this looks like sugar, this looks like salt. No, they were a very, very exact and very correct about the description of every single tablet or any white-looking substance that I showed to the students. So they are very much aware. They are using these drugs. This white substance that I was expecting the students to say is sugar or is powder or is salt is actually cocaine. Part of it is crystal meth, and they were able to explicitly distinguish these drugs. We call our students, our youth, now they are called science students. But before I go into that, I'd like us to see the other projection from the United Nations World Drug Report that was released on the 26th of June, which Honorable Leila has also talked about, to see that in Africa, 31% of individuals that are in treatment in Africa are below 25 years. They are not in school. Our students are called science students. They call themselves science students. They use kush, speedballs, bars, tornado joints, weed, cards, pot, monkey tails. Now, it may also interest you to note the other level that we call them, why we call them science students. Our students, the youth of our continent, go to gutters. They scrape the green algae from the gutters. They dry these algae and they smoke. Our students wait for the wall gecko, the dung or let's say the feces or poo-poo of the wall gecko. They scrape the dung on the wall and then they dry it and then they smoke this. We also have urine. They keep their urine for some days. It becomes concentrated ammonia and then they inhale it. We also have some of them going to burial grounds. They exhume the bones of dead bodies. They grind these bones and then they inhale it. And then the last one, our normal Pampers that we use for children. Our science students, our youths that are expected to be in school. They go, they pick up these Pampers, they scrape it, and then they dry it, and then they exhume it to feel high. This is their normal high. Honorable members of parliament, we need help. We need help. If we are not able to do anything before our tenure elapses, at least we should be able to help our youths. We need help. Our youths are dying. Now, I'm sorry. I'll talk about treatment. And to say the treatment is extremely expensive. This was a hospital in one of our member states, but I will not mention it. And this was in 2015. The only treatment hospital in this country that is government-run mental health hospital in an entire country in one of our member states. This was the state of this hospital in 2015. We don't have the treatment facilities. So treatment is expensive in our member states, and prevention through education is key. What we've been able to do was to show these other pictures to a regional bloc on the continent. And this regional bloc, based on these pictures, they were able to go to the country, they mobilized the resources, and then they renovated. So I'm not showing the final renovation because some of us might be able to know the location, but this was when the renovation started. But now this hospital has been handed over to the country. And also to say that this particular country only has one psychiatrist, only one. So if this psychiatrist is on leave, is getting married or something, the entire country is in disarray. Hence, prevention is better than treatment on our continent. Yes, so just to move quickly, that we have African Union responses. We've been trying from the African Union Commission. We have what is called the African Union Plan of Action on Drug Control and Crime Prevention 2019 to 2025, which is currently being implemented, is anchored on 9 pillars. And it follows a balanced and integrated approach. We believe when there's no demand, there will be no supply. And it also ensures that we have a multi-sectoral integrated approach to ensuring that this menace is effectively tackled and addressed in member states. And so this is just the 9 priority pillars. I will not be going into it. We have objective A1, which talks about prevention of drug use among all age groups, including males and females and youth at risk, by applying evidence-based prevention science. We also have objective E7, which talks about protecting our children from drug use and from being used in the production and trafficking of drugs as stipulated in Article 28 of the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Children. So these are the African Union responses. I will not be talking too much about it. We deal with prevention, we deal with treatment, rehabilitation, recovery, and reintegration into the mainstream society. We deal with evidence-based harm reduction and also alternatives to incarceration. Our key achievements so far, we've been able to establish the Sentinel surveillance system in about 35 countries, and this is where this data are coming from. We were able to also have enhanced treatment. We call it a universal prevention curriculum, universal treatment and recovery curriculum in collaboration with the United Nations Office on Drug and Crime and Colombo Plan. Also, we've had youth engagement. We were able to launch the first African Youth Forum last year in Zambia. We have also incorporated our traditional and religious leaders in drug use prevention. We've started with the South African regional bloc, which is the SADC, and we believe that our traditional leaders will be able to help the grassroots people. And then to ensure, we've ensured that we integrate age and gender-sensitive perspective into every national and continental strategies, among others. And for this, we have the Cairo Declaration, which is addressing substance abuse among children, and then we have the Lusaka Declaration of the high-level session that we had last year in Lusaka. And we also have this annual continental consultation for law enforcement officials, for our treatment workforce that we train yearly on how to effectively handle drug-related issues in their member states. The challenges, I would not really talk about it because Honorable Leila has mentioned so many, and it's a very comprehensive list that she has been able to give us. But to let us know that it has health impact, it affects them mentally, also has economic burden on the individuals, because most of these countries, only one country that takes individuals with mental health, substance use disorders to hospitals without paying. Only one country on the continent. Every other country, the family members or their friends have to pay. It also affects them in the school. We have stigma. We have issues with unsafe environments because they become very unrest and issues of exclusion and all that. We also have issues with our policy and support system because they are not so robust enough to handle issues that deals with drug-related issues on our continent. And then finally, to just mention the policy implication, which has already been said, but it's also important that we scale up evidence-based substance use prevention programs in our school. We also make sure we have treatments and care, but from all the things I've explained so far, I think prevention is usually better than treatment. And then to establish age-appropriate, gender-sensitive policies and programs for sensitization, advocacy, so that these children know what is actually going on with themselves, and to also know and understand better the dangers of substance abuse. Thank you very much. I think I've been able to make this presentation to tell us that we need help. We need help, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, but I think she deserves another round of applause. Something is going on in my mind after this presentation, or the two presentations on the youth and drugs. And I see the same happening in your minds. All your members, I can see that something is going on in your minds also after this. This is something that I would say is very deplorable. If civilization is getting us to this level, then we need to rethink civilization. It is taken out the human nature in us. Anyway, I know almost everybody now would want to join the debate because of what has emerged. And I will personally say, Madam Clerk, we usually say the presenter should make the presentation available. But maybe it's the president only. I rarely see the presentations myself. Maybe people don't have my emails. I think this presentation should get to every, if right, we will translate that presentation also into our languages and share it with all the MPs. And also, okay, I was even wondering, after listening, that this debate is very important. Some people are not here. I think every MP should have been here. And I'm also, in English, I want to say agonizing. Whether this is a debate where we can say 3 minutes, I think we need to speak our minds. This topic is deploring, and I want to see Pan-African Parliament take a lead. So all the debates should assist us to position Pan-African Parliament as the leader, the leading institution in Africa across all countries through our youth caucus to address this problem. So when you debate, we want, what can Parliament do, PAP, to take this message to our countries, everybody to know these dangers, and how can we work with the youth caucus across the continent. We want PAP to be known across the continent that it is leading in addressing these problems of the youth, and that this report should go to all our parliaments. All. We need to go and present. That's why I want the presentation itself to go into every national parliament. And we would want to get the recommendations from your national parliaments as to how we move. The possibility of where can we get funds, who can assist us as PAP to popularize this presentation and see what we can do. But before I ask you, I'm just provoking you to think and prepare very strong ideas on this problem. Don't just, we see there's a problem. There is a problem, it has been identified already. Honorable members, the problem has been identified. So when you debate, don't tell us the same problems. Tell us now what PAP should be doing at this level in national parliaments, and PAP taking a lead. But before you debate, as you write the ideas, we have a short presentation on the youth again, so that we close presentations on the youth, and then we go into debate. So I request the Vice Chair, Honorable Wavel, to do the second part of the youth presentation. And I believe you will not be that long. Yeah. There's an appetite now for everybody to want to debate these youth issues.
Thank you, Mr.
You want to do it from there?
Ah, sorry.
Look, the president does not. Go.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will try to be as brief as possible. I am presenting the report on the Pan-African Parliament Youth Caucus activities from 2022 and to 2024 on behalf of our chairman, Honorable Dahi. This report outlines the activities and initiatives undertaken by the Pan-African Parliament Youth Caucus for 2023 to 2025. The Youth Caucus has focused on addressing key issues affecting the African youth in several meetings within the PAP Youth Caucus. The members have discussed a number of issues, and we are already endeavoring to organize a number of forums and workshops, especially when it concerns employment, education, and political engagement of youth in parliamentary activities at national and also at international level. So far, we've organized one forum, a youth forum, which was held in the Kingdom of Morocco. It was in partnership, obviously, the Pan-African Parliament Youth Caucus in partnership with the Kingdom of Morocco on the AU 2002 theme, Strengthening Resilience in Nutrition and Food Security on the African continent, strengthening agro, food, health, and social protection system for the acceleration of human, social, and economical capital development. The aim of the dialogue was to provide general guidance or advice to African Union member states wishing to set up a program or review programs for youth to link them more directly to agricultural initiative and other value chain factors, while addressing the nutrition component more adequately and financing African youth. Some recommendation and resolution have been issued at the end of the dialogue. So other activities discussed, what we intend to bring forward on the Pan-African Youth Caucus initiative that we want to implement in the future is in regards to African Youth Employment Initiative, African Youth Education Reform, as is the theme of AU for the year. And also, we definitely need to do more in regards to the issue of drug addiction in our respective African countries. Another important matter that needs to be addressed, Mr. President, is the issue of representation of youth members on both the Pan-African Parliament and in our respective National Assembly and Parliament. It is very sad that even though we've moved the date of our meeting, our Youth Caucus meeting, we had it last Friday, the turnout was very poor, as you don't have enough members under the age of 40. And it is always an issue. We need as MPs to be encouraging our respective parliament to engage more youth, to become members of parliament, and also to nominate more youth on the Pan-African Parliament. It's a real issue, but the challenge is, Mr. President, is whenever we have a workshop or an activity outside of South Africa, the attendance is great. Everybody wants to go outside of South Africa. But when we're having a meeting here, the turnout is very poor and very low, and we need to work on that. One of the big challenges we're facing also is financial support. We did organize an activity last year with the support of international bodies supporting us. I will not go into detail in that. We still have around 50,000 USD remaining, but it is not enough to fund our activities. We have the Tunisian Parliament who wants to help us to host the meeting in Tunisia in regards to the forum on education, and as well as Addis has also offered to host us. This is something we need. In Senegal as well, and my brother from Senegal as well, the new MP also offered that Senegal might be willing to offer us and cover some of the logistics, the cost for us to, especially in the host country. But for now, the budget that we have is really not enough for us to implement all of the programs. There is so much we want to do, especially when it comes to the drug issue that Honorable Dai just presented and our sister, Miss Dr. Akinola, presented. But unfortunately, there's only so much we can do with the limited budget that we have. This is something that we need to discuss going forward, how PAP can better assist us in implementing our programs. So with that said and done, I know there's a very important topic which I also want to say a few words on, as it is very close to my heart, the issue of drug addiction on the African continent. With that, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, I submit. Thank you.
That was brief and very sweet. Now we have a list of, for now, 22 speakers. Multiply by 3. 22 speakers multiplied by 3, 66 minutes. Eventually to end up 75 minutes. And I want to look at the time. Oh, 10 past 5. 11 past 5. It means we can only rise after 6:30. Can we find a strategy? Because this is a very important topic. I also don't want to gloss over it just because time is gone. We need a strategy. 3, 1, 2, 3 only. I will not go to everybody, just 1, 2, 3. Honorable Hadia.
Well, mothers first.
Sorry?
The mothers, the ladies.
Sorry?
Youth ladies first. I'm a mother. I'm leaving my baby.
No, I will give you time, I know, to speak. But generally, can we do the whole list?
Youth first.
I know we have 2 other presentations today, which won't be possible, of course. Honorable,
2 minutes, not 3.
No, 2 minutes too short. We want people to say what they want on this topic. Honorable Barakat.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me inform you that under normal circumstances, the third presentation should have been a presentation on the committee's report in charge of agriculture.
Order, Honorable Barakat. Honorable Barakat, order. Order, which means sit down. I think we have taken another topic. My simple question is, I want democracy. We'll be here until 6:30. If we say yes, we do that. Or we say we take the first 10, we break, we come back tomorrow morning.
Point of order, Mr. President.
You can't say order to the president. You cannot say order to the president. Can you withdraw? You can only raise up your hand. You can't say, only the president can do that. Honorable Mukatana.
Thank you, Mr. President. I suggest that maybe we follow the list because many of the people who may have indicated they want to debate may not actually be in the chamber now. So if we follow the list and we try to do 3 minutes, I think we shall give a fair amount to people to debate. And those who are not there, others can take their position. I submit, Mr. President.
No, you never take the position of who is there, who is not there. If you are not here, we move. Anyway, let's do this. Next, on the list of Honorable Hadia Hosni, outside Egypt.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm proud actually of the Youth Caucus. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the very brief report about the Youth Caucus. It was very brief and information-wise, it was very good. Thank you, Honorable Laila, for the great presentation, and you gave great solutions for minimizing the drug and substance abuse. And special thanks to our guest, Dr. Akinola, for the statistics and for all-around Africa abuse information and prevention before treatment. I'm a member of CPYP in Egypt, its coordination committee of parties, youth leaders and politicians. We are more than 400 youth from 27 different parties. And we are all together in CPYP and individuals as well with different ideologies. We always work on learning and change in our work system. We have an awareness campaign for mental health and addiction, and I am proud to be leading it together with my colleagues. We began to look at the legislative aspect field, which is very, very important in this issue. We made field visits, were made to addiction clinics, workshops, and listening sessions with specialists and stakeholders. As a result, we presented a study on the addiction file in Egypt to the Egyptian Senate through our fellow senators. We also studied the operational reality and provided recommendations to the authorities responsible for improving mental health in Egypt. Our team members also participated in the Egyptian National Dialogue and provided recommendations on the issue of violence against women and family cohesion, which is a result of the addiction. Besides cannabis, cocaine, heroin, methazole, tramadol, and a lot of other drugs that Dr. Akinola mentioned, we usually talk about the drugs, but we have actually also a main issue, which is the electronic addiction, which affects the students and education so much as well, together with the drugs. So we should also try to work on preventing this kind of addiction besides the drugs addiction. So it's a kind of abuse, and it may lead to drugs addiction as well, because addiction of social media, addiction of electronics, games, and those things can create really great problems later-wise. It's an issue that we should put a lot of effort in it and have patience to eradicate it. The great recommendations that Honorable Laila presented should be taken into consideration, and we should work hard on achieving the best of them, especially starting by the punishments for sellers of those substances, because it starts, as Dr. Akinola said, prevention first. And after prevention, also we should look for the sellers. The sellers of those substances should be, there should be legislative actions and laws that prevent those sellers from selling those substances. And I would like to thank Mr. Chair for the very brief report on Youth Caucus, and we should help him to have the funds to be able to do all of our youth activities. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Shukran.
Afwan.
Honorable Mamelo Poko.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm really touched by all presentations we had today. And in Lesotho, I was going to say, women must stand up and sing Kodiamalla, because we have a tragedy that has befallen our continent and our countries. Drug abuse is destroying health, stealing futures, and it constitutes to the magnitude of intellectual and disability of young women and men, and cause the rare diseases. And I think as Pan-African Congress, we must declare war on drug trafficking. Because if we don't, there will be no Africa, because future leaders will be dead and mentally very sick. So, as Pan-African Parliament, we must work together and help our children and bring back their future. Because without future leaders, there will be no Africa. Our continent will be gone. We are having a very serious challenge that can only be fought by women of strength. And women of strength are found in Africa. Women who do things regardless how they do them. So let's stand up for our children. Let's fight for them, and let's declare war on drugs. I think I had a very long, but after all these presentations, I'm really, I don't even know how I managed to stand up, because this killed me. So women of Africa, let's stand up and fight for our children. We brought them into this world. Let's protect them from these evil drugs. Thank you.
Honorable Samuel Koga, Liberia.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding. Distinguished colleagues, let me extend once again my thanks and appreciation to our three presenters who tremendously performed excellent in their expose. But notwithstanding, we are finding solution to the issue of drugs abuse. In the first place, policy derived from gossip. Policy derived from mistakes. So in order to formulate a policy, there are three elements that you need to have in possession: human resource capacity, material resources, fiscal domain, or money. The first thing here is we need to visit or review all of our countries on this continent, their drugs law. Some of the impediment that we have with respect to drugs abuse has to do with weak drug law in some countries. If PAT want to take charge to ensure that these things are mitigated, they need to look at or review the countries representing here, their drugs law, how rigorous is it? And one of the issues also to find a solution to the drug issue has to do with parents. Some parents doesn't restrict their children. They love their children so much and they don't restrict them. They let them laissez-faire. Some of the parents have luxury. They have finances. Their children ride car to go to school. From school, they come with car. They sit in air-conditioned house and what have you. When this parent is out of finances, that identical child is no more capable to earning money, because ones who earn money, who had a tendency of earning money every day, eventually become criminal. That identical child now will get in the street to join friends to get in bad practice. We, the parent, need to have oversight responsibility on our children first. If you restrict your children and you know when they are coming home and when they are going out, and when they come, their behavior, their comportment in a house, if you observe it as a parent, it will serve as one of the deterrences to curtail the drugs activity in our continent, on our continent. And then we need to also look at the financial strength of other countries to encourage every country that there must be a mechanism put in place in every learning institution where there will be drug tests administered prior to enrollment in any institution. This method could also mitigate the drugs activities. And then poorer borders. Many of our African countries, poorer borders have been utilized by drug cartel because of the vulnerability of that borders to transport drugs into other countries. And the reason why drugs issue in Africa have been on the increase is because in the Western world, like Europe, Americas, to enter with drugs, they analyze and carefully know the country of origin that the goods is coming from. So for instance, in order to smuggle the goods into the Western world, they will first enter Africa because Africa had a weak border system, infiltrated system, and then transship the goods to the destination country like Europe and other places. So in order to encourage or discourage our children from drugs uses, we need to first of all have internalization, rigid law that if you are caught with drug, there are consequences. What are the consequences? It should be across the continent. And I would like to urge our parliament to first start this sojourn by ensuring that each and every one of us from our respective countries, while leaving this session, we should be able to visit our various journals and see the drugs law we have, whether it's very much forceful that we deter other drugs users in the country. And then the part should also identify source of income from donors so that we will be able to mobilize and encourage those personalities that are flagging and championing this drug issue so that we'll be able to be safe. Because drugs is being used for insurgent, drugs is being used for burglary, drugs is being used for so many purposes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think the time limiting has gone off. Yeah, I'm keeping asking my team that if we go like this, by 7 p.m. only 9 people have debated. Can we have the time limiting, please, whoever is in charge? Honorable Wavel Joseph Woodcock.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I will try to be as brief as possible. First and foremost, I would like to thank the two presenters, Dr. Akinola and Honorable Dai, for the comprehensive presentation. Now, just to give some example of what is happening in Seychelles, unfortunately, we have not been spared from the scourge of drug addiction, especially among our youths. About 10% of our population are hooked on drugs, especially hard drugs like heroin, crack cocaine, crystal meth, and we have a significant budgetary allocation which goes towards the treatment of drug addicts as well as the war against drug trafficking and traffickers. A country surrounded with over 115 islands. Unfortunately, we have a very large EZ, and we have Iranian dhows coming to Seychelles. And on more than one occasion, our Coast Guard have intercepted boats coming especially from the eastern coast of Africa and also from Iran. What we're trying to do today with this issue of drugs is we've declared war against drugs, as well as we've implemented a number of programs. For example, we have a methadone rehabilitation program, which is something that other African countries can endeavor in, which is used in addition with counseling program, medical services, such as nurses working with addicts as they are victims of different diseases and illnesses such as HIV and hepatitis C. We also need to work in collaboration with civil society and religious organizations. It is not something that should be government-led alone. It should be something that should be tackled by all the community, by all the peoples of our respective African countries. The question that I need to ask Dr. Akinola is rehabilitation is quite challenging and difficult. It's very difficult to rehabilitate drug addicts. My question is, in conclusion, what are the success rate of drug addiction treatment on the African continent, and what are some of the treatments that are being used? And is there a statistic or data on how many drug addiction addicts have recovered from drug addiction on the African continent, by country or on the continent? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Beja Lamari. I can see Honorable Nikaise Fagnon Benin.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, since the presentation of this report, I have headache. Mr. President, the challenges of Agenda 2063 of African Union shall be all in vain if we do not take our responsibilities head on. Our colleague from Liberia expressed it very clearly, and I just want to underscore the fact that all our resources, all our potential in terms of traditional medicine should be employed to fight this scourge. The second one, the issue of addiction, is a public health issue. I want to draw attention to the fact that we often neglect the role that traditional authorities, quota-heads, decentralized authorities can play in this fight. Every country has to have appropriate public policies to fight this scourge. For example, the same thing for reproductive health. We found the money to buy a contraceptive and to implement measures for proper contraception. Our youth are in danger. We parliamentarians have to put in place parliamentarians' networks to fight drug addiction. Mr. President, we need to improve the education system to train more psychiatrists and build more hospitals and health centers to solve the problem. Mr. President, these are serious times, and because these are serious times, the recommendations done by the two eminent ladies should be adopted by the Pan-African Parliament. And as you can see, the Pan-African Parliament has a strong role to play here. And so with the involvement of our governments, we can really address the issue and propose appropriate solutions. Thank you.
Euclides Vale da Silva, Cape Verde.
Muito obrigado, senhor. Thank you very much, Honorable President. I will be very brief in my comments. Two reports have been presented on drug use and other psychoactive substances. The two presenters did not address illicit drugs. I think the major problem of public health that the African continent faces is the consumption of licit legal drugs, that is, alcoholic beverages. These are legal, cheap drugs with easy access, and they have been constituted a major public health problem. According to WHO, alcohol kills over 3.5 million people per year, in addition to absenteeism at the workplace and many other social problems. I think that the Youth Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament could also give its contribution for the prevention against the abuse of alcohol in the continent. As for the drugs mentioned and presented by the two presenters, we also have another problem which is caused by drugs in our continents, which is social destabilization and, above all, political destabilization of some countries. There are countries that have witnessed political crisis, social instability, where drug traffickers are seen to be those destabilizing the countries. So the issues of drug trafficking and drug use is not only resumed to consumers, but it's a larger problem affecting African countries, and the Pan-African Parliament should have a voice here to defend against this. To close, Honorable President, on the report of the Youth Caucus presented by my colleague, it reflects the initiatives of the caucus, and my call as a member of the Bureau of the Youth Caucus is that there should be more commitment in this caucus. Members are not attending a lot of our meetings, and at our last meeting we were discussing that maybe it's the fact that the PAP does not have many MPs under 40 years of age. So I'd like to count on your collaboration, Honorable President, to develop parliamentary diplomacy with the national parliaments to include the youth in their delegation to the PAP. The speaker lost the microphone.
Só para terminar, Sr. Presidente.
To conclude, Honorable President, all delegations should have indeed one woman in the delegation. We should try to include a provision so that the delegations will include a young person in the delegation, because this is a young continent and this parliament should reflect the African peoples. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Joan Roku, Enumbi, Equatorial Guinea.
Mr. President.
No le escuchas, no. Vuelve al canal de español.
In front of me. And secondly, it would have been a struggle because a report that is not in front of you, obviously you cannot talk about. But notwithstanding, coming from the Gambia, with only less than 2.5 million population, this is a big problem in my country. Recently, last month, we have had 113 cases of Kush with 11 deaths in a country of less than 2.5 million. And the youth dependency rate in my country is 86.9%. And all those deaths were youths. In my country, I think it's because of the poverty level and the frustration. But also as PAP, I think what we need to do is come up as a group of countries in the continent to tackle this. Because the Kush is not made in the Gambia. It comes from neighboring countries. If they are not controlled, we are trying to advocate for free movement of goods, services, and persons. But what if all these bad substances are coming from our neighboring countries, killing our citizens? I think we also need to look into that, Mr. President. People that were intercepted, 107 were intercepted last month. Within the last 2 months in my country. 73 were Gambians. But where did they get these substances from? They got them mostly from Nigerians, from Sierra Leoneans. I don't want to mention individual countries, but those were the reported countries, nationals that were peddling drugs in my country. And they were members of ECOWAS countries. We are advocating for free movement within the sub-region and within the continent. If we have these people bringing these bad substances to kill our children, would we continue to advocate for this free movement of persons and goods and services? I think we also need to revisit that and make sure that things are done properly and with good intention. Mr. Speaker, lastly, I would want to emphasize to this August House to make sure that documents are given to members before presentations are done, because it will be very difficult to follow on something that you do not have in front of you, especially when we're talking about issues, matters relating to our youths. We all have children. We all have constituencies. My constituency, for example, is predominantly made of youth.
Thank you for the point that presenters should submit their reports beforehand so that members can read. I'm aware tomorrow we have a presentation on climate change by Dr. Mwinga, sorry. He was in the chamber. Can you please organize that presentation so at least when members come in the morning, they can have sight of it. And the other presenters. The next presenter is Honorable Senator Anita Ndaizeye, Burundi.
Merci de m'avoir accordé la parole.
Thank you for giving me the floor.
drug use in the academic sector is really a public health hazard on the entire African continent, and in fact, the effects on the health are also well known, and there are also impacts on society and communities and the entire African people. And so I'm going to classify some of these challenges on three levels. There's challenges to the individual, challenges to the family, and challenges really to the society. Drug abuse really is not limited to students and young learners. It is also young adults who get tempted to abuse drugs. The social rehabilitation is very expensive on the family. In Burundi, there is a rehabilitation center for addicts. The drug abuse really is a ticking time bomb in our country, and dependence on such drugs really is growing, and we need to try and fight the networks of people who traffic some of these drugs into our communities. And we also need to have mental health centers, because it is a growing problem. Young people abuse drugs really because they are looking for happiness, they are looking for easy solutions, but those easy solutions can quickly lead them to nightmares. And obviously, strong addictions to substances that destroy their futures. The parents really live in very difficult conditions, and whenever there is a child who abuses drugs. Now, there specialized centers are necessary to try and fight drug abuse. And so there are two questions that I prepared. What are the factors that lead to addiction? The second question has already been answered by Honorable Liela. What are the solutions to fight addiction? Thank you very much.
Much. We are on number 10, moving to 22. Honorable Abdoulaye Dieng, Senegal.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would like to congratulate you for the good approach and manner in managing this institution. That said, dear members, I would also like to congratulate you on the good quality of the debates that we've had. Mr. President, I would like to congratulate the Youth Caucus that I have just joined for the good presentation that was made, and also the topic that was submitted to us today. And I would like to add my contribution as a youth to enrich this debate in a society like the one we have today, where the individual rights are above communal rights. For all adults see themselves sometimes deprived of their rights to handle their children the way they see fit. We see a growing trend towards drug addiction amongst young people. And so the main causes of addiction amongst the youth are, on the one hand, social in nature, and on the other hand, it is the seeking quick happiness. The consequences are also really in an increase in violence, aggressive behavior, and others. And given the negative consequences, it is important from a social and legal perspective to fight against drug abuse. And for that, I am strongly in favor of the following approaches: to promote multi-dimensional approaches with participants in the education sector, to work with all businesses around schools and universities, increase treatment centers to rehabilitate people who are guilty of substance abuse at national, regional, and in continental level. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mine will be too short. I'm just going into the questions that I have for Dr. Akinola. This issue of drug and substance abuse affects the ability to learn, focus, and commit to tasking. Therefore, it means it affects mental and physical health and the economic capabilities of every person. And I think it is important for us as a continent of Africa to take a lead, especially those people who are in this parliament, the PAP, because the allegations continental-wide will be saying those who drug traffickers are linked to big political people. And in Africa, big political people are here. So we are the people that have to focus and see how are we able to deal with this issue. I therefore go to my questions. The first question is, how far has Africa gone on programs of harm reduction programs, safe consumption spaces, in mitigating the negative impact of drug use in Africa? Number two, what progress has been made in implementing the African Union Plan of Action on Drug Control and Crime Prevention? And how has it influenced drug policy across African countries? Are there any notable successes or challenges in achieving the objectives outlined in the plan, especially in ensuring inclusive, lifelong, quality, and relevant learning? What can the African countries do together to cut the production, supply, use, and provide for rehabilitation for those people already affected? My proposal is, let us trace the source and supply of substance used for drugs, internationally and domestically. Let's work with countries which are the source of the substance, push diplomatic pressure for them to cut production and supply of these substances of their source and facilitate international policies and persecution of drug dealers. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Joseph Leopold, Mauritius.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank the three presenters who have made a very explicit explanation on the misuse of drugs across Africa. Mr. Chair, one of the fears of members of states of AU to fully abide and ratify AU conventions and protocols is because of drug trafficking. Despite Mauritius is making lots of efforts to allow free movement of people across and from the countries of the continent, drugs, we have the provenance of drugs, of hard drugs, coming from many African countries to Mauritius. And that is why you will see that Mauritius is a little bit skeptical on allowing people to come freely to Mauritius, because most of the drugs which enter in Mauritius come from countries of this continent. When we are reflecting on the scourge of drugs and substance abuse as an impediment to inclusive, lifelong, quality and relevant learning in Africa, we need to look at and understand what is addiction and how are we going to do prevention for the sensitization of people on the continent of Africa. Mr. Chair, addiction is a disease, and we have to treat victims of drugs as patients, as disease, as someone who is ill, who is sick. And therefore, we need to have adequate resources on our continent for the treatment and rehabilitation of drug users. I've heard by one of the person who present the report on drugs that across Africa we have people who reject their children. I don't think their mother and their father wish to reject their children. The only reason why they reject their children because the problems of addiction. Mr. Chair, when someone is addict with drugs, when they cannot have or take the drugs, they have problems. So these problems need, cet homme de manque, these problems need to be care in special institution, in special care.
One minute. Thank you. Honorable Amina Ali Idris Chad.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for giving me the floor to speak about drug abuse. I say thank to our two presenters for their clear presentation. As I mentioned everything, and me, clearly I discovered new things. I don't know even the drug has white color. Thank you so much. I can say drug abuse is one of the major factors disturbing African family and become day-to-day life. We do ask ourselves what are the causes, and I believe that the causes are stress, bad company, poverty, social media, illegal drug sellers, and so on. Do you agree with me, Excellency and dear colleague, that the drug addiction is not only an obstacle for learning about but it is a danger which destroys life in Africa as well as in war. As parliamentarian, we can play our role for making rigorous common laws in order to prohibit the sale of drugs to minors or block any means of using drugs. Arrest and punish all smugglers. About some channel, I mentioned that social media can also encourage young people for taking drugs. I have been in China in 2010 for a training, but even some websites belong to Europe or West, you cannot access to in China. Because even for making some research, the Chinese government don't allow any website don't relate or related to their cultures. I can say our government or committee can create job opportunity for keeping youth busy, such as hand factory. It not cost a lot of money, but help them to fight against poverty. As the chair said in the presentation, sometimes they leave Africa to look better life or study. But unfortunately, they are far from the family and they can become addicted and lead by death or mental illness. So, we also must strictly respect our laws. I see we have laws. Every country has laws, even African Union. 1 minute, please. Madam Akinole said, you said many objectives to reach, but PAP can also work harder and harder after what you said in your presentation to overcome with drugs abuse challenges and give positive change for the best interest of the Africa in our continent. I am totally agree with my sister from Mamela, from Lesotho. She said, let's declare the war against drugs. I totally agree with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I call upon Honorable Mahmoud El Said Mohammed Saad, Egypt.
Where? Here.
Egypt, yes. No, you go Egypt. It's this one.
Okay.
You from there, you go there.
Okay.
Egypt, this one.
Okay.
Yeah. Then go to Zimbabwe.
الكلمة الآن لمحمود السيد من مصر.
Yes, I'll now hand over to Honorable Said Mohammed from Egypt. If he's not in the room, we'll go to the next speaker, Honorable Elizabeth Masuku from Zimbabwe. You have the floor. Is she in the room?
Committed to addressing this pressing issue through comprehensive legislative measures and strategic initiatives aimed at mitigating the impact of drug abuse on our society, particularly our youth. Zimbabwe has enacted robust legislation such as Dangerous Drugs Act, which forms the cornerstone of our efforts to combat drug trafficking and illicit substance abuse. Furthermore, our recently launched Drug Master Plan 2020 to 2025 outlines strategic interventions to reduce drug demand and supply, enhance treatment and rehabilitation services, and strengthen legal frameworks. We expanded rehabilitation facilities across all provinces, utilizing 36 former COVID-19 centers to boost our capacity in providing crucial support to those affected. Madam President, in addition to legislative measures, Zimbabwe has taken proactive steps in education and awareness. We have integrated a comprehensive drug and substance abuse curriculum into our schools, equipping our youth with knowledge to make informed decisions. National further amplify our efforts, utilizing media and communication platforms to foster community engagement and support. Madam President, as we move forward, let us continue to collaborate regionally and globally to strengthen our collective response to this crucial issue affecting our continent. This issue is affecting our Africa. As African, we should stand up and fight against this drug issue. I thank you.
شكرا جزيلا. المتدخل الموالي هي هادية محمد حسني من مصر، ويبدو أنها غائبة كذلك. ثم الموقرة إستير باساريس، وأظن أنها غائبة كذلك. بعد ذلك المتدخل هو الموقر يوسكي.
The next one is going to be Honorable Yuski Mawab from Tunisia.
شكرا سيدة الرئيسة. الاسم الصحيح هو يسري البواب من تونس. سيدتي الرئيسة، شكرا. شكرا. سيدتي الرئيسة، لا يسعني إلا أن أرفع قبعتي احتراما وتقديرا للمجهودات التي قدمتها
I'm not getting it.
So,
وكذلك في إبداع.
I would like to congratulate the presenters, as also the Youth Caucus and our colleague from Seychelles who spoke earlier. Madam Chair, what we saw today, and also around us, we have this challenge of youth who are feeling lost. Like we saw, poverty is the key challenge that pushes young people towards drug abuse. And the contradiction that we have to draw attention to is the fact that unemployment really is a key factor that is causing young people to spend time taking drugs. And so this is really unemployment. That is the key challenge. And to add to what other colleagues have said, the countries that are investing more in the youth, who are not investing in the youth rather, and who are not investing in human development, very little investment in the education and so on, really leaves the youth with no option to have too much time on their hands, and that is really what pushes them towards drug abuse. And so we need to encourage African banks and African financial institutions to invest in activities that will keep our youth busy. Madam President, we also need to put pressure on national parliaments to vote laws that come down hard and punish drug traffickers, and also we need to encourage the treatment centers and also for the youth. We also need to encourage make it possible for young people to really rejoin their families and society when they have followed a full treatment course. Madam President.
Raisa. So you have exhausted the time given to you. This phenomenon came from countries which wanted to carry out development through drugs. The African youth, which is the most important factor in development, is indeed the victim. Thank you very much. Now we'll give the floor to Mr. Madeno from Kenya. You have the floor.
President,
you have the floor.
For giving me the floor. Madam President, today in Kenya, we have a very big problem on the question of drug called Muguka. 6 governors from the Coast Province area, where I come from, have banned this drug, and they have said we do not want the sale and distribution of these drugs in our 6 counties. But 3 counties from the highland areas who are producing this drug have gone to court to say that this drug must continue being distributed and sold. So we have a big problem in our country today. This discussion is very relevant. The coastal governors are arguing that this drug has active ingredients called cathinone and cathine, which are active ingredients, and they are prohibited by the Psychotropic Drugs Act in Kenya. But the governors in the highlands are arguing that this Muguka drug crop is a cash crop, and it is listed as a cash crop in one of the laws in the country. So we have 2 laws which are conflicting, and that's why we have a problem. So, Madam Speaker, this matter, of course, is in court in Kenya. But what am I proposing for Pan-African Parliament? Madam Speaker, I propose that we should have a model law. And I hope Madam Akinola, who made a very beautiful presentation, and the youth chairman, and Madam Leila, I believe, they can look at where we can locate which committee can come up with a model law that will be able to schedule all the drugs that we say are not good. If we had, for example, a model law that is operational from Pan-African Parliament today, I would be able to say and argue in the Senate of Kenya and say, no, look, those who are arguing this way and those who are arguing the other way, there is in fact a guiding law in Pan-African Parliament that says this is a psychotropic drug, or that says this drug and this drug, including this Muguka, has been classified as such, and therefore we cannot use it in this country. So, Madam Speaker, I think time has come for us to rise.
شكرا لكم. الكلمة الموالية لأونورابل.
Thank you.
يا
Thank you very much. For this motion of order, Madam Vice President, it is a simple motion of order relating to Rule 32. Now that we've gone beyond working hours, I would like to suggest that we present another motion to seek permission from members to extend our time and continue with discussions on this basis.
Merci beaucoup. Aïe. Aïe, non. Aïe.
We're not. Thank you very much. As you underscored, we agree with your understanding, and thank you very much. Now we'll give the floor to Ms. Suswa Abute from the Gambia. He's not there. Afterwards, we'll give the floor to Jean-Patrick Go. Excuse me, please, you have the floor.
President, this is a very apt discussion that we are involved in. It really concerns everybody, including my own country. My sister has already spoken. We are very much concerned because not only for the drugs that are coming from South America, through our neighboring countries like cocaine, heroin, etc., but this one is inbred drug called KOS that Dr. Akinola has mentioned. KUS. They call it KUS. I don't know, it's a new name. We all give it different names. And my country right now is engaged in conferences to really find out the problem of this drug, because it's not only making young people to look for enjoyment or to look for easy escape, but this is actually killing them, and it's also making them mentally challenged. And this is a very serious problem. So I will not go far, but I will just give my recommendations. One, that I believe this Parliament should ensure that this particular report is laid in every parliament in Africa, debated, and then, actions taken. Two, I want to believe that we should ensure that the drugs, study be part of our curriculum so that our young people will learn earlier, about the dangers of this particular drug. Three, all members, I believe, belong to constituencies. We all have our constituencies in our countries. We should ensure that during our regular tours, we make this thing an issue. Three, our neighboring countries, we should be able to collaborate very well to ensure that the transiting of these particular dangerous drugs are being curtailed. In our area, there are issues talking about our neighboring countries, especially Sierra Leone, where they go to the graveyard and dug up, people's bones, and then, turn them into this particular drug. Also, we should review our drug laws to make the penalties a bit more stringent to ensure that we contain drugs. Honorable President, I believe that we have to attack this problem from the root of the problem by ensuring that, things are done to ensure that this particular menace is being minimized in our societies. Thank you very much, Honorable.
شكرا جزيلا. المتدخل الموالي هو جان باتريك كيران من موريشيس، فليتفضل.
Merci Madame la Vice-Présidente. Permettez-moi tout d'abord de féliciter les présentateurs pour leur brillant.
Would like to thank the presenters for their brilliant presentation. And I would just want to emphasize the fact that in many African countries, including Mauritius, synthetic drugs kill a lot of young people. And this is synthetic drugs, I must underscore, are produced traditionally, locally. So I would want to say that many young people die as a result of the consumption of these synthetic drugs. They become addicted, and these drugs are easily available and are sold at very low prices. And this is to the despair of all their families. I have two questions to Dr. Akinola. Perhaps she could tell us what the African Union Commission plans to do to stop this synthetic drugs production in the African continent, and in particular amongst the young users, the young consumers who are becoming increasingly addicted. My second question is, what are the recommended treatments recommended by the African Union Commission for these young consumers? And I'm referring to those of the age bracket of between 12 and 18 years. And Dr. Akinola, in her presentation, mentioned the fact that there was a 9-year-old child under treatment. So, what are the recommended treatment for these young people? Is it the same treatment for adults, or there are specific treatments for the youth? Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member of Parliament. We'll give the floor to Professor Margaret Kamara from Kenya.
Thank you, Madam President, for giving me an opportunity to contribute to this very important discussion. Madam President, drugs and substance abuse have affected all of us in one way or the other. I don't know of anybody in Kenya who will say they have not been affected directly or indirectly, either through our own children or through our relatives or through trying to take care of somebody. So it is something that is really becoming very serious. Rehabilitation institutions will never be enough. Hospitals will never be enough for this kind of treatment that we are trying to employ. We know that education institutions are supposed to be the safe spaces for young people. But at the same time, we know that there is infiltration of the same drugs and substance abuse to the same institutions. It is therefore very important, first and foremost, for the whole continent of Africa to consider implementing free and compulsory education in basic education. That way, we are able to have a forum where we can converse, and we have a place where we can instill discipline amongst our youth. We also know that poverty is one of the causes, because it is what has resulted in street families, and from street families, then you have drug abuse and substance abuse being implemented freely. The sad part is that the children who don't live in the street are being attracted to the children in the street because of what Dr. Akinola has shocked us with. That the addiction is so high that it is that children are very ready to test and they get easily addicted. What can we do? Madam Speaker, I just want to propose that PAP is the right place to fight or to wage war against drugs. And if we have one law, and I would like to agree with my brother from Kenya, that we need to have a law that is similar across the continent so that we ban these drugs and substance abuse. It is very important that we have only one law that crosses across. So we need a model law, and we need to encourage the revelations that we have gotten from Dr. Akinola and have a committee that can work on it and come up with a model law that we go out. And we should give this as an agenda of PAP, because we are the ones who are advocating for free movement of persons. You are the ones who are the advocates of
Okay, extra 1 minute, okay. Oh, you're finished. Thank you very much. Honorable Ben Salah.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. شكرا للأنسة ليلى الداهي رئيسة مجموعة شباب للتقرير المستفيض التي تم تقديمه. لن أتحدث على النسب والأرقام، فحضراتكم ستنسونها حالما تغادرون هذه القاعة أو حالما.
I don't want to talk about something you're going to forget when you leave this place. The most important thing for me is that drugs are consumed by everyone, the youth, adults, and the elderly. When we talk about drugs, we think directly of the young people, because this age bracket is the most important group. Because when we deal with drugs, we're dealing with obsolete instruments, laws. So, the youth who are drug addicted are attracted because they want to try and see and when we send these young people to prison, they will learn more negative attitudes. They drop out from school, they are marginalized by the society, and I believe that the prison is not the solution. By putting drug-addicted children in prisons, we create new delinquents, new marginalized youth in the society. And to efficiently deal with this drug phenomenon, we should modernize our instruments and try to understand the youth. We as parliamentarians, legislators in our countries, we have to deal with this to be able to protect our children in the face of this phenomenon. Thank you very much.
I believe we've concluded in terms of the names that were on the list.
Thank you. I believe that
Dr. Akinola to respond. Dr. Akinola, you can see we are here after even 6, almost half 6, but give quality responses. Time is an issue, but respond and give information.
Thank you, Excellencies, and I'll just be very brief as guided. I would like to sincerely appreciate your support and the proposals and the recommendations that has been given, and to also say succinctly that every single recommendation has been taken on board. And luckily, we have our specialized technical committee meeting, which is the meeting of ministers coming up in August, and all our recommendations will be pushed forward to these ministers, to our ministers of health, population and drug control, and also to inform us that the decisions and the information here would also be forwarded to our heads of state and government to the highest level. To just mention briefly on the electronic addiction that was talked about by Egypt, that this information is out there. We are fully aware. However, we do not have enough robust data to be able to effectively pursue electronic vaping, and to also they say that when there is no data, there is no evidence. So, but we're still currently collecting data in terms of vaping. We want to sincerely appreciate the input also from our members, from the honorable members who have talked about our laws that are not standardized. To just mention to us that we're having issues in terms of maybe standardization or harmonization of laws. For example, some criminal elements in terms of transnational organized crime or illicit drug trafficking, they prefer to go to maybe, let's say, Benin, because I'm just giving an example, because their prison term is 10 years, or they'll prefer to go to a particular country because if they are caught, they would only spend 1 year in prison, so they prefer to have their transnational organized crime in a country that have less sentencing. Also to ensure, to mention that our porous borders have also been a major impediment in tackling issues related to drug trafficking. And also we have these laws that are not standardized. For example, sometimes a while, Nigeria put a ban on codeine containing cough syrup because it became so difficult. Our youths were really taking this codeine containing cough syrup. However, what Nigeria did not do was to ensure that codeine containing cough syrup is also banned across all the other borders that were surrounding Nigeria. So what Nigeria experienced immediately after this codeine containing cough syrup was banned was influx of parallel importation of codeine containing cough syrup from other countries, and then it just made the codeine containing cough syrup more expensive. So these are types of policies. If we do not take a holistic, multi-sectoral approach to tackle, will be difficult for us to effectively handle substance abuse in our member states. I've also been asked this question on the harm reductions, the success rate of treatment and policy. That was why I also made a presentation that treatment is always better than, prevention is always better than treatment. For addiction, it takes several years. It takes rehabilitation, it takes counseling, it takes mainstreaming into the society, and we cannot really quantify the success rate in terms of treatment. We have other harm reduction policies which has not been taken on board by our member states. For example, providing methadone maintenance treatment or buprenorphine maintenance treatment. We have all those other harm reduction strategies like providing a safe space for individuals that inject drugs to effectively inject their drugs easily. These are issues in member states. They've not been able to comprehend that when we have Ebola, Lassa fever, and all the other communicable diseases ravaging the country, ravaging the continent, how will I provide money from our very strict budget to now provide a space, a safe space for individuals that abuse or use drugs to be able to inject these drugs properly. Those are these harm reduction strategies that were basically imported. We're trying to ensure that we have these in our member states, but we cannot lord it over each of the country. Their policies is important, their sovereignty about issues when it comes to harm reduction strategy is also very important. I was asked also on factors that lead to addiction, which has already been mentioned. We have peer pressure, stress, lack of parental guidance, environment, poverty, social media, to mention a few, and to also emphasize that people are living, but we need to quantify their disability-adjusted life years, which is the years of life they live in disability due to drug use. In terms of the harm reduction strategy, like I said, very few countries have already started these harm reduction strategies, but it's very, very difficult for our member states due to these narrow budgets that we have. We have notable challenges and successes on the African Union Plan of Action on Drug Control and Crime Prevention. Excellencies, it's important to note and to state here categorically that for the Drug Control Unit for 2024, we were only given $9,000 to tackle illicit drug trafficking, drug use, prevention, treatment, and rehabilitation on the entire continent of 55 countries. So we need to see that we have these issues which cuts across. We do not have this funding. What we've been able to do is to go to international partners and beg them for funds so that we'll be able to implement these are strategies. And the strategies includes prevention, advocacy, sensitization, going into schools and to sensitize our youth. Also to say that a regional bloc, I'll mention ECOWAS, they have 0.05% of their national budget going into drug. And most of the treatment centers, and particularly the one that I showed to us this afternoon, were actually rehabilitated by this regional bloc, ECOWAS, based on the evidence that we have. So we can also have support from different regional blocs if they are able to support these movements against drug abuse in our country or on our continent. Yes, indeed, the model drug law is very important. The challenges that we have is that on our continent, we have common law, we have Sharia law, we have civil law, we have different types of laws. And so these laws are even not talking to each other, even within a country in its entirety. So to have a model law, it might be very difficult, but I believe is a step in the right direction. Yes, indeed, Kush has been a very, very major issue on the continent, like Sierra Leone has declared this as an emergency, and it was also flagged, this emergency was flagged by United Nations. I sincerely appreciate the comment from Kenya talking about this Kush, and to say Kush is a cocktail, and like I said, these are science students, cocktail containing marijuana, it contains fentanyl, it contains tramadol, it contains formaldehyde, every single thing that you think of. So it's a cocktail of different drugs. And the side effects and adverse drug reaction from this Kush cannot be overemphasized. But to also mention that this Kush, which contains cations and cathinone, was actually scheduled under the 1997 convention, is scheduled under Schedule 1, and Kenya is a signatory to this convention. So we can start from that with the Kenya parliamentarians. This Kush has already been scheduled by the United Nations Convention under Schedule 1 of 1977, and Kenya is part of the signatory to this convention. To also mention briefly that we'll be having a midterm review of the implementation of the African Union during the specialized technical committee meeting, and I will ensure that this report is made available to our members of parliament. I think for now that is it. I was also asked about treatment for children. So what we do is to have adjusted dose of available treatment. So treatment is based on what the children presented with during treatment. And so what they presented with, we just make sure we adjust the dose based on their body weight and the available drug that they are going to be administered to. However, to also still emphasize that prevention through effective education for using a multisectoral, holistic approach is better than treatment. Thank you, Excellencies.
Look, this has been excellent. But the youth committee should not end here. Assist PAP, work with everybody now to go the next steps. When is this Ministers of Health meeting in August?
5th to 9th of August, sir.
5, where?
Addis Ababa.
And you are meeting without anyone from Pan-African Parliament. This is a forum also that surely you should invite, or whoever invites. Can we share this? You wait for me. Once we finish, we talk.
Yes, sir.
We need to invite at least 1 or 2 of us, not me, of course, from the relevant committee, to be there in Addis and see how things. So how can we do a model law when we don't even know what ministers are saying? So please, we would want us to, someone from PAP, or at least 2 or 3 MPs to attend. I want to close this. What you have said, I don't need the chairperson to come in again to dilute what you have said. I think you and the chair of the Committee on Youth, it was a complimentary presentation. So I don't want to divide you by saying, can this one also comment? No, it's done. What you have said represents the committee. But I want to thank finally members of parliament seated in this chamber. You are honest MPs to your people, to your countries who sent you. And you sat to this day, to this time. Tomorrow we start at 9 a.m. I want to encourage you to come early at 9. There will be a motion on funding for caucuses at 9. Then at 10, we move to climate change. Or before 10 actually. But please come punctually. When you come late, we start late. We are trying to finish all the presentations tomorrow by lunchtime. So if you come at 9, we start at 9. By 12, 1 we finish. In the afternoon, we bring forward resolutions and recommendation debate on Friday to Thursday afternoon. Which means Friday, we can conclude even by 10:30. Earlier. Good night. We adjourn to tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you very much.
Nice to meet you. Nice. Thank you.